Yeah, it was and it is like that is the frustrating part about so many of these types of fights is that it really can just like on a fight like this, you just the damage tends to be like lethal all the time. It's like if you
Mm.
get hit for 10% of your health, you get killed. And it's really hard to maintain good mental focus on a fight like that where everything gets punished. Like I remember, I think a fight that was very, I mean, not this is not nearly quite as punishing, but same kind of thing. Like back in Maiden, um, in I'm blanking on the tier in
Super
Legion.
Sargeras.
And that's the one
Yep.
where anyone making a mistake would just like wipe the entire raid. And
Mm-hmm.
we're not quite at that level here, but it same type of principle where it's it's really frustrating when you make a mistake and it just kills you. Like it's one
Mm-hmm.
thing to make a mistake and take some damage, but this is a fight where like when you make a mistake you just die, and that it's very punishing. And I'm sure the players wouldn't want to have it any other way, but it is very frustrating, especially on like a movement intensive fight like this. Sometimes you feel like you weren't, I wasn't in there. That didn't actually hit me, and now you're
Yeah,
dead.
yeah.
And it's really frustrating to have a fight like that where it's like, come on, man, I was not in there.
I'm totally with you. Yeah, and I can only imagine because, of course, I've heard bits and pieces. I don't know how true this is, mind you, so don't take it as gospel. But I think Limit was struggling with that a little bit with some of their EU-based players, where they were actually finding it quite difficult, especially when they were doing the skip strats, so which they seem to have. From at least the best kill that best pull that they had that I watched, they kind of moved away from that, and I'm not sure if it was because of latency issues, but with that extra latency and just very very infuriating on a fight like this that does require those really quick and precise movements, and when the game just says no, I don't think so, it's just like, oh really, so irritating. So but hopefully they won't have too many problems with that as they start making their way deeper and deeper into this fight. Really need to start seeing some late phase 3 pulls. It's been a little while since we've had one, so even if it doesn't end up being the one, even just more practice in that phase, a phase that they haven't explored too much, although they've done very well in. It's not something that they've explored as much as they possibly could just yet, and I'm sure that they will even benefit even if they went in there for being a bit scuffed. Just the practice will help them out a hell of a lot.
Yeah, and you do wonder if there were some attempts that they sort of ended prematurely that could have been another enrage pull. At a certain point, you hit enrage a few times, and then at that point it's like, okay, we've seen it. And maybe there were some pulls after that you could have gotten back to the enrage, but you knew you weren't going to kill it, and so it was like, all right, look, could we like limp to the enrage at with the current amount of people alive? Yeah, but we're not going to kill it like this, so just wipe it and let's go again.
I like the movements that Mirrors makes as well, because he's got a little bit of a wall of chains in front of him, and the reason he can't go through those marks is that they do knock people back, so he does need to go around them. But it's like almost like the two dashes that he's executing are just the right distance in order for him to get exactly where he wants to go. And talking of exactly where you want to go, into the intermission is one of those places as we kick off and have to start running around like nutcases.
Well, you probably don't really want to go into the intermission. It's where you have to go if you want to kill him.
Okay, that's probably fair, actually, yeah. But yeah, you very much can see how they're all sticking together. It's so nice. It's almost wonderful seeing this movement as they all try and stick together as closely as possible. This particular set here is that one little bit there. We do quite consistently see deaths before this sort of cheese wall that we just had to go through. As you can see, Lorgok unfortunately going down there as he was unable to correctly get into the position just in time. Perhaps just due to a technical issue or maybe just misstepped, we shan't know, but either way he has got the res available on him, probably taking that towards the end. This is the last one that we need to make sure we're nice and stacked up for to get the ads all nice and close together. It's decent. I wouldn't say it's the most stacked, but you're not going to get a hell of a lot better than that. Boss will be dragged in nice and quickly with the Monk Taunt giving them that extra burst of speed as they nuke all of these ads down as soon as possible, because if they get their cast off, that's it. Another one shot. This boss is the king of one shots. As we see Mirrors starting to run around. Lorgok hasn't taken the battle res. Maybe that was a technical issue, as it seems that he hasn't been able to accept the res. Strangely enough, no joke, I think they could kill it with one person dead. I think it is still possible. Hopefully they don't throw the pool away. It might be more realistic if they throw the pool away, but they can certainly get some extra, what would you call it, practicing. So we'll have to see.
Chat saying Jimmy died and he used the battle res.
Oh, apology, you're entirely right. I did not even see that. Yeah, no, there's only one battle res available. And now, unfortunately, it looks like Roger died as well. So this, with Roger dead, they have lost their person who is normally responsible for stepping on the mines, but it's not like someone else can't do that job. But we've also lost a warlock here as well. Yeah, you're seeing people jump off the edge. They're just saying, right, that's what we're doing. It is what it is. Doesn't matter. We'll call it and we'll bounce off. So, with only a few moments left on our cast.
Yeah, I've just been informed by production. We have one more pull. So
yes.
I said this yesterday in chat. If any of you guys in chat are in any of the individual streamers' chats, if you could let them know if you have saved up any channel points that allows you to highlight messages in their chat, or maybe they have a text-to-speech option in their chat that reads things out loud. If you could go ahead and use some of your channel points to let the people in those chats know that I only have one more pull on the desk before I'm gone and they need to kill it right now, I would really appreciate that, because I'm not trying to go 2 days in a row of walking away from a boss that's now sub 10% and then giving the kill away to the next caster crew. That's not really what I'm about as a caster.
No, can't allow it.
Great, and we're on break. We're on break. You know what? I don't think they liked all my caster cursing in phase 1, and I think they're like, yeah, JB, how about we player curse you?
Yeah, no, it's understandable, which is fair play to them, because we have been cursing them as much as it's been my task, at least, to be hyping them up in such a way that as soon as I finish my sentence, something catastrophic goes off. So I completely understand why they've made the switch. But it looks like up next you have got some amazing casters coming your way with both Grant and Stakeloins. So you got those guys to take you off and hopefully, well, probably get the kill. Hopefully these guys do manage to get that kill, because they're ever so close. So really, really excited, super hyped to kind of be able to see exactly how well these people do, because Echo is so close, and it'll be awesome for them to get that world first kill back that they haven't had in such a long time.
Yeah, should be very exciting. So that wraps it up for us. What time are you on next, Alex?
I am on tomorrow at 5 o'clock server time. So 5 o'clock EU time. I'll be casting with Stakeloins, the person who's going to be up next. So yeah, make sure you check us out. I think you're on same time tomorrow, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, this is just my slot.
Yeah, just slot. You own the slot. I'll be joining you quite a few times throughout the week, though. So pleasure.
Yeah, this is not the last you've seen of us.
All right, well, thank you all very much for sticking with us. Make sure you stay tuned, because the boss is going to die and we're going to have awesome giveaways. Make sure you donate to the charity, and thank you all very much. We will catch you after a very short break.
Ta-ta.
See you in a bit.
South.
Anyone who dies in phase 1 or first intermission from now on, 1 million to the G Bank.
That's nothing, bro. I can die a million times.
I can give 10.
Reflex.
When is Ken rich? Actually, I got nothing. I got 1 mil.
Euro.
He just sucks that mouth. Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
All them
We stay here, we stay here, bro.
Tergo, you break the last one, okay?
Okay.
Wait,
Ah, sorry, I'm kidding. I shouldn't do that.
the fuck? He
User
baited
left
me.
your channel.
What did I bait?
Roger
you?
wanted to play for the
Oh.
kill clip, dude.
He said okay and then he didn't break it. Like he juked to go to it.
What, me?
No. He's
Ah. Okay.
you fucking
Watch
goblin.
percent, boys.
Stop,
Top
yeah.
DPS.
Hitting for 36. 71.
Scaris can attack me.
Unethical havoc.
And DPS the boss as well. Go boss, go boss.
Got
boss,
permission
boss,
from the
boss.
boss, dude.
Pump, pump, pump.
No, I did double ball.
Watch the spike on the edge if it comes, yeah? Sometimes happens.
I didn't have
Focus
me.
gate if you haven't.
4, 3, 2, 1. 4,
Left.
3, 2,
Where's Kai?
1.
Far right, AFK.
The bathroom.
4,
Yeah,
3,
that's fine.
2,
Yeah.
1.
Let's kill it without him, that would be so good.
4, 3, 2, 1.
White.
4, 3,
Fuck.
2,
Oh, it's the S guys. Damn it.
4,
We have
a
a
res,
is fine. What?
2, 1.
Wait a sec.
We
I think it's
okay,
over.
we don't
have
have
left.
reses.
3,
Okay.
That was
Go
that
again
was
for
wrong.
Captain Factor.
How
What's
did
happening?
4, 3,
That's a
Game
lot
lag.
of millions, yeah?
Or?
Holy
One.
shit.
4,
We can buy all the
Roger,
Beeries if
that's a
that
mill.
Not
One.
gonna lie, I didn't die there, but the vision was pretty bad. I don't know
It
why.
was-
Yeah,
Jeeves
I'm
was.
ready through.
It was.
I think it was because of Jeeves, dude, not jokes, yeah.
Good job, Phil. What?
Did you
Yeah,
see
Roger-
Roger?
It
Jesus.
was Roger's
Roger
fault
Brown
because of the
is-
Jeeves, yeah.
You should have just done the S, dude. If you sneak
Yeah,
in, you
but
die.
Yeah,
it
I
was
should've-
really bad vision
Yeah.
in general.
that was lying well way, Roger.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, everyone else that is watching, thank you for joining us today. We are back for the Echo Race to World Fest, and it is looking like we're very, very, very close to taking down Painsmith Rasnal and getting into first place. My name is Grant. I am joined by Meat Crutch for the next 4 hours of commentary. Stakey, how you doing?
I'm exhausted, excited to be here. I went to bed when they were just going to start doing some of their polls, and I was really excited to watch some of it, but apparently they are super close to a kill, so I guess I'm going to have to miss out on this.
Yeah, I'm sure the adrenaline's going to get flowing as soon as we see some sub 10% pulls. Our best at the moment is 9.83%. It is dangerously close to a kill. And finally, I've commentated so far for 16.5 hours or so. I have not yet seen a single mythic boss go down. It looks like just maybe I might get an opportunity. I hope I don't curse it though.
Yeah, apparently with this internal battle we have going on, these later bosses here are worth 2 points, so you might
Ooh.
be behind, but I guess a little catch-up mechanic was introduced, so.
Yeah. So we will be getting back into pulls pretty soon. Hopefully this is gonna get decent. It does seem they've got some really cool new gateway strategies. I did read a little bit of a hotfix that allows you to use gateways a little more efficiently in this pull. Mirrors with a cheeky little reload here, and we're gonna be getting like deep into this pretty soon. In terms of composition, I'm not seeing any like big
5,
changes. They still
4,
are using
3,
Mr. Roger
2,
Brown on the Hunter,
1.
a couple of Warriors as well, just for those commanding shouts and things like that. So it's all looking okay, and we're getting into our next pull. This is pull 90. Is it going to be the lucky one? You're going to get a chance to find out.
Yeah, even looking at the healer composition, it is pretty much what we expected. Like, the meme is still very alive, where you're only just seeing double HPAL, double disc. If you bring in an extra healer, you're usually just seeing it be a shaman. They're really safe, lots of healing, don't really provide much damage, but their raid utility is absolutely insane just from Spirit Link alone. So, yep, composition is pretty typical. Apparently, they've had some swaps that we, weren't here to see, but it looks like this is probably the final comp that they're going to run with the final kill. And yeah, everything from what we've seen when we got caught up is actually looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, in terms of healers, of course, you are, I believe, I hope I get this right, you're a Holy Paladin main this tier?
Aggressive Shaman just made a little...
When did you swap, though? Because I swear, like 2 weeks ago, you were playing Paladin.
Yeah, the swap was like officially like a week ago. So
okay, well, I don't watch your stream that much, so we'll be completely fine. This pool getting closer to that first intermission. So far, so good. We probably won't go through all of the mechanics straight away here. We'll just let the boys get on with it as we get reacquainted with one another. For those of you who are like, oh no, me and Steak are good friends. We just rib on each other a lot. It's completely fine. We don't hate each other. Yeah, preheat in the chat, trying to get me some ginger juice. Yes. Okay, so we're now moving into the intermission. What the guys do here is they hold DPS a little bit because they really want all their cooldowns to come back up. Not just their DPS cooldowns, but their healing cooldowns. They're very important, and there's no reason to push right now. There is an enrage timer that's just about to start this second. They're already going to transition the boss now. He's going to jump away, and now you praise in the chats for no deaths.
3, 2.
Sometimes when you see a push timer isn't super insane like this, when you're allowed to hold DPS, an alternative that you see a lot of people do is bring in an extra healer. But I'm pretty happy to see that you're not actually seeing that on Painsmith. Because like I said, they're still running the original comp. The damage that is required, like, it is going to be insane. It does have to be done in a very specific way. And who knows, maybe having that little extra time for these checks is just because, these are insanely good players. I'm not exactly sure when it comes to looking at DPS. Sometimes I'm not really sure if they're bringing the comp because it's like, is it super good for this boss, or are they just prepping for Sylvanas?
Yeah, I also think it's, obviously we're seeing Perfecto has not been in for this boss. The rest of the team's been pretty consistent. They've got a whole lot of very mobile classes, and those that don't are like paladins with immunities, so they can get through where it's dangerous. Those ads just melted. One thing that we have been informed of is that although the boys haven't done full splits, the Mythic BOEs have been broken out and are now in full effect here. So the DPS is only improving. We can see the Warlocks especially absolutely popping off. And it's just a case of when now. It's definitely been discovered that it is possible. This boss isn't going to be unkillable by any means. It's just getting that perfect pull where it all comes together. All of the exhaustion, because there's definitely some of that from everyone involved, doesn't kick in, and keep focused, and then finally we should see this bad boy go down. It's a good pull so far.
Based off some of the pulls that you might have been seeing, because, again, I just woke up to this boss, is there a certain problem area that you think they're facing, or just that they're trying different strats on? Where do you think is where, there's kind of a choke point in this fight where you see a lot of people die?
Yeah, I think a couple of small issues. Firstly, is just bleeding people out to one-shots. There's a couple, things like that. You saw Mirrors literally, like, by the skin of his teeth, only just being able to get around the outside. The second intermission is generally a little bit difficult. You don't have all of the bops up to dodge, so you are reliant on the gateway strategy. Even things like these spikes here, if it hits you, it's a one-shot. It's just very difficult. If you get a nasty overlap, as we're about to see a pretty bad one right now, actually, where the balls are coming, the spikes are coming, there's chains as well. There's a whole lot going on, a lot of people dropping kind of low. But the main thing, I think, is now they've been trying to, oh my god, optimize. We did lose a healer, though. Battle res available. Is they're just trying to optimize their DPS in phase 2 so that they do not need to pop everything, and they can hold it for that intermission in phase 3. We're going into the second intermission at 40%. That is going to be now, as Painsmith Raz now jumps away. and everyone alive. In terms of battle reses, I'm trying to look at this UI to see if I can see many, and I can't, but it's dodge time. If everyone lives through this, this is certainly has potential to be the kill.
1.
Yep, I really hope that we get to see there. Obviously,
2,
we can see that the intermission is a lot different from heroic. You have like the balls from the side; it makes dodging a lot harder. And again, there is that one wave of spikes that everybody has to get through without living. It's much easier with all these classes that have soul shape, the Venthyr Door of Shadows. But there's also just the general damage going out. And something that we want to note here, this is definitely a bit of a strain for the healers because the healers need something to hit to heal. Both Disc and HPAL, you know, that's a bit of a sore point for them. It would be especially hard with the HPAL because the only things around are the balls. And then we see the additional Mythic mechanic with the ads that spawn. You just have to kill them before they cast kill the rest of the raid. It can provide some nice cleave, and which also for some classes will increase the single target on the boss, but it looks like they got through that pretty clean, except for the 2 deaths, just compared to most pulls. That is still by comparison pretty clean, and it looks like we just had 2 others drop off, so this pull's looking a little more dicier.
It still has some potential. We have Pop Lust, we're down to the final 30%, and this is now you know, where boys become men in the Echo roster as we get closer and closer to seeing him drop. They don't have any battle reses left over, so it's getting a little bit dicey now. We can see Roger is still alive to soak the traps. We've lost we've lost Jeef, we've lost Gingy and Flex, as well as Zervo. It's a lot of big DPS. The good thing is, in terms of DPS now, the only thing that they're trying to beat is the enrage, which will be happening in, as I look around to try and find some sign of it here. I can't see it yet on the week or the timers, so it will be happening in soon. Stun coming in right here on Mirez isn't good. We're starting to lose quite a few people. Mirez trying to get back desperately. Doesn't want to get booped by the chains either. The boss at 22%. We're so close. So bloody close to seeing this down. If everyone can get through that second intermission and then the first couple of moments with their cooldowns up into Lust, this boss would have been at 15, maybe even 13% by now. You know, with all of these DPS dead. We've now lost the tank as well. So unfortunately, this pull 90 will not be the one, but maybe 91 will be. And I'm sure we'll see them reset pretty soon after getting a little more phase 3 practice. Mira's just trying to jump it. Leg's not quite long enough.
Yeah, looks like they're just trying to get this few little extra pulls in there, maybe to practice some of the overlaps here in the last phase. As we've seen, this doesn't look really different from the other phases. All of it is pretty much the same. So it really is just executing it, perfecting it. And once they just get a couple more of these like deep last phase pulls, just like you said, we really should be seeing a kill super soon. Super excited to see it, but I also am sad that I had to miss some of the earlier pulls.
That's fine. There's been a lot of pulls now, obviously getting closer to that 100 mark. Getting around about the same amount of pulls, I believe, as Limit have done. Limit will be coming back in line, I imagine, very soon. But if I am correct, they're going to be doing splits first. That's what Max said last minute. So Echo trying to gain that ground. If they can get this down, there's a possibility even that they can get something else done today. Another boss killed and really pull ahead in this race because Limit at 20%, I believe 19 overall, are doing pretty good. But it's the final 20% is the hardest. You need to have everyone alive. You have to have cooldowns up in terms of DPS because you're on a DPS check. It's a little bit scary as we're now on board with Deep Shades, who did you see like his room tour and stuff with his Louis Vuitton bag, and it was he's got so much swag. Yeah, he did one on Twitter. He's got so much swag. I mean, the precision here on these gateways is crazy steak.
Yeah. Look, I don't know. I gotta say, I'm not much of like a bag person. I kind of see it, and me personally, it's one of those things where it's like I just can't imagine myself.
No.
You know, I don't know. It's not my thing.
Maybe we should get some man bags. Maybe that's the play. Echo man bags, the Deep Shades merch store. Hello, giving you all the ideas.
No, you know what we actually never see ever is like some themed backpacks, right? I mean, even Ice backpacks in a bag.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's probably going to be a slight issue, seeing as Catarix provide the best backpacks, and obviously Echo couldn't do any better. We'll be getting into our next pool very shortly. I imagine right now the adrenaline in the camp is very, very high. I mean, Chat is absolutely popping off. Kill balls, go right, go left, now go right, okay, the other right. Res Roger, soak bombs, kill ads. Yeah, pretty much. Roger does have the hardest job on this fight, and he's playing a hunter, trying to bring it back. Just like I'm trying to bring sexy back. And
wait, hold on a minute. What would give the hunter the hardest job on this fight?
He's taking all the traps. He's taking all the traps. His timing is. I mean, he has to do the same as everyone else, plus one bit more, right? So, yeah. I mean, I think Mira's, the tanks have it hard too. The positioning is hard. Who do you think? Oh, you're gonna say the healers have the hardest job because
yeah,
numbers.
Oh, they absolutely do. Because, you know, a hunter doesn't have to play around their casts or anything. Like, they could just do pretty much everything with moving. It's
Wait,
if they're standing still.
Are you saying BM is an easy spec?
I might be saying that, yeah.
Flip it and ship it. We're going to have a hunter off. State Coins versus Roger Brown. He's going to play, oh my god, State Coins plays hunter, Roger Brown plays Resto Shaman. All you do is press Riptide.
Oh, okay. You know, whatever. Absolutely underappreciated.
Yeah, pressing link is really difficult. I play a 2-button spec. I play Havoc Demon Hunter.
Honestly, I will give like one extra like correction here though. I was talking with Kano a while ago, you know, because I was going on this thing being like, man, I don't like the stereotype when people are talking about like the most difficult class, they list as DPS, and I'm just like, on Mythic Prog, healers definitely have the hardest job because you're playing like, I almost think of it like a mini game in the middle of your screen plus the mechanics, right? But then I was talking with Kana, and he kind of switched my view on this. He said it depends what level, and he reckons that in the world first setting, the tanks have the hardest job, because you have to like, you know, you have to defensive everything, which by itself isn't too difficult. But when you want to weave in and min-max all that tiny amount of extra DPS you can get, it can make it a lot harder. In addition to that, this tier specifically, the tanks are being given so much more mechanics than they usually are in the past, which is usually like. It's usually not too many. Vast majority of the time, it really just is the taunt swaps. So at least this year, the tanks kind of have a bit more to do. Hopefully, it makes it a bit more fun for them. So DPS we'll just put it this way: DPS just have it the easiest. They just don't really have anything to do. And
no, all you DPS players were ashamed. Yeah, I agree with you actually. In Castle Nefria, I tanked last year as a Vengeance. There's only really 2 difficult tank fights. Denethrius was hard. Definitely, especially as the Demon Hunter, the movement was very, very tricky and you had to be quick, but also he hit like a bus. And from a more casual perspective, Council was hard to tank because of the kiting and stuff towards the end. It took a lot of organization. That stressed me out many, many times. But yeah, this tier tanking this boss, I would say, is a huge, huge step up as well. Like the way you have to place the weapon that's thrown at you and then weave your way very, 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 very tightly to the balls without touching them is that's a sentence I didn't think I'd say today. Yeah, it's not easy, as we're now on board with Roger Brown, co-GM of Echo, the man who apparently plays an easy spec according to State Coins. Just saying, I didn't say it. She's not getting paid now.
You know what? That's fine. I'm just happy to be there. I'm not in it for the money like some other casters that might be here. So.
Wow.
Yeah, but just when you mentioned tanking in Castle, I was wondering if you were gonna say Council, because I do remember for the people that did the kite strat, which I do think was most of the guilds that got there, especially earlier. Watching it was brutal. Like it got to the point where you even saw some priests, you know, like leave the area of the group a little bit just to try and go out, put down some feathers. They had these gates strategically placed. I remember seeing some of these maps that they basically look like these I'm gonna trigger some Euros here, but some football maps, but I'm referring to American football.
Oh, like John Madden style. Oh, that's gross. You're on an Echo stream here. We're a European organization, okay? Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I remember when I tanked that, and again, relatively low gear at this point, by nowhere near the level of low gear these guys had, but it would just be, we get there, the gargoyle would land, and then when I started kiting, it would just be nobody talk, Grant's in focus mode, or I'm going to yell, and it's just like, Tiger's Lust, Raw, Grip, and pray.
Yeah, it looked absolutely brutal because it's just like if you got touched by that gargoyle, unless you got like lucky or maybe just had like a certain defensive up plus were topped, it's like you could survive it. You definitely couldn't really survive a consecutive hit. But yeah, I remember watching that and being like, I do not envy this job. And yeah, at the time I had to be at the ready for like a bop, which is like a last resort they'd use if it was getting too close. You know, cancel auras, taunt it back, all that stuff.
Having a look here at some of the gear, just trying to really min-max to the absolute best they possibly can. Sometimes just taking a couple of minutes in between pulls here to go, okay, we're so close. You know, one of those Scripe motivational talks, Roger as well, all of the boys, when they get there, and if we feel like we're getting very close, we will bring comms in. You will get to hear the nerd screams. Don't worry. It will, you'll hear some of that motivation. You'll hear the let's go. We apologize in advance for any language that you might hear, even from us, the casters, because, you know, we're very emotionally invested here as we get into pull 91, I believe. I don't think Roger has quite updated his pull counter here. I think this is 91, but it's one or the other, 90 or 91. We're so close. Our best 9.8%, 8.9%, 9.8%, 9.8%. And it's getting closer. If they can get through the second intermission into Lust with everyone alive, any pull could be the kill. And now, the calm before the storm.
Yep. And just looking at the mechanics, right? Everything has to be done. The room is like really, really small. So everything that's placed has to be done perfectly. All of the people with the chains, they have to go on really specific markers. We see the tanks go behind them. They just basically reduce the arena size to those that maybe like 5x5 or 6x6. It's so small. That also means that the traps have to be placed perfectly. They can't be put on top of each other. They can't be in the way of other mechanics because if anything detonates them out of an order, it makes it significantly harder. You have to have that 1.5 buffer before you pop the next one because you get a 500% damage increase taken by the other traps. So they have to be done in order, but you also have to do them before things like chains or balls will come in and detonate them for you. So everything just has to be so crisp. But it looks like that first overlap that they had, it was done perfectly well. Now they're just dealing with another set of chains, and then the tank mechanic with another wave of the balls coming through. They seem to favor the outside one, which is generally different from heroic. We pretty much see anybody that does heroic, they're always DPSing the middle one. But here, it's not quite the same.
Yeah, it's interesting how the strategy has evolved, actually, because they did start it by doing it in the middle and by having the guys with the boop chains getting taken all the way to the outside. That has now changed, where they have all the DPS kind of stuck in one corner, and the chain DPS still stay quite central. It's just giving them it's like a half a second extra uptime on the boss. It's literally min-maxing to the absolute top degree. We are through now to this first intermission, and the number one priority right now is do not die. That's the only thing that matters. Don't get hit by a swirly, it will kill you. Don't mess up your jump over, it will kill you. There's so much that could go wrong here. Of course, you still have those spike balls that were hot fixed in yesterday night or the day before even, making this very, very tricky. Just there's so little space to work with, and it looks like though we're going to get through pretty clean.
One thing that you definitely see here is, because I know especially doing this on heroic, a lot of people stand in that whole line that's the safe spot from the spikes. But here, when you notice, instead of just everybody standing in a line, they're semi-stacked, so you have enough room to be able to just move forward through it so that you at least have that safe point. So you have to do that really, really tightly, and during the intermission as well. I'm sure some earlier polls, they might have been going out to raid rot, but nobody there really looked like they were in any danger. All of it looked really, really good. And yep, they're going into the second phase here, or if you want to call it that, because they're all kind of pretty much the same.
We do see one player go down. It is going to be Phil, unfortunately, on the mage. He will get battle res. We do have no more battle res available now for 1 minute. But right now, things generally shouldn't be a huge, phenomenal, scary moment until we get to the second intermission. The problem is you really want to go in with battle resistance, very much like Denafrius was early on in Prague, where you understand there's a good chance you're going to lose people later on in the fight, so you just want to not lose people earlier on when the parts you've got kind of nailed. And right now it's pretty stable. That battle res only half a minute away from coming back up. Painsmith sitting at about 50%, and as long as the players don't mess up, oh Roger, you have so much swag. It should be completely fine. The damage, as we said, insane. And seeing this healer composition is just wild. No throughput healers, no shamans, no monks, no druids, no holy priest. It is double disc, double paladin for maximum damage to make sure everything is okay. And it seems to be going pretty well right now for the guys.
Yep. Like going back to the healer comp, especially, right? It is kind of sad that we don't really see too many throughput. Obviously, this is definitely just the optimal choice because paladins especially provide damage, and then discs come in with the absorbs. Unfortunately, it's just too powerful. And if you are watching the raid frames when you watch these bosses, it almost looks like at some points like. I really feel like there'd be more damage coming out, but it's just because they just have so many absorbs going out. They have the VR. It makes it look deceptively safe from damage, but you know, again, if we're considering the caliber of players here, and it looks like we just had another death. The poll was going so well, but it just kind of rotted out a little bit there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zalia was the first one to fall over in this fight, taking some damage, I believe, to some spikes. And then off of the back of that, we also lose Scara. So 2 healers have gone down, leaving Ryson and Jeff to carry the mantle here and go for the kill. It's also a lot of damage. The reason they're bringing so many of these healers is PI is awesome. Paladins are awesome. Look, it's such a clean second intermission as well. Oh, no, it's not.
4, 3,
JK, got him.
1.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're working for Echo?
2, 1.
No.
that was a caster curse right there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out. We lose a couple more people just to rot, as you said. There's too much damage coming out. And losing 2 healers, losing 50% of your healing team is not so good. So this will probably be a wipe, but the DPS on the ads even is not going to be enough here. And boop, off they go.
I'm actually just getting like... You know, I feel like I'm like physically running in the room. Like this is just exhausting me watching it.
I agree with you. It definitely does. I can't imagine how this feels for the players, knowing that you're so close. People in chat, oh my god, just don't die. I guarantee you, they're saying the same thing. This is where, as I said, this is where you really have to show that you are the best in the world, because this is. I haven't seen a boss, a 6th boss in a raid this difficult since Mistress Zine. I think she was about the 6th boss.
Yes, yeah, I believe she was the 5th one. Because after that,
but it's a whole different. There've not been bosses like this. It kind of gives Hans and Franz vibes, but it's just. I mean, you've progressed this. I mean, you played this heroic. I know you're in a very good guild. It probably didn't take too many tries, in terms of pool count. But I killed this too. It took us a little longer. Did you enjoy it as much as I did?
It really depends. So yeah, I think our guild it was either 19 or 29 polls. It was one of them ending in a 9, but that's about how long it took us to kill this. We kind of we were having the same issues, or if I can make this parallel, we're kind of seeing the same issue here where it's just like we have some people die and then it just kind of snowballs a little bit. Oh my god, I actually forgot what you asked.
I forgot what I asked too. Oh, did you enjoy the boss?
Right, did I enjoy the boss? Yes and no. That changed significantly depending on which class I was playing. Because we were doing splits. When I went in on my paladin, I did not like it that much. It was just the amount of times that you have to like run out of melee, and especially if you're playing a holy paladin, you just you are chained to melee. It is so much harder to heal when you're out of range. You have so much less options. However, when I switched over to my shaman, it was like the timings were fine. And when we had to do, if there was a certain point in time where we had to do a lot of movement and there's a lot of damage going out at the same time, you always have the savior, which is Spearwalker's Grace, so you can just cast while moving. So it's like when I played a range, loved it. Melee, not so much. So what about you?
Yeah, so I played this as a Havoc Demon Hunter, and I did love it. I did love it. I don't know, something about, especially because on Heroic we found it easier to completely split the raid up during intermissions, and I got to go at the very front and be super cool by figuring out where it was straight away. The gap in the spikes. I'm not quite sure I'll feel the same on Mythic when this boss takes us 6 months to kill, because it's going to be a huge wall for so many guilds. I mean, we're seeing the best in the world really struggle. I mean, I haven't seen players play as well as they've been playing today in a long time. It's the way they're coming up with the strategies, the things that they're doing is incredible. Seeing a cheeky little innovate there go out to Zalia. Those disc priests trying to save as much as they can, and
yeah.
we just have to hope right now. I need chat. Right, okay, this is what we're gonna have to do. All right, take lines. We need to put aside our bitter rivalry, me and you.
All right.
And we need me, you, and every single member in chat, and I know there's 24,000 of you, to spam kill balls, go right, go left. That copy pasta that you're seeing, every single one of you needs to spam it. I'm asking very nicely, please and thank you. So let's get it going. Go, more. Yes. This is what we need. This is, we're channeling our energy. This is the spirit bomb. It's the Pepe Steer spirit bomb. As we get close to the first intermission here, Payne Smith sitting at 70%, DPS slowing down here in order to get cooldowns back. Oh, God, I love all of you guys.
Oh, man. Actually, I'm starting to notice chat's going so fast, they aren't going to notice. That
I don't really hate stake lines.
Yeah, it looks like there's variations, and some of them are toxic, like, oh, go left, go right, res X username is like, oh, no.
There's one for like every person at this point, but not for Grant. This is good, guys. Thank you. This is what we want to see. Let's keep this going. Let's keep the train going. And then after that, maybe we'll get some donation trains for some nice little charities going. I'm gonna bleed you guys dry today in the next 4 hours, 3.5 hours. We're gonna have a bunch of fun once we get this boss down, and it's gonna happen soon.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting through this first intermission phase. Once again, it's looking really clean. You pretty much don't see any deaths from them coming in the first phase and through the first intermission. We're usually seeing some random ones around the phase 2 mark. Sometimes we see them in the second intermission as well. But so far, everything is looking super clean. Just a reminder, the first intermission happens at 70%, and then the second one happens at 40%. The sub 50 mark, that's when things start to get a bit spooky. And I haven't really noticed, but are they lusting the last phase?
Yes, yeah. So originally in Prague, they were lusting in phase 2 just to get through it. They were lusting here as soon as the boss landed. They are no longer doing that. They have readjusted cooldowns in order to be able to kill these ads with everyone alive. And now they are lusting the final phase. It is still a tight DPS check, and that's what that 9.8%, our best pull, was. Just due to DPS being dead, they just need everyone to get through. They need everyone to survive. Squishies like Phil, where damage is so extreme, have to be ready. They have to make 0 mistakes. This fight, you cannot make a mistake. And just as I say that, Flex makes a mistake.
Yeah, you really have to min-max all of the movement. I'm gonna make a bit of a comparison to Sludgefist here, which I know was a much simpler boss, but especially if you were a range, you had to utilize every little amount of movement that you had there, or by that I mean move as little as possible, get as many casts as you can in, because the DPS check was so tight on this fight. You see something else a little bit different here, where there is a lot more movement, but again, just as you're saying, because they have to get the DPS in the right spot, or the CDs in the right spot and get everyone going at the right time, synced up. Just the movement is really important. That's why we see Roger doing a lot of the mechanics. We see him breaking the traps just because his mobility is great and allowing the classes like the warlocks and the mages to stand still. It looks like that we have a healer down. Hopefully they can get through some of the raid rot. I can't tell if they have any BRs available. I know someone died earlier.
1 second, it will come up. Yeah. So taking a look now, it has now come up. They need to get Ryson up immediately. The rot damage is just so extreme, as you said. Those fiery dots just turning down. Ryson waiting for a safe time to take the res. Even that is risky. May choose to take it just after these hate eggs, as we've lovingly called them, get through. But look at the HP bars. This is where health stones and health pots will be cool to make things easier. Ryson back up. He's going to start immediately powering up. No one can afford to get hit by spikes, and they all managed to get through that dodge. closer and closer to the second intermission. We're starting to really feel like every pool is important. They're getting the experience they need. No one can afford to die to these spikes once again, and I'm sure Scribe is making that very, very clear on comms. And we're getting into the second intermission now. Everyone is up. No battle reses for 3.5 minutes. It's unlikely we see another one this fight. And as long as no one dies, this has potential.
Yes. Oh my gosh. The end of that last phase there, it just felt like sitting on the edge of my seat. They had that healer down for so long. You saw some people sitting so low. I really almost thought we were just going to see another death, but those 3 healers were just holding everyone up. They made it through. They slowly recovered all the damage and getting into this. Oh, we actually looks like we just had someone else.
Oh, Ryson died again. He had a bad pull. Okay, kill balls. Go right, go left. Now go right. Okay, the other right. Res Ryson. He unfortunately doesn't work out for him being a priest. Very, very low mobility, low speed. We're seeing them get that gateway absolutely nailed. Now, they will have to free heal this final phase. Mana bars actually looking pretty good. I mean, Holy Paladins basically don't have mana bars. But the priest here, Zayna, he's going to have to work double time in order to cover for this, and hopefully he has the cooldowns. The lust has come out. DPS pots rolling. They're pushing as hard as they possibly can. 19 of the 20 members alive. No deaths can be afforded. And then I jinxed it.
That is the second time where literally within 1 second of you saying that they die. I'm genuinely convinced.
Should I just stop? I'll just stop. I'm just going to stop talking.
I don't know. I didn't quite catch that. It looked like that was done, or that was either from the tank mechanic, or I'm not sure the traps were out then, but...
It was the bulls. I think they were too close.
Yeah, 2 of them just went down at the exact same time. They were down a healer, so with that, if the other healers were pumping, which again, the paladins have mana, you have the priest there who's running a bit low, but that's expected. If they were just down a healer, it kind of probably would have been fine, but losing those TBS, or last 2 DPS sealed the deal a bit. They're probably just kind of pulling out a pull, or to keep continuing the pull, but oh, it was looking so good up until that point.
Guys in chat, they can't hear me. I'm not actually cursing. I mean, there's some superstitious people here. Of course, Ryson is one of the best priests to ever play the game, one of the best healers to ever play the game. This is extraordinarily difficult. He is the least mobile class, I would probably say, in the game on the Disc Priest. DK's maybe. He's the least mobile class in this poll. Certainly, we see the boss still at 15%. We're getting very close to our personal best again, but I think there are too many dead. We will be getting into the enrage timer very soon. And yeah, too many dead here, unfortunately. This won't be the one, but we're getting closer and closer once again. And yeah, Echo, take the wheel.
Oh, this is intense. Like, genuinely, I just like
Yeah.
my heart beating like this, and that's what makes this boss so fun, right?
Mhm.
There's always some of those bosses that have like that epicness feel to it, and I really think this is one of them. The movement isn't so annoying where it's just like, oh my god, I have to move, I have to stop DPSing. The reasons why you have to move in this fight aren't too annoying. It is very fun. The boss room is cool. The boss aesthetically, how he looks is very cool. Feels very epic. I personally have the voice lines turned on, so it just really does have that feeling of urgency. So the whole feel of this is actually just so amazing. It's so epic. But yeah, we're just so close. They just have to get through that intermission with no deaths. I really do believe that if they get into that last phase, that third phase with everyone alive, or like maybe a non-essential person at least, and 19 mana, I really, really do think that that's all they need.
Yeah, I'm definitely in agreement. They may choose to take a moment here just to have some water, stretch their legs. Something interesting, State, is coming into this, me and you said, we were both very, very tired. I am very, very not tired now. I'm wide awake. The last 24 hours, I've cast 16.5. I know you've played or passed pretty much as much. We've both been awake for about a day, and we are now. I mean, this is what you need. This is better than any cup of coffee. Getting closer and closer to this very difficult kill. We're on board with Deep Shades now. Maybe it'd be cool if we could see a melee point of view. We haven't had the chance to see that just yet. Oh, just like that, producer. You're very talented. Jimmy, Fragrance, gonna be gonna be our next point of view.
Yeah, exactly what you said. Watching this does just feel like that cup of coffee, even though must say I am not a coffee drinker. But yeah, same thing. We have both been up for a very, very long time. Yeah, I think I was up for about like 30 hours straight yesterday. It was so painful because we were just doing a heroic split, so we went back and did normal. Doing the raid four full times on these difficulties.
Oh my god.
I was actually just like, I felt like I started to hallucinate. Like my head was nodding like around Guardian. I was just like, I was absolutely exhausted. But now, knowing I don't have to do that again, hopefully normals are just done. The only splits that I want to be doing now at this point are heroic for the extra gear. But yeah, that was really painful. I think you mentioned, or someone mentioned earlier, that I think Echo did normal, but they haven't gone and done heroic yet.
Correct. They, as far as I'm aware, they do not feel that they need to do any, there's a dog in here. Okay.
Sorry, that's just me.
She's done. She just ran in, did a lap, and then ran out. Okay, that was interesting. They've not done full heroic splits yet. They instead opted to go for the mythic BOEs and power up that way. But it doesn't feel like it's a DPS issue to anyone. Do I have a dog? Yeah, I do have a dog. If it's not my dog, I'd be very concerned. Okay, yeah. So they've got their mythic BOEs. They did normal in order to get some shards of domination, get some bonuses. I saw a couple of tweets like Flex, who has 2 of every type and hasn't got a single free piece, which is Sag.
5.
Yeah.
Okay.
4, 3.
I really do believe as well that they don't need to do the splits. Apparently, limit is, or they are considering very soon starting the splits. If you're a guild and you do get even just one boss ahead without doing splits, that's just one more set of gear that you can trade. It is extremely useful. So it's like if you do that once, that can be a bit of a snowball effect for the later bosses as well when it comes to loot sharing. Because I have to say, generally, actually not even generally, 100% among like top players, master loot is generally preferable. So just having to... I know Blizzard, they've been trying to take steps to make it so guilds don't have to do splits or just try to decentivize doing that, but I almost feel like the way that things are now, it has just made it worse. These poor guilds have to go back and do all these lower mechanics. It is at this point just considered like a time sink, but when are they going to initiate that time sink?
Yeah, I cast 5 hours of splits earlier, and Blizzard, please don't make me do it again. Okay, we are deep into our next pull, getting closer and closer to the 31st intermission. This is pull number 93. As you can see on the bottom left-hand side, just above Jimmy's lovely little haircut, our best is at 9.83%. Very, very incredible stats, powered by Raider.io, and we appreciate you for that. But we are now getting closer and closer. DPS will be held for a little bit here in order to get some cooldowns back up. You'll see them slow down. You can see the boss really not dropping here, barely losing any health, just the healers and the tanks probably hitting in order to keep up what they need to keep up, get the holy power, and of course the raids and stuff for the warriors. Now we'll also need some holy power and keep stagger up here from our monk. But we are now going to go back in as these balls spawn. This is where we, after we kill these, this is where we push. And we will now push forward into that first intermission. So far, so good. This part is, it's in muscle memory at this point. But you cannot switch your brain off. That's one thing. It becomes muscle memory, sure. But you just can't. They got a lot of extra DPS there. Jeez, 1.5%.
3.
Yep, this absolutely is a just don't mess up kind of thing. Pretty much all of the mechanics here, if they are done wrong, they will one-shot you. Getting hit by circles, spikes, it's pretty much a guaranteed death, even if the traps are done too soon, because again, you cannot blow them up consecutively because there is going to be the 500% damage increase taken. Everything does have to be done perfectly because, once again, pretty much everything is a one-shot. But yeah, like you said, it's muscle memory. That's why we see them doing so well with these early phases. Except there's death there now.
Log up.
4, 3,
and Roger, 2. Yeah, you did it. See, I was good. Chat, turn on her. Roger and Logok unfortunately do fall down here. I don't know if that will be the end of the pool. The odds are going to be harder to kill without that wild spirit. But we can see Jimmy here giving them absolutely everything, going in with the I-beam, using the dash off of Immolation Aura as well to get maximum AoE damage here, get that big pad. Narcles at the top of the DPS right now, and then Narcles' partner is in the chat asking you to spam. So do it. for Narcles, do it for Narcles, do it for Daisy, do it for Link, their dog. More spam, more copy pasta. Send the boys your energy. And hopefully we can see some big kills coming in soon. Roger is the only one left down. He's now going to be able to help out with the raid leading. Oh, yes, so much spam.
Yeah, there definitely can be a bit of an advantage to this, especially if you're playing something like PUBG and you have like a second person calling out the shots, seeing what's around. You know, this is actually part of the strat, I swear. But yeah, it looks like they got one of the people up. They're just keeping him down. I'm guessing they're just going to wait until they have the other battle res up, because again, they can afford to kind of lose some of the DPS early here, just because although the timers are tight, at this very moment, it's not super important. Just as long as everybody else stays alive and they have enough damage to get through the balls here, everything will be completely fine. So the downside is that does mean that they'll be going into intermission and the last phase without any battle reses, which is where it seems that they need them the most. So yeah, otherwise this poll is going to be a bit difficult, but it's still doable.
Yeah. I mean, the DPS is there even with Roger down. Roger, as we said, is the guy handling the traps, so they will have a backup assigned for that automatically. Haven't had a chance to see who that's going to be. I believe it was one of the Warlocks yesterday, but I'm not sure. Sometimes healers want to do it, so they can control the flow of things. Of course, on Mythic, the timings are you pop, you go, you pop, you go. This ball needs to go down. Oh, we lost another healer and Just Wait, and unfortunately now, once again, too much damage done, and this will be a big reset coming in. Expect to see him jumping off the edge. Oh, that is style, and he dies anyway.
God, when it comes to watching a DH point of view, it's another version of he's moving so fast I can't see XYZ. So it looked like with those two early deaths, were those like disengaged fails with the platform? I couldn't exactly see, but
I'm not sure, to be honest, because yeah, Jimmy moves. He's pretty fast. He's got the APM of a StarCraft player, so I'm not too certain what killed them this time. We can take a look at the logs if we have a lull in the pause. I think Stake Clones, it would be pretty cool if we maybe had a little bit of chat about some charity. What do you think about that, Stake? I agree. We're going to talk about it. So. Current Limit have teamed up to talk to create a charity drive for RAD, that is Rise Against Discrimination. No. Oh my god, I've completely Rise Against the Disorder. There we go. I did it all on my own. So far we have raised £1,730 of dollars of 2,500. It's been a long day. Let's try this again, and we're looking to raise as much as possible. We have some incredible goals that we can hit down the line. Things like a fishing trip with Scripe and Roger Brown. We are going to literally electrocute Gingy to make it feel like he's having a baby if we make $7,500, I believe. So please, guys, type !charity in the chat. Donate everything you can comfortably do so without being in a bit of trouble. We'd really appreciate anything that you can do in order to help out. We really want to see some of these stretch goals hit. They're incredible. I'm sure we can show them a little bit later on. But for now, we are into our next pull. This is going to be pull number 94. And let's see how this one will go.
Yep, we're starting off. Looks like we got a new point of view from Mirrors here. But yeah, it's the same thing as earlier. These first phases, they're always done so clean. It's so rare that we see these deaths. We saw the first hammer go out with the spikes. It's nothing too difficult here. The traps are going out. We're going to see them get blown up, really staggered. A little bit of a raid rot, but nothing that a Dispriest Spirit Shell can't completely cover to make it look like there's no damage at all. Then we see the second one going out, the second set of spikes, reducing the size of the floor really small. But everything, once again, handled perfectly. We're getting the spike balls coming out. It's up to DPS now to drain the balls as fast as they can, and we're getting pretty close to the 70% where we're going to see the first intermission. Everything so far, again, looking really good.
Can't believe you just said that phrase. Okay.
Wait, drain those balls so Echo gives it their alls. I don't know.
Hey, Sam, I quit. Okay, we're going to keep going here as we get closer to that first intermission with Mira's on board. We're seeing... No, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, so the ball is going to be drained over here at the right-hand side, and we're going to continue moving Rasnal through, dragging the boss over to the corner. We can see the weak aura is really specific for this boss, as movement is, it's so difficult. It's so precise. Oh, we lose now. One of the tanks has just gone down. That's going to mean a battle res going out very early here, unfortunately, for now. He may have a very nice UI, but unfortunately, it's all looking grey.
I love that. Drain those balls so Painsmith falls. That's
oh,
a good
that's
one.
so
Thank you
good.
much. Yes.
Okay, drain those balls so Painsmith falls. Let's go. Daisy, you're in charge here of getting the copy pasta going because we trust you. Okay, we're getting through this intermission now, the first intermission here. We have had a death nice and early, which means we have no battle reses for a considerable amount of time. And there's another one as Gingy, running low on Esports Nutrition Elixir, ELX, does fall down. There's going to be no battle res for a while. It's a lot of damage too. He was sitting 7th in the meters. We've said before, it is possible to get through this with a 19 men. You just really want those battle reses available.
Yep. Oh, looks like we just had another death too. So this is probably a wipe.
Yeah.
They are gonna get a VRes available, but that's not gonna be enough. They're gonna want that extra one for that extra person. You need all that damage that you can the last phase, because like once again, that is where they are using lust, or what I like to call hero. Yeah, this is looks like this is gonna be a wipe. Rolling it back. Yeah,
that's wrong. Okay. We'll be getting into our next pool pretty soon. The guys are going to reset. Obviously, right now the energy levels are very high. They know they're very close, and they just need to execute. It just comes down to when they've already been playing for 8 hours and as many hours ahead. They just need to get it done and push forward here. But I'm sure it's not going to be a long time until we get to see it. I'm loving the copy pasta here. Drain those balls so Painsmith falls. Keep that going. And the Echo steers as well. Guys, there's some amazing emotes if you're subbed. And do you know about Twitch Prime stake lines?
Wait, I don't think I've ever actually heard of Twitch Prime. Can you tell me, someone that doesn't know anything about it, what it is?
Goodness gracious. Okay. Twitch Prime. If you have Prime Gaming, which is Amazon Prime, they've changed the name now, you can sub for free. All you need to do is click on the subscribe button, scroll down, see if it is available. If it is, throw it at Echo. Let them, every sub right now is going to help fund further events. It's going to buy me kebabs. It's going to be amazing. So please take a look. Let me see a line of primes. There's one. I'd love to see a few more here. It would be really good. It really does help support Echo going forward. Obviously, as a newer organization, they're still working on stuff. There's still stuff they need to do, and the more money, the better. There's a few of them. Thank you, guys. We're getting a hype train. Thank you so much. This is exactly what we want. Let's make Echo want to do more of these events. Let's make them take these offline next time, so we can get more than just 8 players and 1 host and a couple of staff members in the venue. We want everyone there. We want all of you to be able to join. Oh, that's so kind of all of you guys. Thank you so much.
Wait a second. The Prime subscription, is that what got me these really cool emotes like Echo Esports Phone L and Echo Esports ESN?
Ooh, not only that, you can spam the gecko to help Echo. You can do so many amazing things. They are really actually good emotes too. They were designed by Daisy, I believe. I hope I got that correct. Who's one of the designers here for Echo. That is correct. Good. And she is absolutely fantastic. She designed my Twitter header last week, and I approached her like, "Hey, can I have a Twitter header?" And then she did it like 18 hours later, whilst also doing all of the assets for this. So if any of the assets for this were late, it was my fault. But we can see here, as we get deeper into the pool, everything's starting to look okay. No early deaths, nothing silly here. This is so many primes. Level 3 hype train complete? Well, that just means we have to do level 4, right?
Ooh, very true. I think I am subbed. Oh yeah, that's how I hit the emotes.
I am too.
Wait, that's how I got the emotes. I subscribed.
Wow. You're so talented. Level 4 complete. Come on. Level 5 is not yet. Wait, is level 5 done?
Oh, I'm not actually sure. I just looked over it. I'm not sure if it's
just
even
instantly filled.
anymore.
I'm trying to keep an eye on it. Obviously, guys, we really appreciate it. We love the love that you're giving. Level 5 is complete. Hype train is complete. You guys are the absolute best. Thank you so much for spending your day here with us. We're already at 140%. There's still 4 minutes to go, so let's not let this die down now. This is what means that, you know, the players will get paid and they don't have to live off gruel. The staff get paid. I get paid. And we can have more of these events in the future because, I mean, it may not have come home, but it's probably coming home for Echo. Let's be real.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, this poll is looking really good. They're getting very, very close to the first intermission. No deaths this time. The past couple polls, they've had some earlier deaths than normal. But yeah, this is looking super clean. Looks like that hammer just went out, and now the boss is jumping to do the intermission. But yeah, once again,
4, 3,
drain those
2,
balls so
1.
Painsmith falls. We're getting so much closer.
4,
Everybody's stacking
3,
up to avoid the fire, moving
1.
perfectly with grace. This is much better than the council dance. I almost actually wish that the dance on council was something closer to this because it just kind of comes down phase.
Yeah, this isn't a down phase. You can't switch off for this, even on any other difficulties. On a heroic, the ambers, will not one shot. On Mythic, they most certainly will. Lorgok did not make his blink, unfortunately. Blinked a little early. He will be forced to be battle res. Guys, thank you for spamming chat so much. There are, you know, obviously we want everyone to be kind, but we really do love to see this much spam, this much support. Maybe we should change the res thing to Lorgok for now, as he did unfortunately go down. He'll be taking that battle res after this intermission. Ads spawning on top of one another, wild spirits go down, and they are going to get blasted.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like they have no problem handling the ads. The cast usually doesn't really get close. There's one at the end that actually did a little bit, but it's a bit deceiving. They've never really had any issues, especially with these later polls, killing the group of ads. The second set, maybe a little more so, but a lot of times that is due to them going into that without some of the DPS up. But here, they pretty much had everybody, so it wasn't much of a problem, especially because you can stack AoE them. And there's only 4, so it's not like you're getting like that AoE cap curse with a lot of the abilities.
Yeah.
But yep, everything is being done really well. They're getting the next set of traps, and they're having a hunter clear them. Starting them perfectly, having to do spikes at the same time, but not too difficult. Hunters can manage. They can do pretty much everything while moving. Not a big deal at all. But yeah, it looks like getting...
I'm hearing just a hint of jealousy. Next set of spike balls and a salt. The next set coming in here, we're going to drain those balls. So Painsmith falls. We're going to see that go down. The players run through. Of course, the guys with the boot chains. Oh, we lose Just Wait. Again, that is now the final battle res that will have to go out before too long. I'm looking for the battle res indicator on this UI. It's up in 10 seconds, just above the total pools here. And that's a little bit of a shame. Obviously, we don't want to see anyone going down if it can be avoided. Scripe, the fearless leader, watching over, just calm, letting them know exactly what they need to do. And if no one else dies, we could have a very, very good pool on our hands.
Yeah, we're just running into the same issue where it's just we may be going to later phases without any B-reses. So again, everything right here is perfectly doable. There is nothing that would stop them from killing the boss, except maybe a death.
A dead tank? Yeah, that might be one of them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Mirez falls down. It does look like this pool is going to end not with fireworks, but with a bit of a whimper. They have managed to get to the intermission. They have 3 minutes. But I mean, yeah, Mirez, you can see, looking frustrated with himself. I don't think it's possible with one tank. Unfortunately, you can't take him to the right place for the spikes. You can't have another tank and take him off. You have to you have to not have the boss go with you because you cannot follow as a DPS and so that's annoying. Lorgok as well, falling over again, not having the best time of it right now. Needs a little bit of that esports nutrition, maybe some of the meal replacements or some ELX to get his energy levels up. Maybe those big old biceps getting in his way. The dude's a tank. We lose Jeef as well. And this isn't going to look like the one.
No. Yeah, it just looks like they're having deaths at the same point. And I can't quite tell because it kind of depends on the point of view that we're looking at. It looks like some of the deaths are due to different things. Sometimes it is the spikes. I generally don't see too much of it looking like it's from raid rot. But Yeah, and maybe a couple failed, like disengages or jumps here. But yeah, they're usually kind of around the same point. Seeing a lot of raid damage. This does, in a way, make some parts of it a little bit easier for healers because there's less people to focus on. This is definitely a wipe, as we just saw another person go down. But it looks like they're just, doing pulls to pull.
Both tanks going down. Yeah, it's just getting through without deaths. It's just sometimes you have fights like this where unfortunately you have to smash your head into it over and over and over. They are not dying to damage. They're dying to personal mistakes generally. I mean, the boss is so punishing that you cannot make even one small mistake. I'd be interested right now, Mr. Production Man and Mr. Wadge, if we could get a poll as to whether this boss will die before the 100th pull. We are now sitting at about 95, 5 more pulls. If we could get a poll for that, that would be very, very cool to see. We're going to go in. We're going to follow Scrap's point of view, following Roger for a little while longer. But if we can get that poll up, that would be really, really cool. I did say your name, Wanch. I know we can get them set up in the chat soon, so we'll get to that. No, 420. I don't know, man. 9% is our best. Preheat as well. Just so many incredible people working behind the scenes on this. And of course, the producer in our ear, Sam, a complete legend. Thank you. Thank you for getting us through this. We said we came into this very tired. I'm very awake now. I want to see this boss fall down. And there we go. There's a poll in chat. I want to see some people voting. I'm going to vote yes.
Yeah. Just one note that I want to add here, chat. Just remember, next time you see yourself proccing on this boss, if you hear your raid leader ever say something like, "How are you guys dying to spikes?" Just say, well, some people in Echo did, so, same thing. Although it is a simple mechanic, just with everything else going out, it's pretty normal to die to things like that, because it's not so much the spikes are hard to dodge, it's more you want to min-max the movement just to squeeze out as much damage as you possibly can, so it's expected. It's unfortunate, but that's how prog is,
Yeah, it looks like we are going to a bit of a break. The players may be a little drained here. So they're going to take their food break. So we'll have a little chat about this. I do think, Steak, when you're hitting the same wall over and over, where players are just not playing perfectly, it's good. It's good to take some time to just to put some fuel in your body to feel a little bit better, and then to come back fresh. They know what they need to do. They just need to feel good enough to do it now.
Yep, exactly. We can see based off these polls, right, that, as it's been said a million times, they are so close. But since even coming here, maybe for like the past hour, it looks like that they haven't gotten another poll that was like even super close to that 10%. I think we saw one that was around like 17%.
15,
yeah. After that one poll that was around there, they haven't really gotten that close because, as we've seen, they're just having a few too many like individual deaths going into the last phase. So yeah, it looks like they're probably just taking a break. They got to recollect themselves, refresh everything, because it is right there. But there is a massive mental toll that comes along with pulling bosses over and over and over, especially with one that's difficult. Yeah,
I don't disagree. The mental toll of already playing for 10 odd hours it's insane. I've never had to do it. I know you have, someone who raised it at a very, very high level. I mean, I've played games for 10 hours, but when I play games for 10 hours, I'm eating like pizza off of my belly and not really paying attention to what I'm doing and watching YouTube videos at the same time. These guys have to be hyper focused for that entire time. It's very, very difficult to do.
Yep, exactly.
Yep, so what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to talk a little bit about RAD, Rise Against the Disorder. Nailed it. The charity that Echo and Limit have partnered to team up with. As you can see, we have hit our first goal of an Echo merch discount code for the brand new Echo merch store. You can check that out, of course, on the website or just by scrolling down below your favorite streaming site. At 2,500, of which we are over halfway there, we will have Race to World First behind-the-scenes content. For those of you who haven't seen it, there is a photographer, Ali, or Kylo Ren, on the site, and he has taken the most unbelievable photos I think I've ever seen of an esports event. There'll be videos, preheats there. He's like a genius. He's like a wizard with like video editing stuff. So that would be cool. 5,000. Someone's getting caked in the face. Really hope it's Gingy. 7,500 karaoke. We all want to see Zalia sing. Let's be real to ourselves. One that I think is best stake is this $10,000 donation goal.
Yeah, the Gingy Labor Simulator. I did read these goals earlier. I'm not exactly sure what all of them are, but what would we see with the Gingy Labor Simulator?
So, what it is, and I can give you an example. If production can throw my webcam back on. So, you can get things, and what they are is they are like little suction cups, like this, with electric wires attached to them. So, you stick it to your body. Oh, it fell off. You stick it to your body, and then electric shocks are put through to it to simulate what it feels like to give birth. Gingy has agreed to do it. Some of the raiders, and I think Scripe was maybe concerned he might die, but he said he'll be fine. We believe him. He's a big guy. He'll be all right. He has agreed, if we hit the donation goal, to electrocute Gingy. So it feels like he's giving birth. We also have Race to World Fish as one of our goals, where Roger, who knows nothing about fishing, will go out with Scripe, probably maybe in Turkey. They will go fishing together. Scripe will teach him all of his fishing ways. And it's going to be like, you know, one genius, one not, sitting there catching some fish, shooting the breeze, chatting. And we also have, if we could bring those goals back up again, fishing in real life. We have the public week aura release. Very big. We all want to see these week auras. They're very, very, very cool. $25,000. It's a long way to go. Alongside that, of course, we have the global goals, which is the combination of what Limit and Echo are able to do. At 10,000, Roger and Max will raid lead for the other team. They will swap jerseys. We'll have Max raid leading for Echo, and Scripe will head over to Limit to sort them out. And finally, 40,000, we will race. They will start at the same time. You know, after progress is done, they will start at minute 0, and the first one to clear the raid wins. Something we've all wanted to see for a long time. We've had some events like that in the past. They're awesome. There's also some incredible charity merch as well, in combination with Echo and Limit. You can check that out down below, or by typing in !charity. We really appreciate it, guys. Every single dollar. Literally anything you can do means the world to us. It's for an amazing cause. You can look up the charity, Rise Against the Disorder, RADS. Just give them a little Google or something like that. Yeah, get those credit cards out. Says Waj in chat. And yeah, if you can, you know, it'd be really, really cool. We'd love to see the support rise. We're currently at $1,730. We've got a long, long way to go. And yeah, please help. Okay, the magical voice in my ear has just said that, guys, we're going to cut to a quick 10-minute break. The players are having lunch or dinner at this point, I suppose. You're not going to miss anything. Do not worry. When we come back, we'll have more pools. We'll have more breakdown. Maybe we'll be able to find some fun stuff to do. So don't go anywhere. You are watching Echo's Race to World First for the Sanctum of Domination. I am Grant. I'm joined by Steak Loins over there. And she's all right. When we come back, we'll have more bosses, and we will see Payne Smith die. Fingers crossed. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, we're Marcelian and Flame from Marcelian Online, and we've been using the CurseForge client for like 6-7 months now since its launch with no problems. Get new cool add-ons, we update all of our existing ones with one button. I mean, it is the add-ons manager of our choice.
And it's also the choice of the Echo players who use CurseForge app for their add-on needs. And it's really cool that Curse gives 70% of their revenue to the add-on developers.
So you know what you have to do?
You gotta check out curseforge.com/echo to get the CurseForge app and see the add-ons that all the players use and get them for yourself.
Are you struggling with staying focused when gaming for longer periods of time? That's exactly why we developed the ELX Energy Elixir, the perfect companion for those long gaming sessions when you want to stay sharp and focused from start to finish. The ELX is a crash-free energy drink optimized for high-level gaming. It's specifically designed with the best vitamins and nootropics to ensure the best performance for gamers. That's why everyone at Echo uses ELX to stay ahead of the competition during the world's first race. Do like everyone at Echo and get your own ELX today. Use the discount code ECHO10 at the end of checkout to get 10% off your purchase. But hurry up, the offer is only valid until we kill the last boss on Mythic.
Hey guys, I'm Tags from Complexity Limit.
And I'm Roger Brown from Echo.
And we're here to announce that we're teaming up with Rise Against the Disorder.
Links to our joint donation campaign will be on both the Echo and Limit streams, and 100% of those donations will go straight to Rise Against the Disorder.
And we're also co-releasing merch so you can pick up t-shirts and hoodie, where 100% of the proceeds will go to Rise Against the Disorder.
Keep an eye out for donation goals because we have a lot of cool things planned.
And we'll see you in the Sanctum of Domination.
Pro webcam C920. It's a Logitech. And we are back. Hello, everybody. Looks like they're still kind of on their break. They're finishing up relatively soon. There's talks of possibly going in and doing some splits just because they're hitting a little bit of a wall on Painsmith. But before we go more into that, we have to talk about some of our sponsors and charities. Grant, you're the charity sponsor master. What say you?
First of all, we are sponsored by the Feral Druid that Stakecoins has here. It's the only Feral Druid you're going to see all week. What's your cat's name? Let's talk about your cat and then we're going to do sponsors.
This is Boots. She
Boots?
is a nightmare. She's a senior.
She's a senior?
lady.
How old? My cat turned 20 3 weeks ago.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I know.
Well, this one just is by classification. I mean, she's about like 13.
Yeah, that's still
but
pretty
not-
old.
Not 20.
Yeah, 2001. Yeah, it was when she was born. I remember it. Long time ago. Anyway, guys, thank you for joining us here for the Race to World First for Sanctum of Domination. The players are on break, and after that, they're going to jump into some heroic Calfazard splits. It shouldn't be a huge amount of time before we're pulling again. I can only hope and praise that we are getting back into the fights. But first of all, what I need to do is talk about our sponsors. First of all, we want to thank Logitech for providing sound for this event. You can see right now I am wearing a very, very handsome Logitech headset. This is the new G733, same one as Gingy, because I'm just that guy in purple. It weighs literally nothing. It's the lightest headset I've ever had. Can wear it for 12 hours, no pain whatsoever, no headaches. It's been a revelation, in fact, compared to other headsets I have. Next, we want to thank Blue for providing the sound for the Race to World First here. Every time you're hearing these comms, you're hearing these players, and you're hearing me. It is coming through a Blue microphone. So a big thank you to them. Next, the best add-on manager in the world. It is, of course, CurseForge. If you need to control your add-ons, update them all at once. Long gone are the days of sitting there, updating them one by one, waiting for it to finish before you can do the next one. CurseForge makes it all so easy, automatically updated add-ons, all of that stuff. And then we have our Catarix, of course, which has helped the players get all their gear safely there. You should check them out. Just the best backpacks in gaming for sure. Getting all the gear there safely, securely, looking pretty darn good as they do it. And we also have our event partners. First, we need to talk about Esports Nutrition, otherwise known very fondly as Gingy Juice. Esports Nutrition is a powder that you put into a drink that will give you crash-free energy. Really, 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 really good. You can see all of the players drinking it, loads of different flavors. It's Gingy's company, and we're really proud to have them as a partner for this event. We also have, just looking through here, I haven't missed any. Nope. We have the Erupt Gaming Lounge, which is where 8 of the players, 1 host, and a few members of staff are playing from right now. It is in Bern, Switzerland. They've been incredible in keeping the players comfortable and happy and fed. They've got catering. They've got everything they could ever need. The broadcast coming out of there has been unreal, and we're so, so happy to be partnered with them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We love every one of our partners. Next, we're going to talk about something very, very important and near and dear to my heart, and that is the charity drive that Echo and Limit have teamed up to do. If we could get that graphic on screen with all of the goals, that would be perfect. Here we go. We can see we have Echo goals and global goals. Right now, we're at about $1,700. And the further we go, the more of these goals you get. So in about $800 or so, $2,500, we will get some behind the scenes content, videos, photos, all of the good stuff. At $5,000, one of the raiders is getting caked in the face. Who's it going to be? I'm not sure. I know who I'd like it to be. After the last few pools, I'm sure the raiders have a few players they'd like to cake in the face themselves. After that, Echo Raider Karaoke. We will get them singing. We'll make it happen. What song do you want to hear? I'll get Zalia to be a Disney princess. I'll do it. I'll do it. If we hit those goals, we'll have him sing Frozen. I've signed him up to it now. He can't say no. After that, $10,000 Gingy Labor Simulator. Yep, we are going to electrocute Gingy, basically, on his belly, so he feels like he's giving birth. On stream, when he agreed to this, we thought he was joking. He wasn't. We're going to electrocute Gingy if we hit $10,000. After that, $15,000, you get the opportunity to raid with a caster or player to be decided at a later date. You want to raid with your favorite player. There's also mentions maybe of people like me, maybe even Stakecoins coming and raid leading for you from outside or inside, playing, casting your raids. Stake Loins is a very, very good player. She can carry you. She'll get you those kills that you need. And I'll just make bad jokes the whole time and swear a lot, which you can't do here. The next one is at $20,000. Roger and Scripe will go on an IRL fishing trip together. Scripe is an avid fisherman. He takes a lot of pictures of it. It's going to be super, super, super fun. Roger knows nothing about fishing, so it's going to be, you know, one genius, one not so, hanging out together in the sun, catching some fish, and, you know, just shooting the breeze, having a good time. That would be really fun. And finally, for the Echo Girls, at $25,000, which is a stretch, we will release all of the week auras for this event. There are some incredible, incredible week auras that has been spent, I mean, hundreds of hours spent on preparing these. So we really need you guys to step up here. You can see the progress bar at the bottom is kind of empty. You can type in !charity to get further, to see how you can donate. Honestly, every $1, $2, $3 really helps. And if we were to just get, you know, we see a lot of these events, other events where they do $5 trains and stuff like that. Do it. Everything will help. It will help us get there. 5,000 and I'll fly to the UK and throw a cake in Grant's face. Yeah, I'm game. I'm game. I'm game. Thank you to everyone there. And now, of course, we also have our global goals at 10K. This is the combined total of Limit and Echo's donations. At 10K, Roger and Max are going to raid lead for the opposite team. So Roger is going to go and raid lead over for Limit, and Max is going to raid lead here for Echo. And I'm sure there'll be some sabotage, some silliness. It'd be really fun to see what these guys do. And finally, the global goal of 40,000. Echo and Limit will race. They will start at the exact same time in the Sanctum of Domination, and they will race to see who can clear it first. And I'm sure we'll have some kind of silly forfeit for whoever doesn't make it. The top and a +1 will be flown out to Echo's next race to World First, flights and hotels included. So if you're thinking about, you know, wanting to be at one of these events, wanting to see these players, wanting to hang out, come and give me a high five, maybe, you just have to be the top donator. You know, spread the love. If you're a billionaire, fill the goal up right now. Yeah, super, super cool. Some amazing, amazing prizes. How much from the charity fees go towards the donation? All of it. We're not taking any of these donations. We can see now that number has just gone up a little bit as well. Thank you so much, so much. The charity tees, all profits, I believe, I'd have to double check that, but I believe all profits will go to the charity as well. So yeah, there are some incredible, incredible merch. You can scroll down just below to get a look at that. There is a new Echo Esports merch store. You can see the rad Echo Limit charity drop. Just a lot of cool stuff just below your favorite streaming site. Thank you, thank you. There we go. 100% of the proceeds go directly to Rad. We've been clarified, and I'll stop talking for a moment.
Yep. No, I mean, perfectly right. Perfect summarization. This charity is a wonderful thing. I personally think that these goals are super good. I've seen a handful of charity streams in the past, not referring to Echo here, but it's like sometimes people have some pretty weak goals, but the birthing simulation thing, like I've seen some like videos of that a couple years ago as a joke. I think there's a minor YouTube trend of it. They're hilarious to watch. The cake in the face is the classic, but I know we don't know who it's going to be, but how do you think they're going to do it? Do you think we're going to have like a poll, or they're just going to choose?
Honestly, take every one of them. Every one of them. That's what I do. I will pay for all of the cakes. If we cake every single member, that would be very nice. It would be cool. We will, of course, keep you up to date on that, but you know, you guys can do it. We also have some amazing, amazing giveaways, as you can see on screen right now. If you type !giveaway in the chat, you'll see there are plenty of prizes to be won, including a full Logitech /Blue setup that comes with a microphone, a headset, a keyboard, a mouse mat, everything you need to be a pretty kick-ass streamer or kick-ass WoW player. There's a Catarix bag. There's a esports nutrition set with multiple flavors. I really want to try the watermelon, and I'm told hopefully they'll be able to ship to the UK soon. We also have some in-game stuff, a whole bunch of gold, some mounts, some very rare store mounts and things like that too.
Ooh, we love store mounts here.
I know, I really want one.
Yeah, I know me personally, every time one comes out, I use all these, pretty much all the BNet balance that I have. It goes towards any new mounts coming out. So yeah, love to see those. Again, all these goals, all these gifts are amazing. Really hope to see you guys participate. help some people out that are in need. We love to see it. And again, maybe later on we can get a little extra goal added in there with you know, Grant getting his face caked. So
I'll just do it now if you want. I have nothing better to do as we wait for the guild to come back. No, I'm joking.
We should make it an ice cream cake as well.
That sounds cold. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Guys, right now, you're not missing out on any content. The players are on break. After that, we're going to be going into a small amount, we believe, of heroic splits. Probably just Kel'Thuzad. I think there's some weapons and things they really want to get here to improve the quality of the pulls. Right now, if you want to help out, if you had some of the players' streams, you can get that information. But basically, you go into the custom group finder, type in Echo. There's 3 groups, one for cloth plate, I believe, one for mail, one for leather, or some combination of those. You get to play with some of your players. You just have to throw all the loot towards them. We also have some PvP going on that we might be able to take a look at. So let's try and get into that. I am the worst PvP player in the universe, but we're going to get in there. We will be getting back into Mythic, hopefully before too long. There's still 2.25 hours left with me and Sake, and we'd like to see a kill. They stopped because they just, first of all, they wanted to have some food. They needed a break. Ooh, this is a good team.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I am not a very good PvPer. At my best, when I try, I can sit at like 1900, like without being carried. But if anyone ever asked me to join their team and like we're gonna do a gladiator push, I'd be like, I don't. I'm not good at PvP at all.
Okay, so we have the trio here of Zalia, Fragrance, aka Jimmy, and Deep Shades going for some freeze. Gonna see how this goes. I imagine this is very high ranking. They all would have been trying to get 2100 minimum. Let's see how it goes. I am so bad at PvP. This is going to be awesome. They are playing against a Windwalker, an Elemental, and a Holy Paladin. We see the Windwalker going pretty low. I-beam coming in, going to get a bit of damage. Big shields coming in here. Lots of damage coming out already. I mean, am I really going to play-by-play PvP? Let's do it. It does look like they're now going to switch over to this Elemental Shaman, try and get him done to go there. The Hex interrupted. Jimmy putting out a whole bunch of damage using the Hunt there as well. He's ticking very low, but it looks like possibly a bop or something coming out in order to keep him safe. Hex is coming out. These guys are playing pretty good.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't be able to tell. Me
neither. I'm just guessing.
Completely out of my depth. One thing that I do know, when I was trying to learn a little bit earlier, this rule is probably changed by now because it was so long ago. Someone just beat it into my head. You gotta train the blue because shamans outside of Astral Shift, sometimes they've had a few like unique situations here, but generally outside of Astral Shift, they don't have too much to protect themselves. Here you can see them there. He just got really low, but then was able to top himself off. It looks like that they're switching the focus over to the Holy Paladin now. Which also, I remember at the beginning of the expansion, they were incredibly meta. Not sure if they still are now. I'm not really up to date on the metas, but
not really.
Looks like they barely got out of that alive.
Yeah, they kind of, Holy Paladin's not as good as they once were. There was a Twitter video that went semi-viral a week or so ago, which made me giggle a lot, of a very popular Holy Paladin being a little bit angry about the state of them. But it looks like we're getting pretty far into this now. The teams waiting for their goes to come back up. Stun coming in here to Zalia. He's going to trinket that off and get going once again to go now on to this Windwalker. He's very, very low. Popping Vivify to keep himself up. Going to get a few self-heals in. Zalia starting to fall low himself. Doesn't want to go down. Getting some Shadow Mends, topping himself off. Literally, people are bringing him food and drink as he does this. That's the way I want to live. And we're in for a bit of a war in terms of mana. The Holy still has a very good amount. Zalia's actually at only 30%. So it could get a little scary if their next go doesn't work.
Yeah, that's one of the huge things about Holy Paladin that's always just made them like a massive threat. The mana cost of their abilities is in general really low, and the way that they play, they generally just don't have to cast too much. In addition to that, if you're afraid of getting locked, they have a few instants like Holy Shock, which is up all the time, and then you have Martyr just for some of those like more kind of closer to emergency situations in case you need an instant heal, but you're too afraid to get kicked. Looks like they just got a mass fear on the two of them, except the Paladin, but they got broken out relatively soon after. Oh, wow.
And that is why Windwalkers are so good. Azalea absolutely disappearing. It is going to be a big L for the team. Jimmy having a little laugh. I mean, I'm not sure what rating this is. I didn't get the chance to take a look. I imagine it is pretty darn high. They're very, very, very good players. And they're just right now trying to get as much conquest as they can for another piece of gear. Literally every little bit helps. I don't think they're going to lose momentum. Someone in chat saying that they hope that doesn't happen. Echo have, I don't want to say are renowned for being able to take breaks and come back stronger, but it's certainly something, you know, there have been memes about them maybe taking a few too many breaks. This break is purely because they feel like they've hit a bit of a wall and they want to simplify it, getting a little bit of extra stamina, a little bit of extra main stat, a little bit of extra damage output as well will just make it a bit easier for them. Also, they have to do this during the week. This is something that you don't not do, and there's only so much time. So looks like now we are heading into Holy Priest.
Yes.
Oh, you do play Holy in Arena now. I remember talking about this.
Yeah, same thing where I'm not exactly going to know why. I do know that they do have a good amount of utility. It's like, again, if people get too close, they have the AoE fear. They also kind of have that GS for that bit of a cheat death grip, and also PI. I know that PI is massive in Raid. I'm not sure how, like, of course, if you use Arena, I'm not exactly how much specifically, but it looks like they're going in, and they are kind of beating down the Paladin.
Yeah, Survival Hunter here as well. It is the year of the spear. Finally, we can see a lot of damage now going into this Holy Paladin. Going to force him to, I think that was a lay on hands. If not, that was just a hell of a crit. Survival Hunter going to be the next go target. We see Jimmy trying to find the damage, dropping the darkness to help his teammate out as Deep Shades is the target of the enemies. The year of the spear, Survival Hunter getting a lot of damage in. They do a lot. They're very good in Arena. Murder of Crows coming down now as well, getting that damage into Deep Shades, who's kiting it out, trying to get some heals here from Azalea. It does look like Deep Shades may fall down. Oh my god, he was so low. Meanwhile, the Paladin is really having to deal with Jimmy here. Fragrance just absolutely battering him in that demon form. You can see the eye beam coming in, going a lot into the shield. But it looks like things are stabilized for now.
Yeah, the only thing that a Paladin can really do when they're being chased like that is if they're outside of their defensives or their, you know, they used up their bubble, their forbearance. It's pretty scary to get out of it. They don't have too many. Oh, he just finally went down. Oh, you kind of saw it happen there, right? Where the only thing they can do is try to generate holy power on the person hitting them, see if they can get a bit of a wog on themselves. But outside of those big defenses that they have, that you just kind of sometimes might have to rely on the healer to keep you up. But there, it just wasn't enough. Frag was just not letting up on him, and they just beat that Paladin down and won that arena pretty quickly.
I'm learning. Now, of course, we are PvE. I know I am definitely a PvE commentator. Neither of us are PvP specialists. So we'll do our best to make this fun. I'll do a little bit of play-by-play for it. I don't know what I'm talking about, but we can, if we all pretend, maybe it will work. Blade's Edge Arena, Resto Shaman, something you're familiar with, a Windwalker, and a Frost DK.
Yep, I'm familiar with them in raids. In PvP, not so much. I do know, yeah, I know that these change a little bit. See, the other thing too is like looking at these comps, sometimes you're not sure if these are just kind of like raiders going in to get some more conquest for their gear, or if they're running a legitimate comp, at least from my point of view, because again, I don't have too much experience with PvP. But I do know that on their team, I've heard whispers that Windwalkers, they just absolutely obliterate players. Their movement is insane. If they're in trouble, there's so many things that they can do to get away with roll or just their transcendence. But then we do see shamans. They have a lot of movement, and they also don't. They have Ghost Wolf, but outside of that, they don't really necessarily have dashes or anything unless they're a goblin. DKs, they're kind of in the same boat of Paladin, where outside of a few defensives, they're just a walking speed class.
Yeah, so this is the Walking Dead composition. I remember hearing a little bit about this recently and how it's very, very strong. You can see here that Windwalker has taken so much damage already. I'd be interested to see what talents and PvP talents Frag is playing. They're going hard onto this Windwalker. Big heal coming out though from that Resto. You can see Link has already had to go down. That's very, very early to throw that down. Stun coming in here from Fragments, trying to get as much DPS as he can. All the players dropping down low. Zalia is the target here of the Walking Dead composition. He is pretty low, but that is a quick victory. And that's how you do it when you play aggressive as heck.
Yeah, that was insanely fast. One thing that we saw there is that whole team was gripped up. So especially when Frag started going in on them, he was able to get like multiple I-beams on the entire team pretty early on. That's one of the reasons we saw the link. They were just full cleaving them down so fast. They were grouped up. I'm unsure if that was exactly intentional, but they were facing a pretty melee heavy comp. So yeah, they actually just got AoE'd down, and then they just focused, and that was even faster than the last game, I think.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was super, super, super fast. Pretty fun to see that. We're going to keep queuing here. Of course, they're trying to get their conquest cap as quick as possible. They're probably going to play very aggressive in order to end these games as fast as they possibly can. And just play pure aggro. You can see he's looking now 1,040. I believe that's nearly enough to get a piece. I'm not sure. I think it's about 1,100. In terms of why we're doing this, guys, Scripe, I have been informed, is in Excel spreadsheet hell, working out the split composition, making sure it's perfect. Zalia's eating some Ben & Jerry's. They don't sponsor us, so Zalia right now doing some free selling out. Maybe we can, get some free Ben & Jerry's out of it. I would love that. Hey, Echo, can we have a chat for next time about maybe getting us like a pizza or sponsor or something?
Ooh,
that would be
totally
cool.
Agree.
Feta cheese sponsors only, I've just been informed. There we go. So we have to be a healthy guild. I mean, when you have players like Lorgok and Ginger, you're probably not going to get a sponsor from a pizza company, to be fair. I don't think they've looked at a carb in years.
Yep. But going into this new match, it looks like we're going up against... It's nice because we're seeing all these new comps going to start. They're running a different healer here, which is the Resto Druid. Obviously, incredibly mobile class. They definitely have far more utility than any of the other classes. Again, I'm not exactly sure what the best healers are in Arena right now, but I know it's incredibly annoying to deal with because you have to deal with the Cyclones, the Bashes, they have the Hots. It's very hard to kick one. You also can't even poly or transform them half the time because their shapeshift, it just makes it so you can't at all. So you have to deal with like the Kite God X's. How exactly they deal with this, I'm not sure. But yeah, we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, we've already seen a lot of cooldowns come down. The Warriors forced into defensive stance pretty early. We saw a shout coming out as well to increase that HP. He's gone back into defensive stance now. So a lot of damage coming out here from the Echo team. The future AWC champions, I'm sure if they put their mind to it. Deep Shade's starting to get a little bit low, but he's going to hold on. The demo lock, trying to get as much damage in, and it does look like Deep Shades! He's, oh my god, how is he alive? That was like 1%. Yeah, the Resto Druid sitting in kitty form, just doing as much as they can, and they were like, nah, I'm out of there. Peace.
Honestly, I didn't even see what happened. I got baited by... I just got baited by...
Gave up.
I got baited by someone in chat saying, limit Painsmith down, and then parentheses on heroic. So I was like, look at that. I was like, oh, I looked away. Arena was over. I got baited so hard by that. I was like, no way. I thought they were... Yeah.
Are they all eating ice cream? Has Deep Shade's got ice cream too? Did you get a tub of ice cream for every player at the event? I don't think... Jimmy's not going to eat any ice cream. He's looking pretty ripped as well. Bazalia, he's slaying the ice cream and telling some stories as he does it. For those of you that have never watched Zalia stream, it's so funny. He's so like dry with a sense of humor. I don't think there's anyone else on the planet quite like him. Steak Loins has a cat.
Yes, I do. Sometimes I wonder, it looks a bit weird. People might just like see only hand motions, be like, is she knitting or something? But yeah, still got the cat here. She's just
chilling.
It. Yeah, she gets like this sometimes, and it's always...
She wants to be part of the show.
Yeah, exactly. It sucks when I raid because she starts like...
Oh.
You have animals, you know how it is. They start like, pawing at you. It's like, oh,
yeah.
I gotta...
Like, don't you understand that the boss is at 9%?
Exactly.
They just don't get it. We'll be getting back into things soon. The splits are being worked out. You can see right here. If you can trade 246 eye-level Kel'Thuzad weapons, we need you now. Go to the PvE custom group finder, type in Echo to sign up. They want the strength weapon. They want the staff for leather classes, so druids and things, and they want the priest and mage staff as well. So Echo Cloth KT, Echo Leather KT, and Echo Two-Handed KT are the groups. If you can trade a 246, you can make a whole bunch of gold. So make sure you check that out. It does look like Gingy is over here fighting the Wild boss?
This
Oh,
is
it's Torghast.
Torghast, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. What?
Stop it, buddy. Ow.
Yeah, no, it's completely fine. The producer in my ear. So yeah, we have a 5-man Torghast group with Gingy. It's like now Flex, Zachi is there, and the final player whose name I can't quite make out. Is it Solar? Maybe it's Solar. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble reading it as well.
Yeah, it's pretty small. So those guys are just getting done. It is Solar. Yep, Solwinus. So he is on his account.
Wait.
Gingy?
Wait.
Gingy?
What was? Maybe they're resetting? I don't know.
Maybe? I don't know what they're doing. Gingy seems to be having a good time though. Smiles on the face. That's what you want to see after a very stressful set of pulls. He's now back in Corfia. Gonna maybe get some stuff done. It does look like maybe split groups are starting to form here, as we do see a lever group. Yeah.
I was starting to think, like, do they know some, like, Torghast death strat that we'd, like, do they know some secret tech?
Like a world boss classic style strat, where you get a world buff. Gingy's blasting. He's got a rocket up his butt. How's he doing this?
Yeah. I was just saying, like, wait, how are you doing that? I've never seen that before.
This is like a 5-minute run. He just skipped every single bit of it. Gingy's hacking. He's not. Apparently splits cancelled for now. I'm not sure that's true. He is slaying it. It's from a rare. I need the rocket. Oh, we've just been informed by the name in our ear that splits may not be happening. They might be going back to Mythic. Progress.
Yes, we do have faith. There's a lot of math being done behind the scenes. Big brain again. As Grant said earlier, they are in Excel hell. But if they can go through and get this without doing any splits, again, this will give them just that much more of an advantage. You can trade that much more heroic gear. So this might be one of the pivotal points for like truly getting a possible proper head start gap if they can kill the boss without having to do that in the next few polls, or it's relatively soon, I should say.
Yeah, I'm completely with you, and I don't hate this if they figured out, you know, if they're struggling to get people for splits. Time is a very valuable asset. So instead of doing split runs, they are going to go back into Mythic. They are getting the team back together. What are splits? Okay, Stay, I'm going to throw this one to you as a player who does split raise to explain what a split is in a explain like I'm 5.
Yeah, so a split is just kind of what it sounds like. You basically split the raid. Everybody has their alts. A lot of times they do their best to stack classes. Because, you know, certain armor classes can only trade between each other. So a lot of times you'll see something like there's like an all leather run, all cloth run, aside from like the tanks or healers, of course. So what you do is you have a certain, if you're going to do 4 splits, for example, maybe like super roughly 25% of the raid is going to be filled with people that you're going to be trading all of the gear to. Everybody else is on the alts. And if they get geared that they can trade, they trade it all to that one tune. So then after all of these runs, they combine all of these boosted gear traded tunes together into their main raid. And they go in there and they have as much gear as possible. So yeah, we've seen splits being done for, actually now I think about it, I don't know how long splits have been going on. I know this is like a sort of community-made mechanic that we've imposed on ourselves for quite a long time just to maximize the amount of gear. So yeah, the point of them doing that, by the way, is like, let's just say you go in on heroic. The more gear that everybody loots and they can trade, because just for this expansion or relatively recently, to be able to trade something, you have to have that eye level or higher previously. So this just allows you to get as much gear as you can from the beginning, and then you can trade it to other tunes. This is also very helpful for if you run into a fight later on that has like a mandatory class requirement. A good example would be like Warlocks on Cahoon. You absolutely needed those portals to get people across the room as fast as possible to do one of the mechanics. It makes it so much easier to gear up a new tune if you need to get like a surprise class up through the end. So that's basically how the splits work. I'm not exactly sure how many Echo did, but they generally do a lot.
Yeah, they generally will do a set for each armor class for multiple characters, because Echo, they all have 4 characters ready to raid at a very, 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 very high level, which is quite cool. You can see now we are getting back into the raid. There is Gingy. On Gingy Bro, his Balance Druid. I do kind of miss the days of Gingy on Hunter. He's such a good Hunter, but Balance is good right now. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, everybody definitely knows as the Hunter. I'm sure this is just a temporary setback.
Make Hunter great again.
Yeah, in the words of some WoW NPC somewhere. But yeah, all the voice lines start to mesh over time. Which, by the way, actually, just out of curiosity, do you have like the voice lines turned on for the bosses? Because a lot of them are actually really, really cool. Oh, you don't.
I don't have any sound. I play with music like so loud that I don't even hear my raid leader half the time. Sorry, Peach, please don't be watching. Because I would definitely get told off. Talking of that, my guild needs new recruits. Doomed on Torren Mill. If you're on EU and you're ready for Mythic, we just had a couple of people quit. So, you know, Doomed, Torren Mill, EU.
Nice,
Rank.
we'd love to see it.
I'm selling out while we have a moment where everyone gets here. Alliance, Mr. GM? No. Definitely not. We are in front of the Painsmith, Raznal, once again. He has been tormenting us, making all of the traps in Torghast that have killed me so many times and stopped me getting a flawless run. And we will definitely be able to get things going. Where is Steak Loin from? She is from Western Bangladesh.
Yes, if it wasn't obvious. But yeah, no, I'm from the United States, just like the northern end. A lot of people that are outside the US, I get a lot of people thinking I'm Canadian because the closer you are up north, the supposed accent that I don't really see, it meshes a little bit. But I do know when I left the country for a while and came back, I could definitely hear it. So gives you a little bit of perspective. But yeah, so I'm finally here during normal NA hours as opposed to like these 2 a.m. blocks. So it's a little bit better. Yeah, but real quick, looking at the boss composition, I don't remember everything that they ran the first time, but
I do.
It looks like it's
the
pretty
same.
much the same. Yeah.
I'm just, I have really bad eyesight, I apologize, so I have to go right in. Yeah, nothing has changed. Healer composition is the same. You can see the 4 healers, 2 disc priests, 2 paladins. 4 balance druids is the same. 3 warlock, servo, flex and deep shades, double warrior, revez and swag. Narcles on ret. Jimmy, Fragments playing the havoc. Roger sticking to his hunter. Yeah, it's the complete same as we had earlier, so there are not going to be any changes. There may be a little bit of gear that was just gained from doing some arenas or from taking a break and maybe doing some chores. We didn't really get the opportunity to see if any of the PvPers did get manage to pick up a piece. But so far, it does look like we're going to be pulling very shortly. We see summons coming out now. One of the warlocks forced to have that duty. You know, they're there for cookies and summons, and that's about it. No, they absolutely blast as well.
So I'm not too much of a DPS expert. Looking at this, I do understand that Boomkins this tier are very strong.
Yes.
We've also seen some. We've also been seeing like a lot of warlocks. I know there's a lot of memes flying around about warriors, about how they get a buff legendary, but it's an execute one, and Sylvanas doesn't even have an execute phase. But I have been seeing some things with arms.
Yeah,
so
they're all playing arms.
Yep. So I'm just wondering from your point of view, when you look at this comp, does this to you look like a Painsmith comp or a we're prepping for the end boss?
No, I would say, I'd say a combination of both. I would definitely say this is a Painsmith comp. They don't have Perfecto on either Rogue or DK, which he is so good at. I was slightly surprised to maybe not see a Rogue because of how much single target damage it is. But single target damage isn't the problem here. The issue is, of course, killing the ads very quickly. The kind of things that will wipe them are those ads. We can see a bunch of balance druids and warlocks. They are very good for soul shaping. They are all still Night Fae, as far as I'm aware, so they can soul shape over that line of chains that cannot be skipped. The one hunter is just because that's what Roger plays. He's bringing it back. He's making it happen once again. He's dedicated. Warlock's gates are so big. The Warlock summoning circle is huge, being able to teleport back to that. Tank composition wise, we're seeing now on the Paladin, huge DPS, just massive DPS, a little squishier, but tank damage, not the be all and end all. This is the kind of fight where raid damage is scarier. And Mirez playing Monk, it's just very good across the board. Monk, it's super good. They don't need the buff because they do have just weight playing Monk, which is just, that's purely there for the AoE on the ads. What else? I'm trying to think. Shadow Priests also very, very good. Do we have Shadow Priests here? We don't, do we? I believe.
Yeah, it looks like that's just the two buffs that you see are the discs.
Yeah, yeah. So no Shadow Priests, which again is a lot of single target movement, but very, very immobile. Going to struggle to move around quickly and as a group in the intermissions. Warriors can leap, and also Arms Warriors right now doing great damage. I think it's a very solid composition. They need Innovates too. That's another thing with the Balance Druids. Innovate is a huge tool when you're playing double disc. Having 4 Innovates available for them because Pallies don't need them. Doesn't matter. But we are back. We are pulling stake coins. It's good to be back at home in Painsmith Rasnal's chamber.
Absolutely. But yeah, you can see here, we're just getting right back into the polls. Again, as we were seeing earlier, for anybody joining that wasn't with us earlier, their phase 1 has always been really clean. It's very rare that we see any deaths there. When the first intermission comes out, again, we see a little bit of raid rot, but there's nothing that is too difficult to handle. Since we have 2 Holy Paladins and 2 Disc Priests, they heal by hitting things. So it's a bit harder to heal in the intermission, but again, they seem to just handle it perfectly well. We usually start to see deaths sometimes in the second phase. They're usually individual deaths from just some personal mistakes. And the problem with that is we need to go into phase 3 with everybody alive. And in addition to that, it would be really helpful to go in with some battle reses. And we just actually had a death there, but they got instantly resed already. I may have cast a curse at that one a little bit. We don't really get early deaths. It's pretty rare, but yeah, as long as they go into the last phase with everyone alive, which means they can use the B-reses, you just want to avoid it. It's still definitely doable, so they're going to continue this poll. And I wonder if we'll see anything new that they changed as opposed to before the break.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a huge amount of changes. I think they are just going to bash their heads against it. We've been told splits will be happening in about 3 hours. I think they were struggling to find as many traders as they wanted as well. So just getting these splits done a little bit later when there's more people actually playing, finishing work off in Europe and having their dinner right now. It is 6 p.m. in the UK. It's 7 p.m. where they are. So a lot of people maybe doing their own stuff right now. We're getting close to that first intermission. As you said, 1 death is a shame. But I think as long as you go into phase 3 with 1 battle res for a vital member, it's probably okay. Obviously, you'd much prefer 2, but it is what it is. You don't, we're not at the stage just yet where you wipe after 1 death and immediately, like on Sire, if you had a death in phase 1 towards the end, they just wiped. We don't need to do that yet here on Painsmith. We're not quite there yet. They still all need the practice. And this is a good warm-up.
4, 3, 2.
Yep, they're going through the intermission really easily. Again,
4, 3, 2,
I don't want to curse this part either, but it's pretty rare that you see deaths here. Sometimes you have to do those soul shapes over the spikes or any of the Door of Shadows. They are a little more difficult than they look, especially the Door of Shadows, because you have to actually cast it beforehand. So just keep in mind, chat, it may look easy now, but just remember when you get in there and actually try to execute it yourself, it is significantly harder. We just saw one of the H-Pals drop there, but they got topped back up. And then we are going into the phase 2. We see the Mythic mechanic with the final scream from the ads. They're nuking them down as fast as they can before they get the scream. Again, if they get the scream off, it'll just basically raid wipe the
You're dead.
raid.
Yeah, it's very similar to the ads on Stone Legion generals with the shields that would explode. The commandos, I want to say. Yeah, commandos. So you have to kill them. You have to assign cooldowns. We'll see Wild Spirits every time. Luckily, this guild has very, very good AoE. You can see right now, Narcles is just the king when it comes to that phase. He pops his wings, he blasts, and that Ret Paladin, even after the legendary nerf, still kicking some ass. And God, I love seeing Narcles get the chance to play after Castle Nafria, where he's only really in for 2 bosses. He works so hard. He's such a nice guy. So it's pretty cool. Now, you cannot afford to get hit by spikes here. As Jeef has just shown you, it will one-shot. So in terms of battle reses right now, having a look. Can't see it.
Yeah, I think
I can see it. 30
earlier.
seconds. Yeah, 30 seconds.
Yeah, so we're gonna get one more up. We've seen this before where they had one of the healers died. They had the other 3 sustain them. It's pretty difficult to do. They dip pretty low, but as long as they can get through these okay. And then we're gonna see another overlap here with the tank mechanic, which does a bunch of raid damage along with the traps. They're gonna have to heal through this with just the 3.
Ooh.
Oh, they're dipping so low.
Now at literally 1% there. If he has a cheat death trinket, it may have procced. I can't see anything on the frames here, but it might not be tracked here by Gingy. We can see Jeef has now been brought back up. You'll probably want to accept that pretty quick as we are now getting towards that second intermission, but we cannot afford even one more death. There are no more battle reses, and just like that, Canex does fall. That's just 1 DPS. It's manageable still. Anyone else though, and we're going to be in a whole world of pain. Oh, Gingy Alpha with the soul shape. I thought it looked like a bit of panic. Everyone surviving aside from Canex here, so pretty nice. This is the first pull since we came back into progress. We did not do any splits. Instead, we took a dinner break. The players are feeling good. They're feeling full. They're all eating some ice cream, which looked pretty darn good. And here is intermission number 2.
3, 2, 1.
Yep, going into the second intermission. Not too much is different from the first one, if anything at all.
It's a different pattern.
Yeah, everything is pretty much handled the exact same way. You just have the balls, you have to dodge the spikes, and you're also still going to get that wave of spikes that does not have a safe spot, so you have to do things you can to get over it, whether it be like disengaging off the edge, just as we're seeing right there, or using some immunities, using some externals. I believe Bop would probably protect you. I can't imagine it wouldn't. Right.
It does. They were using it yesterday.
Yeah, so, which is extremely beneficial for this raid, right? Because they're running a prop paladin at the moment. They have 2 holy paladins. That alone gives them 3, and then I believe there's a ret as well, which would give them the 4th one. So
I talked a lot about how well he was doing. Narcles will fall over. That phase is so difficult in times of healing because all of the healers here, the double disc and the double holy paladin, they need to hit things, and there's really nothing to hit because you can't hit the balls while you're moving so much to generate holy power or to smite. So it can be a little difficult. We're 2 DPS down going into the last phase. We can see lust is going to be popped, the boss dropping to 30%. Very, very scary here. Too many DPS, unfortunately, now falling down. This will be a wipe, as I think it was just damage, maybe. I wasn't too...
They all got hit with something... Excuse me, sorry. They all got hit with something at the same time. I didn't quite see what it
I guess.
was because I was looking at the frames, but...
Yeah, me too. Okay. First pull of the reprogress. Not perfect, but it's not a bad start. At least they're getting to that final phase, getting to see when they last, getting to practice that. Zalia continuing to heal to the best of his abilities. I mean, the damage is just absurd at this point. He's doing his best. He's firing off some spells, trying to get stuff out. But there we go. There is the damage. There is the wipe. And we'll be moving into pull number 96 very, very soon.
Yeah, overall that pull was looking pretty good. It just sucks because they got the really early deaths that were just due to it look like personal mistakes, going in without those B-reses. But then you come in, you get later to the fight. If they had those B-reses available there, it would have been fine. This is why it's so important. The earlier part of the fight, again, they pretty much have it down. They just got to hope that everybody survives, because in the last phase, it just gets a bit harder. They're also just not as used to it because there's obviously less pulls that have been done in the last phase. So if they can just make it there with everyone alive, or even just one down would be totally okay. If they can just do that, they are so close.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it can still happen at any point. For the next pool, it'd be pretty cool if we could listen into the communications from the raiders. We have Scripe and Roger raid leading. So once we get that pool timer, we'll turn those on. We'll shut us up, and you can listen to how it sounds to be in a guild that is fighting for the first place in the entire world and looking for that world first kill here on Painsmith. So as soon as we get that, we'll turn it on. Oh, I can already hear it. Here we go. It's going to kick in very shortly, and away we go.
2, 1.
I'm just gonna.
I agree. We should
say it. I'll say.
Oh no! What? It's fine. Never mind. What? Sounds good.
Making these sounds, please.
Jesus.
Your channel was edited.
So it seems right now the guild are going to keep comms a little bit secret. They've got some stuff that they want to talk about, and we are going to instead stick with our voices. We will get comms back in a little bit sooner, but for now we're going to be stuck with us. Sometimes they have strategies and things they do want to hide. They have certain cooldown timings that they might be discussing that they don't want the competition to know. For now, this pool looking pretty good. No very, very early deaths just yet, as we see Mirez dashing away to safety to drop those spikes in a decent place. Mirez has been extremely impressive from what we've seen of him so far, not just this event, but on this boss specifically. He has a very hard job.
Yeah, he definitely does. The tanks here have to deal with like a lot of damage. The boss hits them pretty hard, and they also have to run out of the boss's range to bring out the tank mechanic. They also have to make sure they're positioning it correctly so that they don't spike the whole raid. But yeah, there's a lot of movement here that the tanks have to deal with. I can't speak exactly the pressure points that tanks have to feel here, but I have to say, just watching this, I don't think we've actually just seen any tanks die to, you know, just general damage or just like the boss hitting them too hard. They've been managed super well, but that also might be partially mitigated by the fact that they are currently running 2 Holy Paladins, which we've seen is pretty common throughout the tier. They're getting a lot of passive healing done to them, and on top of that, especially during Ashen Hollow windows for the prop paladin, that's just like massive healing. In addition to that, it's also massive damage. And I have to add real quick to that as well, it's really nice to see some prop paladins being used. We haven't seen them being used in tiers for a while, and their main problem usually being because they just are very squishy. They still kind of have that problem here, but if they can survive, the extra damage that a prop paladin can bring is super beneficial.
I'm with you there, Stake Coins. The damage is just insane. It's nice to see them back, I agree. I think later on in the tier we might see that fall off. Sylvanas has no. Goodbye, Mirez. I was just saying how good he. Oh, maybe kill him, spam him, bop him.
Oh no! Oh my god.
Any other class right now, they're dead, but Mirez somehow holding on to life. Healing, I guess. Yeah, that is very, very stressful. Apparently Roger has the wrong trinket on. Chat saying we did lose, unfortunately, Zalia and Zervo. And Ryson. Yeah, this is most likely going to be a wipe here. I think too much time, too much energy was put into keeping Mirez alive, and it is a fall. It's going to be a wipe here. We will get back into a new pool pretty soon, though. Unfortunate set of circumstances right there.
Yeah, we just have to get those bad pulls out of the way. It's very, very rare that they actually wipe that early. I think that was the first intermission on that one, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they already wiped at the first intermission there. The wipes tend to happen like late phase 2, or at least it's confirmed it's going to be a wipe. So that was pretty early, but yeah, it's just it's always so coincidental how we're just talking about how amazing he's doing, and then
I know
he just runs into spikes.
Should we? Okay, here's what we do. Because every time we say someone's doing good, they do poop. We go the opposite way. We're going to reverse psychology this. I'm going to just trash talk every player the entire time, and I was going to say they're all going to get rank 1. It's kind of hard not to get rank 1 when you're the only kill. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Well, by that you mean it's a bad idea.
Opposite world. I thought Steak hates Grant from yesterday. Me and Steak do not hate each other. We are friends. We just trash talk a lot. And that's what friends are for. No, we don't hate each other. Not even close.
I think that'd be probably a pretty dangerous thing to go on a large cast or airing out the beef or the steak, rather.
Our first ever time on camera, we're like mortal enemies, just hate each other, and we're just like arguing. I'm just like, no, you're a bad person, and you're like, no, you're a bad person. No, of course not. We are the bestest of friends, as we are on board now with Roger Brown on his Beast Mastery Hunter. He's having a little sippy of some ginger juice, some esports nutrition ELX elixir. And we are pulling Painsmith once again.
Yep, we're going to hope that we see a later pull this time. Again, their lowest pull was sub 10%. We haven't seen another one there yet. Since we've started this casting slot, we have seen them again get to like a 15%, but we just haven't quite seen them get... Oh, wow, that was really early.
Reset!
Oh, okay. Well, that was even earlier than last time. We're kind of going in the opposite direction here.
how do we do this? How do we reverse psychology this enough so that they just get the kill? That's 1 million gold. Yeah, they're being charged now. Just need to get back into the swing of things after taking a bit of a break. It would be cool to get things going and make sure everything is looking good.
Yeah. But keep in mind, chat, I am
Did something
aware...
just move?
I heard that too, actually. So...
It's Roger's week, or is that a mooing at us? Okay, I thought, honestly, I was like, something was seriously wrong when all of a sudden, I don't know if chat could hear it, but I just hear a moo. It's a week aura, yeah, okay, you heard it too. It's a feast week aura, I've been informed. Okay, there we go. I mean, I love it. That's my favorite thing that's probably happened so far. I honestly thought for a second that I was going insane, which after the amount of time I've stared at this boss, and these guys have stared at this boss, I wouldn't be surprised if they were all just mooing at each other instead of communicating. But we'll be getting into what I believe is going to be our 96th pull very soon. Yeah.
Yeah, we just have to get those early kinks out. We're just having some unfortunate early spike deaths. It is generally one of the easier mechanics to handle, but yeah, I'm not really sure. It's who knows? Maybe they were trying like some different positioning on something, or maybe it was a bad coincidence because we did see 2 people die at the same time. But we are getting into the next pull here. But as I was saying earlier, since starting, we haven't seen them get close to that 10%. Or we haven't seen them quite get to that point or get below that point. We did see them take a break. You know, just again, they're trying to mass some things out, get a little bit of break in and do some PvP, do some other chores. But now, again, they are back in, and we're really, really hoping that we can see a sub 10. It's just been a while that they've gotten that deep into the last phase.
Yeah, definitely. We see just very, very small things that have just come with experience. How close Jimmy is able to get to the balls without getting one shot by them. He's really like pixel perfectly so he can DPS the balls whilst back paddling and getting the damage in. We are seeing the boss starting to tick down. A better start than we had last time, certainly. Thank you so much for joining all of us. It's an absolute pleasure to have, 19,000 people with us here on a lovely, lovely Thursday afternoon or evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you. We appreciate every one of you. It's been an honor to call this alongside so many incredible, talented people and Stake Loins. And hopefully we get to see this kill before me and Stake do disappear.
Yes, absolutely. Because we're a little over the halfway point with casting with each other. I was kind of worried because coming into this, I heard how low they got it, how close they are, and how confident their raiders are, and I was just like reading through some of their Twitter posts. But again, one fight that I was really, really looking forward to watch was Painsmith. And so I guess one upside to this is I'm really happy that I do get to watch this boss, but I do also care more about them actually killing it. So I really, really think we can see it. We just got to remember, chat, they have to drain the balls so Painsmith falls. That's all that needs to happen.
I know why we're wiping Stake, because we don't have copy pasta. I need to see all of the copy pasta coming back. Yeah, here we go. Get all of the copy pasta coming in. We need as much of it as you have here. So the players can, you harness your energy. We need a spirit bomb of copy pasta. Not the one about me, Dusty, but there we go. Get them in here. Drain those balls so Painsmith falls. We are in the first intermission. I'm sure the players can feel everything you're throwing at them. Putting the vibes out there to the universe or some other hippie stuff. Right now, just trying to survive. Roger has caught a case of the deads. It's unfortunately a really rough disease. We're getting to the very difficult part. Jimmy tried to be clever and it didn't work. He tried to double jump and vengeful retreat over it. Doesn't work. You have to go around the outside, Jimmy. But I appreciate the effort there.
Yeah, we have Enigma with the idea. Kill balls, go right, go left, now go right. Okay, the other right, res Roger. We were just exactly at that point, but just a few too many deaths. Wasn't really recoverable. It's best to just call a wipe, save some time, go in, pull again.
Yeah, we're now seeing the copy pasta come back with the, of course, with the Echo Steer which you can unlock. There's a bunch of really cool emotes as well. If you are subbed to the channel, 19, nearly 20,000 people of you here. I'm sure 1 or 2 of you have Prime available. Take a look if you want to see future events from Echo. You want to see everyone offline. You want to see us with the players. You want to see more of the players on site. Click that Prime button. Let's get a hype train going to get this boss dead. There's one. I want to see more spam, more Twitch Primes. Let's kick some ass. And hopefully, before me and State go, we will see Payne Smith fall.
Yep, exactly. Also, just a topic pivot real quick. Yes, we are aware of the camera quality, trying our best to fix it.
Whoa!
Oh god, Grant doesn't
back.
feel so good. Okay. Yeah, so we are working on it. It's possible it's a NA thing because I think this we're starting to notice a common denominator with us NA casters possibly being sabotaged. But we swear we're Team EU for this race. Maybe just being tested here, but yeah, we're working on it. We're aware. Sorry about that. As much as I'm sure you want to see the clearest version of our beautiful caster faces as we can, we're trying our best. So,
yeah, you guys have no idea how hard it is to produce an event on this scale. Of course, they're in a live venue, producing with multiple points of view. They've got I'm in England. We've got Stake in North America, players in Switzerland, and across the world. We have a very small staff as well here at Echo. There's not a huge amount of people involved. So we are now on board here with Zalia. Playing on his priest Liskanon. But keep the spam going. It's super cool to see it. We love it. The best, as you can see, is 9.83%. This is pull 99. Will we get it pre-100 as I guessed we would? Could this be the one? I'd love to see it right now. We're getting into this, starting off strong. Zalia being told he needs to evenge.
Yeah,
and the ball goes down.
I'm gonna price is right the number here. You say sub 100, I think it's gonna be on 100. So this is how confident I am that they are going to get it. They just can't have those early deaths. They know all the mechanics. They've seen the fight. They're getting so close. We also see the next set of traps going out here. We're gonna have a mobile class just detonate them. Do it very carefully as to not overlap. You can see on the frames that show up that little debuff. If you pop it before that, it'll just basically wipe the raid. So you have to stagger them, but you also have to do them fast enough before the spikes come out so that you give your raid as much room for the upcoming mechanics, which is now the balls rolling across the floor. You gotta DPS them down as fast as they can, get through. You see the players with the chains lagging behind. They have to come behind because they do act like bumper cars. I know on Heroic they don't one-shot. On Mythic, I'd like to think they probably do. If you run into another player with chains, yeah, they're very dangerous, so you gotta be the last one to go through. The rest of the raid has to give them some room as well, so a little bit of a team effort there, but everything is looking super good. They don't have any deaths at the moment. Please don't suddenly die here from the caster curse.
Don't do it. Okay, we can see our tank going around the outside there in order to get to position. The movement so intricate, so well timed here, the way that they figured this out. Chain's going to head all the way to the very back here and complete the sort of procession line through the hate eggs that are being destroyed here by the DPS players. They're now going to go round. One of them choosing just to Dora Shadows, I think, over instead. But so far, so good. We'll be moving into the intermission relatively shortly as the boss has now broken the 70% marker. He says something about insufficient screaming and needing to refine his work. Hopefully the only one that will be screaming is me when we get the kill with a let's bloody go. This has been a very big grind for a middle of the raid boss. It's unlike anything we've seen in a long time, but we're getting there. We're getting close. Sub 10% has been done. If they can just get through with everyone alive, no silly mistakes, no swirlies connecting, then maybe, just maybe, we can see it. Zalia going for that goblin jump, for that jump back on. We lose Lorgok again, a little bit of a shame. He's really been struggling a little bit here with getting his timings correct. He's going to get battle res though, in order to take down these ants that spawn at the end of the intermission.
Yep, the upside here is I don't think, unless I missed it, I don't think we've seen a death here, so they should be able to at least... Or, I mean, aside from that one.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, so they are going to be able to use a battle res. They should be getting the next one up relatively soon. So again, this is still very doable as long as someone doesn't die before the battle res. Sometimes we've seen the case where a healer dies early and they just have to have the 3 temporarily sustain the whole raid, which can be difficult with these overlaps. But yeah, everything is looking pretty good. Once they just get through this phase again, if they can. They've had a lot of people die randomly in phase 2 to different mechanics. Usually a lot of them are just due to like spikes. It is actually pretty hard to move over them, especially if you're just a walking speed class. And also if you have the tiniest amount of lag, it is very possible that, you know, even on your screen it looked like you were safe. But here at the site, I'm sure they're paying for the best internet in the world. So this is just all on the players. But yeah, it looks like they're getting to the 50% point, and once it hits 40% is when we'll see second intermission. Is looking super good so far.
Yeah, hopefully my lovely co-caster here does not jinx it. Battle res will be coming up very soon. It is possible now can tank for a while until the next okay, everyone's dead. I cannot believe it, Steak. You properly ruined it.
No. A curse is when I'm like, yo, this is going to be the kill. I did not say that. I was just saying the poll was looking pretty good so far. I think I'm pretty safe. If anything, the minute you opened your mouth.
No. This is on you. This is on you, not me. I'm not taking the blame for this one. We will get into poll number 100 very, very soon. This is the one that you predicted would be the kill stake, is poll 100. So maybe, just maybe, you sabotaged it for that reason because you didn't want me to be right.
I don't know. There's no way to prove it, so I'm just gonna sit here and say that I'm right. You're wrong. I win. Yeah,
Wow, the producer on our ear is toxic, and I like it.
I'm getting some unfair treatment here. Like, first the webcam, I got the salt comment, now just the oh my god. I'm not even gonna repeat it. Too toxic for chat. Break bullying rules on Twitch at that point for sure.
I thought Brits were supposed to be gentlemen. I am a gentleman to everyone on Earth, of the 8 billion people. There's just one that I'm not. And it just so happens we're in the same virtual room. Painsmith has been pulled for the 100th time. We have now finally hit triple digits in pulls for this bad boy. First time in a while we've had a fight this difficult this early on in a raid, and it's been an absolute blast because it's a bloody good fight. Even Limits Max tweeting that he really didn't want to see any changes to it because it can go down, it can be done, it's just very difficult.
If true, if he said he doesn't want to see any changes to it, I would agree. This is something that we were talking about the other day. A lot of people are concerned because these middle bosses are taking so many pulls. And from a spectator point of view, I think it's great. I think we love to see that these bosses are hard. We love to see the raiders challenged. We sometimes from earlier tiers you see complaints that everything is just, you completely roll over it until the final 2, but here, not in this raid. We even saw nerfs really early on Soul Runner because that boss certainly was overtuned. But I completely agree. I don't want Painsmith to be nerfed. If the raiders are happy with it, I'm also very happy with it because we got to keep in mind the mental toll it puts on these people. But yeah, I love that this boss is taking a while. And if there is a boss that you want to make hard, it would definitely be this one because it's just a very fun boss to watch. And it's generally a crowd favorite to play as well.
Yeah, I had an absolute blast playing this, even on Heroic. On Mythic, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't get past the first intermission ever. So I'm just enjoying the fact of seeing it in its current iteration, its current form, because it is extraordinarily difficult, as we said. Maybe some strategies will be discovered to make it a little easier. As a bunch of damage coming out there, everyone is going to be okay. As long as no one gets hit by these rolling spiked balls, we should be able to get into that first intermission without too many problems. This is where they will go and try to boss. They do hold DPS for just a few moments in order to get cooldowns back and phase it at a time that is decent for them. So after this frontal is when they will try to phase the boss before the next set of traps, and they get that perfectly just as the enrage starts happening. The reason for that is purely and simply they need more cooldowns. They need them for the intermission. They need them to be back up by the end. So you take your time where you can. because the only thing that will wipe you is that enrage. It gives healers a chance to get mana back when there isn't as much damage, and cooldowns get that opportunity to return as well.
Yep, we see them masterfully executing this phase. Please, nobody die and curse me here. Unfortunately, the last couple polls, we have just seen some people like randomly die in these intermissions. It definitely, there's a bit of a strain on like disengage classes. Although leaping on the platform itself isn't extremely hard, you have to get a little bit of practice doing it. But on top of that, it is possible that you could just leap into a puddle spawning as well. You can get pretty unlucky, so you just have to be on top of moving immediately if you see where it's spawning. But they did get through that first intermission perfectly. No deaths. We haven't seen a clean pull in the very recent, out of the very recent ones until now. So they're going into this phase without deaths. Earlier when they were getting their good pulls, this is where we see some individual people fall off, which starts to doom them with getting, keeping no battle reses into the last phase. But so far so good. And they just got to get around these, and it's looking super clean.
Yeah, so far we've not been forced to use that battle res. That's the most important thing. Similar to Debriefing Mythic, if any of you guys progress that fight, once you got further into it, as soon as you start losing people in phase 1, you need those battle reses for later in the fight. When things are deadlier, when there's way more happening, when healers are lower on mana, where there's less cooldowns, you need to be able to bring someone up in case of that one personal mistake. Now, you cannot get hit by spikes here, and unfortunately, we do see Narcoles did go down instantly battle res. The second one will be available in 30 seconds. So right now, we're at the time where we cannot afford to lose anybody else. Healing requirement very, very high from these players. We can see it's already at 8k, and there's intermissions where you're not really healing as much. So playing without throughput healers makes it a little bit trickier, but they need the damage. And just like that.
Well, it looks like I was wrong. I was hoping for the 100th poll, but unfortunate.
What a boss. So difficult. We are, of course, hoping to see this boss go down before me and Stake Coins are done. With our casting shift, we have 1 hour and 20 minutes left, Stake, and I'm very scared. Roger looking maybe a little bit frustrated, trying to figure out what's going on here, why we're not as good. People in chat, thank you so much. It's nice to see so many of you. I see a whole bunch of my guild and ex-guild members here spamming my name. I love you. Thank you. Stake doesn't get that because people don't love her as much. Yeah, but it's really, really good. Get more copy pastors out there. The mods love it. You're not going to have, people that are just banning you for spamming, kill balls, go right, go left, press Roger. We really, really enjoy it.
Hold on. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna stand up for myself here. Unlike you, I feel safe enough to go into enemy territory here, right?
Ooh.
EU territory. I am not scared, but here you are. You're safe at home throwing shots out of a glass house. All right, you wouldn't say this to me if you were in NA.
You would kick my ass. Yeah, 100%. I have absolutely no disagreement. Of course, guys, this is just banter. Me and State Lines do not hate each other whatsoever, not even slightly. It's completely fine. Please don't ever think that we have any negativity towards one another. If we did, we certainly wouldn't air our dirty laundry here on a stream. Just having fun.
Oh yeah.
We're just having a fun. Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would.
That is a one-way ticket to just getting like blacklisted from events. Like imagine we're just talking about something and you just, I don't know, you say like, what are you talking about? Or like just, oh god, I don't think I've personally ever seen something like that. And in general, on top of that, all the casters, like they all just naturally get along with each other. Having all these people together in a room that are like super passionate about WoW. Yeah, everyone is always just honestly a blast to work with.
Yeah, it's been an incredible event so far from every organization, to be honest. This Race to World First is shaping up to be one of the absolute best, as I just entered the Shadow Realm briefly. This is going to be attempt 101 coming up right now. The 100th pool did just go down and unfortunately was unsuccessful. We'll be getting back into things very, very shortly here. It looks like they are just having a chat, trying to figure out what is going wrong, why the focus isn't quite there. And hopefully, that copy pasta about state lines is so good. It's true. She does hang with the hottest dudes, and that's why I'm here today. I'm taking it. Please don't put me down. Please don't put me down. Let me have this one. Anyway, hopefully we'll see another pool pretty soon. It does seem there is just going to be some internal discussions pretty shortly.
Yeah, from the outside looking in, of course, you know, as Grant was just talking about, they're probably discussing a few changes they can make, maybe some maybe hyping each other up. From here, I'm not really sure if there's many things that they can change, because generally they're, at least with the recent wipes, they haven't really been dying to like not killing the ads in time or people just rotting out to healing. So if anything, this is usually just coming down to an execution reason. So regarding where they have a lot of cooldowns set up, like especially healer cooldowns, I can't really imagine many changes that they would make from here on out. A lot of it is just like pulling and just getting that good pull.
Yeah, the things that are killing them, it is not a lack of healing, it's not a lack of damage. It is getting hit by one-shot mechanics, of which every mechanic in this fight is. There is not a single mechanic. We saw Mirrors get hit by spikes. He survived. Everyone else died trying to save him. But you can't be hit by anything. It is a truly difficult Mythic encounter. And it's so fun that we have this, knowing that we still have 4 incredible bosses. 7, 8, 9. 4 incredible bosses. I have to count on my fingies because I'm not very smart. Coming up after this, Guardians, of course. KT, Fate Scribe, which is going to be unbelievable, I'm almost certain. And then Sylvanas Windrunner herself. The players are live in the Erupt Gaming Lounge in Bern, Switzerland. It's an absolutely incredible venue that they're playing from. Graphics look great on the screen. The players are comfortable, having a good time. They've got good AC, and I wish I did too, because it is hot. It does look like one person is offline, maybe just a reload for weak cores or something like that for Zalia here. And we'll get things sorted pretty soon.
Yeah, we did see like a ready check go around. He's double checking, making sure everybody has their consumables. Maybe making a few graphic changes. You never know. It seems, by the way, that we're pretty fortunate to not have another Jaina. So I assume, I think you were playing WoW back then, and you remember how hard it was to see. Yeah, there was like these notepads that people were sending around of like the ideal graphic settings.
Yeah.
Things. Yeah, luckily it doesn't seem like we have that today. There's no like, turn your projected textures up or whatever. Everything seems to be okay, but I think, did I just see a pull timer?
Yeah.
Or am I blind?
I heard one.
Okay.
It might just be a 17-second. There we go. Yeah, it was just 17-second. We will be getting into pool 101 very shortly. 102, 101, 102, 103, 101. Very, very shortly here on Paysniff Raznal. We are into the triple digits. It is going to be the long haul, it seems. We're on board with Roger Brown playing his Beast Mastery Hunter. And also raid leading from the inside alongside with Scripe on the outside. Gonna get some chains, head backwards here. Set up a nice line so that they're in position. Tank goes round. Tank drops his weapon, and we now move on to killing the spike ball at the very edge. We're seeing I was here's in chat. Premature, but I'm a fan. These boys need your energy. This is certainly the most challenging boss by a clear mile that we have seen so far in the Sanctum of Domination. And it's only going to hopefully get more difficult from here.
Yeah, I completely agree. Because after Painsmith, we're going to be seeing Guardian. People have been calling that the new Sludge Fist of the tier. We can only hope, because Sludge Fist in Castle Nathria was widely popular. Although Painsmith is extremely cool, I'm really excited for Guardian as well, because I think the Sludge Fist boss, or the patchwork-like bosses, are really fun to watch. They're always so tight, simple mechanics. You can focus on playing your class perfectly. But yeah, we just have to hope that that one's tuned tightly as well to get back-to-back amazing bosses.
It'd be so good.
Yeah, exactly. But looking back to this poll, everybody is alive. We had no deaths. Again, their phase 1 is usually extremely clean. Roger about to log out right there, but he changed his mind. But we're getting close to the 70% mark, and we're going to get to the first intermission. We've been seeing some deaths there recently. I don't remember the last poll we had where some people didn't just randomly die there.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah,
been a while.
But we're heading there soon.
Yeah, it's now up for the Echo Boys to prove that they've got what it takes to be the World First Guild. This is the kind of fight that will decide the fate of this race to World First. We know Limit are on their tail. I'm not sure what Limit's best now is, but I imagine if they're not already in, they're going to be in very soon working on Painsmith. Max will be devising some super secret strategies. The guy's a very good raid leader, as is, of course, Scripe. Here comes the first intermission. Now it's time to see if we can get through with no deaths, all battle reses up, and as successful as we can hope for.
4.
Yep, exactly. It's the same thing with the first intermission along with phase 1. Aside from kind of like the recent bunch of wipes we've seen, their first intermission has generally been really it has been really clean. This is like pretty scripted. The balls always come out at the same time. I'm pretty sure that the spikes, the safe areas, I do think they changed on pole to pole. I know.
Okay.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Sure.
I am. It will be in one of 3 places. So the pattern is the same. If you go far left, it'll be far right, but it can be in one of 3 places. Zalia has a recall for it. That wasn't perfect, but it prediction tells you where it could be. So it'll always be very, very similar, the pattern. It can look a little bit different. Without seeing these ads, the Stygian embers come down. They need to be taken out before they explode and one-shot everyone. We get through the first intermission with no deaths, which is a great start here for Echo. As they take down the Painsmith. And as long as we can get through phase 2 now with no silly mistakes, this could end up being a pretty healthy pool. This is typically where, again, in phase 2, where we lose someone that we don't want to lose. 2 things like spikes, it's very difficult to focus on so many things at once. And we can see here, there's going to be a good first set of those tank spikes. Second tank hammer is going to head out, and we will repeat the process, hoping that things go good. Barrier going down here, traps coming down for Roger to soak. He will soak one, wait a second and a half, soak another, and he may leave the last one to be soaked automatically by the spikes. He may go for it himself. It's going to be actually really close. Okay, he's going to be able to get through. Still no deaths here, Stake Points. Is this going to be the one? We can't say just yet, but guys in Twitch chat, it's starting to look pretty hopeful.
Yes, it's looking so good. Usually at that overlap there with the hammer and the people with the chains, we usually see some deaths there due to individual reasons. I think he probably...
Mirrors.
No.
We have battle reses. We have one and a second one very soon up, so this isn't the end of the world. Mirrors will need to get back up, get rebuffed very, very quickly. Of course, he loses his Augment Root, his Foon buff, so he will be that little bit less tanky. But it's not over yet, by any means. We have another battle res in 3 seconds coming up. You can see that at the bottom of Roger's screen. We cannot afford to lose any other members. Roger handling this masterfully. We're getting closer to the phase 2 intermission. As long as Roger doesn't go down here, he's actually quite low with damage coming out. Gets topped off, very nice. They're taking down the balls. And now they just need to dodge this last set of spikes, and we'll get into phase 2 without too many issues.
Yes, this is exactly what we were talking about, where we need to get into that last phase with everybody alive. And in addition to that, in addition to that, a B-Res would be super helpful. Because in phase 3, the times they have made it there, that's when people start to rot out, so they can at least have that one fail-safe, which is the battle res, if they can make it into there. We also, regarding the second intermission, which we are just entering now, we haven't seen the times that they have made it here. We haven't seen too many people die here because it's just like the first intermission again, just a few different patterns. Dangerous fire spot there, but they all seem to avoid it. But everything seems to be going really good. If they make it here without deaths, we could see a possible new best here.
Yeah, not only that, the phase 2 intermission is actually a little bit easier for the boys here in Echo because they use the Warlock Gateway to get over the wall that cannot be dodged. So we should see that soon. Okay, we're going to see a couple of blinks, some using the Warlock Gates, some blinking. Everyone standing up strong right now. No players have gone down. We do not want to jinx this, give it a cast but this is a very solid pool. Very, very nice bait there backwards. You can even see the weak aura telling them to do so. And now we move forward once again. We're going to have one final set. There is the gateway that's taken. All the ads will spawn in the same place. We're going to see that Wild Spirits go down, AoE coming. If these ads go down, we get into the final phase. Everyone is up. The battle res is available. They just need to focus, and this could be it.
Those ads were taken down so fast. None of them were even close to getting a cast off. It looked like the bar was maybe at 80%, which is actually they just died so fast. It wasn't a worry at all. They're absolutely destroying the balls there. One of the warlocks. Oh, they actually.
They're okay.
Oh my god, I thought they were dead.
So did I. That was like 1%. Okay, everyone's still alive. They need to focus. They cannot get hit by spikes here. Every player has to survive. Lust has gone out. The boss is burning. Boom's dropping. And we see him dropping down to below 20%. This is the best pull we have had so far today since me and State Loins took over. The traps needs to be handled very well. Roger looking at those frames, making sure no one dies. Everyone is alive. Healing is very, very, very crucial here. He's going to be able to get through. Still everyone up. We're dropping below 20% here. Oh no, Azalea's gone down. There is a battle res. They need to bring him up straight away. There's not.
They just had a Warlock die, but they got him up immediately. It's possible they might be able to do this with one down, but they cannot have a single...
No, Roger! He didn't hit his disengage. Okay, it's still possible. It's only 1 DPS and 1 healer. The boss has 17%. If everyone can stay alive, and we're now with fragments even, this is still doable. It's going to be very difficult. They have to burn as the boss gets to below 15% here. We see him starting to fall down. There is an enrage. That is what we are fighting against here. Spikes will slowly fill the room when we get closer towards it. I think there's one more tank frontal and then we hit it. We're going to bring up the comms very shortly to hear how things sound once the boss gets below probably 10%. We'll get them up. No other players can afford to die here. We're getting closer and closer. Spam the chat. We're bringing comms in now. Let's see.
Traps coming, you dodge and throw it near the middle. Mechanics will do the traps. Mechanics doing them. Reverse rally too, yeah. Throw the... I have full pump in the middle now. Watch the spikes from the tank, creeping in. Yeah.
So many fuck ups. And it's 6%.
It's so like it's so fucking good. See, like now look at Winter last phase with all the rests. It's so like fucking kill him. It's so good.
Yeah, I love it, but.
Oh my god, that pull is so close. They just had like those silly deaths. It was the same thing. They had like a silly death, like a disengage one. Oh, that must have been so frustrating. You can see what happens with the enrage there. The spikes slowly come in and they will take over the platform. But you know, as we said earlier, if they just get to that part with people alive, it's fine. Unfortunately, they had like a second Warlock death and then they had to use the battle res. But then we unfortunately saw Roger not forget, but who knows, there might have been a little input lag and he didn't disengage back on the platform. Things started to fall behind. It also became really dicey with one of the healers dying. They were able to keep everyone up for the most part, but that's where the raid rot started to kind of take over the raid. It was really, really, really good pull. It was a new best, and I couldn't quite catch the percent. It looked around 5%. Did you see it?
6.06% is the new best percent in the world for Painsmith Raznal. Echo just getting a little bit closer, 2.5% improved. We can see here players just grabbing a few more consumables, getting everything they can, swapping their appearances so they look very pretty as well. We're on board, with Deep Chase. We're so close, so close. Even with everyone alive, that DPS check is very harsh. But 3 or 4 DPS went down is the difference there. Also, if there was another battle res, we did lose a healer. The healers would have been able to do more DPS. It can be done. The math has been done. We just need another pool like that without losing Roger and a couple of others. We're very, very close.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it just felt so intense. I went into this being kind of tired, but I'm coming out of this now being like, I am rejuvenated.
The adrenaline is we're not even playing, and I hope you guys in chat are feeling it the same way, but the adrenaline right now is flowing, and these boys in Echo, they really, really, really need your support. They need your love. They need everything you've got. Get some copy pastors, as my dog is barking at me. Let's see it. Let's send it to Echo. They need it. This is the hardest challenge they have faced in the Sanctum of Domination. Here we go. I'm seeing them. That's what I want. Nobles, res Roger. Can't res him if he disengages or doesn't disengage off the edge, but we're getting closer and closer to the kills.
Yeah, it is getting so much closer. That they are really at the point where it isn't kill range, because it's not. This isn't one of those bosses where they've run into it where everyone's alive and they just didn't quite, meet the check or something. This is where they're down enough people, and seeing that many people dead, and then it ended with the boss being at 6%. They can absolutely make these damage checks. At the end of the day, all of this is all of them just making it there alive. That's all they need to do. It is so close. It's just, oh my god, I'm having so much fun watching. Like, we gotta see this kill. I really thought it'd be earlier, but they're just so close.
Yeah, they're gonna have a brief chat, a brief, debrief after that, because they do need every player to get through this. They need every player to survive. They need to figure out what is going wrong so they can adjust and get things sorted. We don't expect to see any changes in terms of groups or composition at this point because they are so close. 6% is our new personal best. It is the new best in the world. They haven't seen that final 5% often. So it's again similar to Denethrius last year, where even the last few percent, you need to understand the patterns, you need to see it, you need to feel it, you need to experience it. We have seen all of that now. It is time to see Hainsmith Raznal die. Scripe going on a motivational speak. Roger with his support. I'm sure everyone in the venue is feeling it right now. They want this guy dead. They want to move on. And we as casters, you in chat, we all want to see it.
Yeah, especially after seeing that last poll, and again, this was just purely, it was purely gone because of just like, some early deaths and not having everyone alive. I'm sure this even more reaffirms their decision to hold on to the splits. They know they can absolutely kill this boss without doing the splits now, which would give them an advantage if they can especially pull it off soon, because gear right now is not the issue. It's just staying alive. Their healers are doing a phenomenal job. When they're all alive, nobody's dying to rot. Tanks aren't dying. The DPS is like out of this world. They just need to live, and if so, their split decision to hold off would just absolutely pay off.
It does feel like we are close. We are on the precipice of greatness here from Echo with their first tier, with a major Race to Wild for first broadcast. We can see they're going to get a lot of damage done here. Start pushing Raznal. The most important thing is you cannot switch off early. This does not get you can't. Stop focusing for these early pulls. You have to be on the ball at every second. You can't get hit by a single spike. You can't take a mechanic. You can't drop a trap wrong. A tank cannot move out a quarter of a second too late. Your chains cannot stay in the raid for that one extra cast. You have to be on the ball. Pardon the pun here with the balls now spawning. So far, so good in phase 1. They're going to kill these balls. They probably wait for another set before they push the boss in order to get cooldowns back off of the opener. We don't want to see Raznal hitting 70% until the last possible moment, really, or very close to it. This is poll number 102. Will that be the magic number? We're going to get to find out in just a few short minutes as the boss is now getting closer and closer to that intermission stake lines.
Yep, we're getting to the intermission. We saw last poll that everybody made it out alive. Again, it is all the phases are generally the same. You'll just kind of get some different safe spots here and there, but they usually get through those intermissions extremely clean, just like they get past the first phase here really clean. After that, when they get to the second intermission, they get these two kind of dangerous overlaps where it's just like on top of the chains, you have the tank mechanic, you have the balls coming out. They usually have some people that kind of dip there, get low, but this usually saved by the barriers while they're popping the traps. So it's the same thing where again, like pretty much all the deaths I think that we've been seeing are just due to spikes or sometimes some failed platform jumps. So yep, and we're just getting into the intermission here, and hopefully no deaths. This is like the first checkpoint or so.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not a real checkpoint because you don't get to come back to this point if you die. We see the players there splitting up to bait swirlies in different positions. They all know exactly what to do. Movement here has to be perfect. They cannot take unnecessary hits. They're now going to spread out just a little bit. We're going to see the swirlies continue to be baited. Some nice blinks. Unfortunately, Canucks doesn't make his. That's that first battle res forced out early. He'll need to be rebuffed. It's not ideal. It's not a great start here, but it still can be done. He won't accept the battle res, of course, until this phase is over in order to get up for the ads. We're getting into the final set of spikes now. And we're going to bait ads to the same place. We're going to drop Wild Spirits. We're going to let Canucks get up. And we're going to blast. Healers as well, probably helping out, getting as much healing as well, of course, as they can. But these ads have to die. They are on a one-shot. Oh my god, I can't see. As Deep Shares there gets a fireball to the face. Raznal now back in. The ads do go down, and we're pressing forward.
Yes, we're pressing forward. We're in the second phase now. This is where sometimes again we start to see some of the dust. We just saw somebody get hit there. I think it was someone that also had the chains. They just died. Yeah. So unfortunately,
it's not over.
Yeah, it's not over. They can hold on to it. They can maybe just wait till their battle res is up, get them up, and still continue. But then they just cannot see any more deaths for the last phase. They can maybe afford one if it's like a healer or a non-super essential burst DPS. But it's still doable. But it's definitely up the difficulty here. Yeah,
definitely. The battle res comes up at the very end here of phase 2. Once again, I can't see it on Deep Shade's UI. I've spoken a lot about UIs over this event. Using the basic classic UI, that's kind of alpha. That's Mirez is dead as well. Unfortunately, 102 will not be the pull. We definitely can't go in with a dead tank. Players yeeting off the edge, and we go again.
Yeah, this is kind of like the thing that we've been seeing most of the days. It's just, or most of these polls during this time. It's just those individual deaths there. There's just not much. There's not much more variation. You just got to get past the spikes. And just a reminder, this is much harder. Even though those spikes come pretty slow, especially if you're just a walking speed class, to make it on time and just to take into consideration the tiny amount of latency you might have. As the spikes come up, you can immediately start to walk through. So it's like you have to do it just at the right time. But it is definitely much harder if you're something like a priest or a paladin that you just have the walking speed. You also see them generally save, like, if you have something like horse, like a paladin does, you usually see them kind of try to save it for the intermission phase in case they get like a nasty pattern. So it's not like they can always just use that there, So hopefully the next one, shake it all off. Again, it's just right there.
Yeah, the players, you can see Gingy still looks in great form. We'll stick on board with Gingy for our next pull or two. See what the bro himself is up to on the balance druid. We're getting some reses out here in order to get now back up because he's not here yet. Gonna get the mass res, I imagine. Here we go, gets one now, and we will get, gets one now. We will get back into the fight very, very shortly. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. We're getting close. We can feel it. Everyone feels it right now. It's like that moment in football, not if you're an England fan, I guess, where you can just feel a goal is coming, where the pressure is there. It's non-stop. You're really, really close. And hopefully we do get that goal, that home run, that touchdown, that world first kill on Paysmith Rasnol. All has started. We're on board with Gingy, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I completely agree. It just feels so exciting, that the feeling that it's right there. But the difference is Twitch chat, we're well behaved, right? We're not gonna go out and, oh wow, there's an early death already to the spikes. Oh, that's gotta be a
yeah, unfortunately Phil doesn't get it perfect. He is going to be brought back up. They are going to keep going. I guess the good news is it's early, the battle res has time. There's no good news here. It's at a phase where there's not as much going on in order to rebuff, and we're not pushing the boss as hard as we possibly can at this point anyway, because we want to phase at a certain time. So it now means we cannot afford a single other mistake, as we see Gingy moving out here with his chains lining up perfectly. You can see the overlap here, so pixel perfect. They know exactly in the square where they're allowed to stand. Healing very intense early on. I mean, you see how quickly they change targets, how quickly they move onto those spike balls. Wish my guild could do it that way. We're getting close. We're starting to feel it here. Gingy gonna blink over as long as he doesn't make a mistake. Oh no, he's actually gonna end up just running instead and saving his soul shape. Every player still alive. No battle res on board here. Gingy's battle res is tracked just above his fight timer at the bottom left-hand side of your screen, above healing done. So we can see the next one in 3 minutes. And now it's time to move into that intermission after the next set of bulls, I believe. We're going to wait for them to spawn. Chains will go out. Bulls will spawn. We'll kill the bulls, and then we'll phase.
Yeah, this poll already, because they used a B-res, is going to be a bit more rougher. But chat, we can help them out. Spam, dodge left, dodge right, res fill. You know the pasta. We got to give them the pasta, give them the fuel. We just got to get through this intermission here. And then... hopefully we get into the second one. Once again, see no deaths there, and then get past the second intermission. All of this is the same thing. It's clockwork. Like, they absolutely got this. Everybody looking super safe here. The healer's doing an amazing job. They are making this boss look like it does not do that much damage.
It's insane. Absolutely insane. I mean, look at Ryson right now. Zalia really not even having to heal, as we see him only at 3.8k. He's blasting the DPS instead, trying to make this easier, trying to really min-max this fight. And as Sateline said, we need the Echo boys to make some Echo noise. Let's get closer and closer to this kill. We need you guys to turn up. We need the players to turn up. We need everyone to turn up in order to help Echo get this. Gingy threading the needle. Clicks goes down. Unfortunately, another loss here. We don't have a battle res coming up for 2 minutes. Gonna make this phase 2 that little bit more tricky, and also mean we cannot have one more mistake.
4, 3.
Yeah, the only stakes that we want are me casting right now, I think. Anyway.
Awful.
So
awful.
we just got past this. We have to have them now DPS the ads down. Again, they cannot get that final scream cast off, because if they do, it's just going to be a raid wipe. They had about 2 seconds left on them, which is actually extremely safe. DPS also doing an incredible job just nuking those down. We're getting that first tank mechanic with the chains overlap coming in now. Again, same thing. People, no one even looked close to dying. They're DPSing the edge down. Everybody's coming through, and then they're gonna have to get the chain players to slip through, which it looks like they did successfully. We usually see a lot of deaths around that point, and again, we're having a similar overlap happen here. So hopefully they can get through this. The traps spawning. Everything else is looking okay, aside from, again, the person's just kind of dead on the floor at the moment.
Yeah, it's a problem to use someone like to lose someone like Clicks, excuse me, here, because he is also an innovate that the priests will need. We see Ryson down at 50%. Zalia still has a bunch of mana to come in later in the fight, but Disc is a mana intensive class. The Holy Paladins, on the other hand, will be very, very safe. We see more spikes coming in. The ball needs to go down. No more deaths just yet. Hoping we can stabilize here as the battle res is up in 20 seconds. But this dodge, very, very important. Cannot afford to lose any players. And it looks like they're going to be able to get through. Every player starting to drop a little bit in terms of healing. And we do see Zalia has been forced to bring out his heals. He was at 3.8k. He has doubled that in just a matter of moments. Another barrier goes down. Roger Brown soaking these traps in perfect timing here to ensure that they are soaked before the spikes get here. Cannot afford to lose anyone else. Once again, incredible play here. Gingy doing a great job. Rebirth coming in to get Clicks back up. We are now back to a 20-man roster, and we're getting closer and closer to phase 2 intermission. If we can do this perfectly, there is a possibility this could be good, but the damage is unbelievable right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking a little bit longer to get that ball down. We saw one of the druids dip extremely low. There's a little bit of a rot going on now, but it looks like the healers are starting to recover it. We're going to be phasing soon. The traps are out. The hammer is out. A lot of damage is incoming here.
Oh my gosh.
The whole rate just dropped so low. All the barriers are already used up. They're probably just saving it. They're probably just saving it for a little later on. Oh, we just saw one of them go down.
The DPS difference from losing one of those boomkins just a bit too much. We will phase. We do not have a battle rest for 3.5 minutes. We have no more Jimmy. Jimmy is down. Saving Private Jimmy. So unfortunately, we're going to be 19 manning us from the end of it. Probably is possible with 19 men, but excruciating, exceedingly difficult. We cannot lose a single member now without a shadow of a doubt. They will not have the DPS if they were to lose one. The healing, as we can see, is so intense right now. More spam, Twitch chat. Let's go. More spam, and let's make this happen.
Yes, exactly, chat. Remember, we gotta drain these balls so Painsmith falls. We actually just saw a healer go down. I know that we said we can't really see another death, but if the other remaining healers can 3-heal this, again, it's possible it'll be okay, but also, in addition to that, losing that tiny little bit amount of extra healer DPS might also hurt them as well. But it looks like they're still putting in their all. They're still trying their best, and they get the other set of ads here. Again, 1 DPS down, but it shouldn't be too hard for them to be able to kill all them before they get the final screencast. We see this chain start to go out. Nice innervate weaker. We love to see those. But here they go. Otherwise, this pull is actually looking pretty good. I'm not sure how much harder it's going to be without the DPS, but we do know it will make it a lot harder.
We haven't lost anyone else set to that next set of traps. Everyone is looking pretty good. The tank hammer, of course, doing huge damage as well. These balls getting taken down. We can see they're even getting cleaved a little bit to build up that extra energy, because it can equal more DPS. No one getting hit by the spikes once again. The players playing that absolute hearts out. We are down below 25%. As I finish my sentence, there we go. Everyone up except the 2 that died in phase 2 intermission. The healing so intense with Ryson, one of the best priests in the world, already fallen. They need to pull this out. They need to play better than they've probably ever played, or at least up there with some of the best they've ever played in order to do this. It's going to be difficult. We're getting close, and we do see the knock there onto Gingy. He is going to be able to stabilize. Oh, but he took too much damage and ends up falling.
Oh man, that was just looking so good. It's I hate to even say this, but it must actually just feel so bad for some of the DPS that die a little earlier, especially to some silly mistakes. It's just like, because this right here would have been an extremely good pull. We just cannot have those silly deaths. We really just cannot be going to that last phase without any battle reses.
No, unfortunately, we need everyone to play better in phase 1 and phase 2. You cannot afford to lose people, really. Maybe one, and even then, I mean, in an ideal world, obviously everyone plays perfectly and no one dies, but this fight has such a high difficulty curve. It's so much going on constantly. They're still trying here just to get some more practice in. At this point, they know it would not be a kill. The boss is below 15%, which is pretty cool. But unfortunately, with the enrage timer, it's not possible. They really just want to see how it feels, where things are going. Talking through, in a realistic sense, the boss right now would be below 10%, probably closer to 7 or 6 at this point is where they'd want to be. But look how many are dead. This will not be a kill, unfortunately. But they're getting closer. Once again, we will have most likely a 10% wipe or very close to it. I believe in you. Cast, incinerate, chaos bolt, dead.
You know, oh my god, I actually think it would be so intense, actually, if they actually get to the kill and we start to see the enrage, and it's just at the point where the center of the platform, they're getting spiked over and over. Although I know it'll stress test the mental a bit, but I think it would be so cool if we just saw that, like, kill coming in right at the end there, because it just feels so intense, yeah.
Yeah. You hear the moo, indicating that a feast has gone down of Roger's weak auras there. What we're going to do, guys, is the players do want to take a 5-minute break here just to talk about things and just to relax. I think the anxiety, the stress has built up. It is only going to be 5 minutes. So they're going to have a talk. They're going to have some drink. They're going to, rehydrate, maybe have a snack, get their energy levels back up, stretch their legs. I recommend you do that too. It would mean a lot to me personally after losing a friend to blood clots. If you guys would get up, stretch your legs, just do one squat. Walk and get some water, do something to make yourself feel a little bit better. And I know you don't want to miss anything, but you won't. The players currently are in Bern, Switzerland, the Erupt Gaming Lounge. We're going to talk about some of our sponsors very quickly. First of all, we want to thank Logitech for providing the best headsets in the world. Some incredible equipment. We've been a really big fan of everything they provided here. I am currently wearing the new G733. You can see the logo right here on my forehead. It is perfect. It weighs next to nothing. Sound quality is amazing. It comes with a microphone. But talking of microphones, I also want to thank Blue for providing the sound to the Race to World First for Echo. They have been unbelievable. You can see us both sporting Blue microphones here, and we're a big fan of them. Next up, we have Cataracts providing the backpacks to allow the gamers here in Switzerland to get their event there safely, securely, and looking darn good whilst they do it. CurseForge, the best add-on manager in the gosh darn world. We really appreciate all of the support from them. They also have some cute plushies. If you're looking for a way to automatically update your add-ons, do it en masse. Check out CurseForge. And now we have our event partners. First of all, Esports Nutrition. Voice crack, Jesus. Talking for too long. Esports Nutrition, otherwise known as ELX or Gingy Juice, is Gingy's company that provides an incredible crash-free energy drink that will make you feel good, make your game better, and it's something you should definitely check out just to support Echo, but not only that, to support Gingy, who has been doing so kick-ass as a businessman and a WoW player. And finally, Erupt Gaming Lounge, where the players are playing from. If we could get a wide shot of that production so you can see just how beautiful this photo is, just how great the art is. There we go. We have 8 players playing at the venue. We have our host, Ariana. She's sticking around as well. We see just Gingy right now because he is a gamer and he doesn't want to miss out, jumping around there. I mean, just look how good this venue looks. We have a great interview area. First thing in the morning, you'll be able to see those players getting interviewed. We've had Scripe on there most mornings with Roger. I believe we had Gingy this morning as well with Ariana being interviewed. The guys there have been a blast. Catering's been good. It's been great. It is a great venue. The artwork provided as well. We're going to do all our thanks, and then I will get into the giveaway because I know all you guys want is free stuff. The staff behind this event, I mean, I'm going to list off a whole bunch of names. I'm going to miss people. So in terms of graphics and designs, we have I mean, the number one guy is Sinestro, who was also voicing my ear. Sam, what you've done for this event has been mind-blowing. We're really, 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 really proud to have you as part of it. You've kicked some ass. I know the boys at the top, Scripe and Roger, will be very happy with you. Thank you for making this easy for us. We've got Preheat, who's been making some incredible stuff. Max as well, Malbay has been great. Rasmus, Skog, all of these people, Yasmin, Army Strong have just been great. Marcy as well, Waj has been incredible. The venue staff have been great. Our production team, Mind Sanity, as well as some guys that we brought in ourselves. Thank you. We love you. You are not missing anything right now in terms of content. The boys are taking a 5-minute break. But I know what you guys are interested in, and that is the giveaway. Stake Loins.
Yes.
Tell me about the giveaway.
Well, before I do, I just gotta ask actually, can NA people enter, or is this EU only?
Okay, so we're just going to get that double check and confirmed. But the things that we are giving away as we find out. First of all, we have a Logitech bundle here. It's going to be a keyboard, a mouse, a headset, very similar to the one I am wearing, a blue microphone as well, Logitech and blue, and a mouse mat. All the stuff you need to be a top WoW player, top WoW streamer, everything you need to take my job for the next race to world first. We have a Catarix backpack set, which will allow you to take your gear to lands now that they're opening back up safely, securely. They look great too. They're very, very, very high quality, and we're really, really keen on them. We have a big esports nutrition ELX bundle, bunch of different flavors, couple of shakers, everything you need to get your energy in. And of course, we've got mounts, we've got gold, everything you'd need. Exclamation mark giveaway is all you need to type to do that. There we go. So things like the in-game stuff will be EU only, but all of the race giveaways are NA2. Just what I want to see. That's so many giveaways. You guys are kicking some ass. I have just heard what I believe may be the timer getting closer and closer to the break ending. Stake Coins, I want to see this boss die.
Yep. Chat moving so fast, no one's gonna notice that I entered the giveaway. So, I completely... Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. So I completely agree. You know, the boss, it's gotta be so close to dying. Again, we've seen it so many times. It's just coming down to silly deaths. This isn't necessarily like super tight timers anymore. It's right there. So yeah, they just must have been taking a small break because as we've seen, we have again just seen a couple few silly deaths. It's probably just that we need to get up, splash your face with water, go back in there. Again, they absolutely do not need to do the splits. We were talking about this earlier. No. This must have definitely reaffirmed their idea that they don't need to do splits. Nothing that they're doing here is dying to gear. Their DPS is insane. Their healing is insane. They just can't have these individual deaths that are happening to like, you know, one-shot mechanics or like you know, platform deaths. Yeah, gear does not stop you getting run over by a giant spiked ball, but it does not stop you falling off a platform. Sure, the DPS, the enrage timer is tough, but they're not getting close enough for that to be an issue. Our best was 6%, with like 4 or 5 DPS dead for about 30 seconds, maybe even a minute. That is the difference. Cooldowns will be coming back up at the very end that they'll need. Everything needs to come back up. Guys, we're getting back into it. There is a timer on our screens. We are on board with Zalia, the goddamn best healer in the world, multiple MDI champion, hair as big as all of your futures. And let's see it. Let's see this kill right now. I'm feeling it. I am too. So we're starting out the gate hot. We're getting the chain spawns along with the tank overlap. Again, with this first phase, everything is handled so easily. Everyone looks super safe. The only time that we do see deaths here are usually just the things like spikes. But again, the raid looks extremely safe. The healers are doing an incredible job. There also aren't a massive amount of like, what are they called? Stacks going out, damaging the raid. So usually it's to the point where they just keep pulling and then they wait to get into that second phase and the second intermission. Because when they get there, that's when they start to see some fall off. But again, despite the deaths in the last phase, it actually looks like they handled the last phase really, really well.
Yeah, they're doing very well despite the fact, like you said, they typically have been missing like a healer and 1 or 2 DPSs. which is, it's going to be very reassuring for them in a strange way. They've now had a break. They have rehydrated. They'll be feeling that little bit better coming into this next pull. You can see here Zalia early on, not really healing that much. He's doing 6.5k as opposed to the 9 of everyone else, but he's blasting. He's getting the damage in on Disc Priest. PIs will be rolling out, of course, as well. Not obviously sure who the PI targets are. I know it's very, very good on Balance Druids, of course. It's also, it's pretty good on Assassination Rogues, but we don't have any of them. Probably going into these Druids early on, maybe even one going into Roger, as Hunters scale very well off of the back of it. I'm not sure if PI targets Warlocks as well. Of course, they love a PI, and we're seeing them very high on the meters, so that's a possibility. Canex and Gingy absolutely popping 10,000 DPS each, and I promise you that isn't all pad either. They are just destroying the boss here, and it's time to see if they can get the job done. As we head into the first intermission, perfectly well done.
Yep. So here we go. We're going to go into the first intermission. Again, dodging things here is pretty easy. Just something that we pointed out earlier is one thing you'll notice is that they all stack together for the fire patches. A big mistake that a lot of guilds do on Heroic, including mine myself, is as people make a habit of spreading out in a long line, so it's harder to move frontward and backwards with classes that don't have too much movement abilities. But here you can see all of them stacking together, or just not quite being in the row where you're going to see the safe spikes yet. We see a Demon Hunter jumping off the edge right there. Along with our friend Zalia, and just to, get around it that way. So we have seen some people make some failed jumps, but so far, no individual deaths here, which we've kind of been seeing a little bit recently, but it's looking really good. They just have like 1 or 2 more spike sets, and then we're going to start into the beginning of the second phase.
And you see the instant switch specifically from Jimmy. He's already beaming as the ads are spawning, getting that damage done. These ads are a one-shot if they do not die in time. Final scream, getting not even close. There was still 2.5 seconds left on the final ad that remained. So the boys are doing a great job. Wild Spirits did go down, of course, adding on to that AoE DPS. We see Deep Shade right now just blasting. Reve's up there too, which is nice to see the Arms Warrior getting that Blade Storm in, spinning to win, getting a lot of damage done. And we are now moving in. We cannot afford to lose players to spikes. A very good start here from the boys in Echo. Best percent 6.06. If we can get to phase 2 intermission with no deaths, get through it with no deaths, we may even see an improvement on that.
Yep. Right here at the specific moment, this area right here is sometimes where we start to see some of the deaths. We see the chains along with the traps popping overlap. The damage does get a little bit intense here, but again, the healers just make it look so easy. So we just got through those pops pretty easily. The tank is running out with that mechanic, giving everybody some raid-wide damage, but everything looks completely fine. Now they just got to DPS the balls, get the raid through, and then get some of the players that don't have teleports with the chain mechanics running in just behind them. Again, they have to stay away from the raid because with how the chains work is if you run into anybody else, it will damage them. I'm unsure, again, if it will kill you on Mythic, but you cannot run into other players with that, so they always have to come in last, unfortunately.
Yep, so we saw it in an earlier pool. It doesn't kill you, but it's probably about 3/4 of your health. Maybe even with a defensive up. Oh, we do lose Deep... Oh, did he die?
He lived! No, wait! Night Fae, I think, right? Is that his
he popped. Yeah, he went into seed. That's okay. So that's a resource that they've lost that they ideally didn't want to lose because it can be used to stall things out. But it's okay. Still no deaths. Battle reses that are still up. There are 2 up right now. We have not hit this stage with 2 battle reses up too often. Now cannot afford to go down as health dropping. Zalia with the Shadow Men save here. We're gonna go into the phase 2 intermission very, very shortly. The boss at 41.5%. We see the enrage coming in. This is what they want. They want to have time to get cooldowns back up for Lust, and the boss now triggering the enrage ends. We're going into phase 2 with both battle reses. If they can get through this, we're going to be in such great spot, Stake Lines.
Oh my god, so far, you're completely right. So far, this is their best pull. I don't think we've seen a pull where they've gotten this far without having to use any battle reses. They can afford them to use them in the earlier ones, but again, it is so important that they keep them up here. On top of that, it's almost better that if someone is going to die, it happens in the last phase because that's when DPS becomes serious. They have a rep paladin that would benefit from it with the wings, although you definitely still just want to have the DPS up. So if anybody is going to die, it would be in this phase. You see people making these attempted jumps. Somebody almost dies, but they just get topped up really quickly. That was extremely dangerous. It looks like they're getting through this intermission really well. Nobody died. They only have like 1 or 2 spike sets, and then they're just going to phase 3 with everybody alive. This is so intense. It's looking.
And they Scarus died. 1 battle res. This is okay. He is a healer, so he's not going to lose out from the instant last DPS. And now we're going to see these ads that have to be taken down. And the Smith himself land. We will bring comms in if this looks like a kill. This is certainly being a very, very good attempt here. Guys, spam that Twitch chat. Get that copy pasta. Let's see this going. Can we beat 6.0%? Can Echo pick up a world first? They need to play this perfectly. Spike Ball's going to be taken down. Every player alive. One battle res available. Another one in 2 minutes 40. Painsmith falling now below 27%. They cannot afford to lose anyone to spikes. Focus has to be at the highest it has been all day. Every player seeming like they're going to make it through. Things looking good. Now dropping just a little bit here. Heal's going to be spammed into him. This is a very, very, very solid pool stake, Lines.
Yeah, it's looking so good. They place the traps perfectly. They're having them soak. They're having somebody soak them right after the tank mechanic hit. So the damage is looking really scary here. It's a very, very tight overlap. They have an Ashen Hollow on the ground to keep everybody alive. Healers once again keeping everybody topped off. They're getting another dangerous overlap now with the tanks. And then there's the players with the chains in the back. Everybody's got to make sure they're in that tight arena area so they make sure they don't die. People dropping really low. We almost had there, but not quite. They still have all their battle reses. It's going. It's looking super, super good right now. This could be it, dare I say it.
We don't want to jinx this, of course, but this is a very good pull. Now getting low. Mira's getting low. Both tanks falling dangerously low. The traps in the middle here, they need to be soaked very slowly. This is Alia go down. He has to be battle resed immediately. We're going to get him straight back up, and he is up already. We see the healing coming out. The boss dropping below 10%. We're going to bring comms in now.
User joined your channel.
And pop me, Robert.
Like,
Hit the ball when you can. Early, but it's fine.
Ball's fine, right?
Hit the ball, go through. Traps near the middle. Spikes creeping, go through the spikes, and near the middle, drop the mines.
I'm dead. Maris, covered.
Need to get in Jimmy's darkness.
Rise and PS, right?
Ravage rally.
PS.
I got it. Oh, fuck, man.
Holy shit, we had so much damage.
Oh,
this was a fucking kill, dude. What happened?
Oh, sure.
Maris died or what? What happened?
No, I died.
No. Robin died and then I died.
I broke my cheat earlier.
Oh, so close, but so far. A new personal best as we drop below 6% to 5.7 something. Guys, we are dangerously close. If Echo think me and Stake Lines are going to stop casting this when we're due to, I mean, they're going to have to drag me by the hair. Because we are so close. As you heard Scripe say, that was a kill. We will get there. We need every single one of you to keep on believing, put those positive vibes out towards the players, go into their streams, tell them how much you believe in them. This is so much fun to be a part of. I mean, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, that was so close. We could even hear at the end. You could hear the frustration in some of their voices.
Yep.
They're like, "Oh, that was a kill. It was right there." It started to become a bit dicey when Zalia died there. It looked in general, it was just to the traps detonating, so it was just general damage. The part that makes it especially dangerous is especially with Disc Priest, if their ramp or their type of healing gets interrupted, it's just like over. Or specifically for their ramp, I should say, right? So it's like after that they have to have the other healers kind of temporarily keep everybody up, keep them going. But then as we got into the last phase, we just saw some silly things like a couple spike deaths. I'm not exactly sure what happened with the tanks because there's so much going on at once. But like, despite that only being like a portion of a % better pull, that was still by far their actual best pull.
Yeah, we're now below 6%. 5.75, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, is the best pull. That is a stat powered by Raider.io, and we thank them very much for their help in keeping us up to date with what is going on. We go again. No breaks here. Something Echo said they wanted to work on is not taking a break. As often, they want to learn, they want to pull, they want to smash their head into this boss, and it's time for one of them to fall over. Be it Echo, be it Painsmith Rasno. We're on board with Mirez, the tank that unfortunately did end up dying in that last pull. We're looking to close this out, to finish again. We go again. And Stake Lines. I just want to see this. I just want to see him die.
Oh, same. That's what I'm here for. I came here being like, well, I'm sad that Echo is so good at the game that I'm not going to be able to see too much Painsmith, but here we are, but they're getting closer and closer. That little mini break that they had was like, or it wouldn't even be considered a break. The downtime between the pulls is so small. They probably just want to keep up that focus, keep up the energy that they had on the last pull, which again, it was by far their cleanest. They went into the final phase without any B-reses being used. You had a really close call with the Warlock going to the pod form, but it was completely fine, completely recovered. Any of the damage that was needed there was covered by the rest of these amazing players. So we just got to get back there again. None of the silly deaths in phase 3. It is so close. It is looking so good right now. Yeah, the adrenaline is flowing. I can't sit still. I feel like I've had 100 ELX elixirs in a row, because this is just so much fun to be a part of. Thank you so much, everyone that is here joining us tonight. I know it may be getting late, or it may be a busy part of the day. It's very warm here in England, but it's warmer here for the Echo Boys, surrounded by the lava of Painsmith Rasnell, screaming Anvil. We are hoping to see him go down soon. Mira's going to move out here with this tank. You can see how difficult the movement is. He doesn't have a lot of time to get perfect. And also the damage, very high. And then he has to get back in perfect time in order to get the DPS in himself. Now, going to drop a little bit low, but we're okay. A decent phase 1 as we now move into the intermission. Yep. The upside is as well with these mechanics is like, everyone can see that this boss is, the floor is cut into a grid. I just can't imagine how much harder placing and spacing these mechanics would be if it weren't for the fact that you had the grid, because it's like the tank gets like they get the 3x3 that spawns per mechanic. And then the DPS have to, they have to position themselves perfectly in like a diagonal area. I have actually seen it done in a different way, but it looks like Echo's using the standard diagonal strategy. But yeah, the movement just has to be perfect, and Blizzard was nice enough to give us a little bit of graph paper to work out exactly where we need to Canex unfortunately does go down. Now, it's not the end of the world. We have a battle res available. He will be brought back up, and he will accept it just as the ads spawn at the end of this phase. They're all going to be put together right now. Oh no, one more set. 2 more sets. How am I so far off here? We will, the ads will go now far right. They will all be put together pretty far back, as you can see. We'll see an I-beam as soon as the ads spawn. We're going to see some absolute destruction here onto these ads. They have to die in 12 seconds or they will one-shot the raid. Canucks back up. That does mean we are 1 battle res. Let's try to see if I can see the battle res counter here on this UI. Doesn't look like he is tracking it. It usually comes up at the very end of phase 2. The battle res counter unfortunately is behind the camera, but I'll be able to let you know like if it's back up just by the amount of times I've cast this fight at this point. We're getting close though. Yep, it definitely comes up sometime in phase 2, so we should just be, it should be coming up very soon if it isn't up yet. But yeah, everything so far is just looking really good. Prior to this, again, the best pull that we saw, the B-reses, they were used on silly deaths. So if nobody ends up dying in the later of this second phase or in the second intermission, it'll still just be, they'll be at the exact same spot that they were. So this still technically could be considered one of their better ones. Again, if they just get into phase 3 and then they don't have anything silly happen, it's completely okay. There, I think we just saw him do something new. He actually went behind the balls to drop his... I've seen him do it once before. I'm not sure what he's using. I guess it's bop, right, in order to do it. I see anything I can think of in which he's able to get through there without taking any damage or getting stunned or anything. So interesting use there, just absolute optimization to the maximum here. You can see Painsmith Rasnell dropping now to 45%, getting closer and closer to that second intermission. We'll be aiming to push him probably after the next set of balls. Oh, that was sketchy. Someone booping. Miro's there. He just manages to miss the spikes, but he's going to be okay. This is, I mean, as we said, 1 wrong step and you are dunzos. Oh, yeah, that was terrifying. Only gave him a little boop on the nose. Probably just a friendly one, but he looks like they... Oh, actually, it looks like there's a death. I actually didn't see what they died to, but that does mean they're... the bottom right? I swear to God he died.
No, Jimmy's alive.
All right, maybe I'm blind. Maybe I'm going insane. Jailer's taking over my thoughts. Either way, everybody is alive. They just hit that 40%, so they're going into the second intermission right now. This has been another semi-sore point where they have individual deaths, but all they need to do is make it through here, nuke down those ads. People's health is dipping a little bit low. Again, they just had a death.
So chat informing us, obviously we're watching a lot of things here, that it was just Wait that died, and the battle res was just immediately used, like instant cast. Unfortunately, this isn't going to be the one and the players are going to reset. I have to sit back a little bit here. I'm so close to my screen when we're getting closer. I'm very calm. I'm very composed. Not a great pull there, but we are still edging closer and closer to the kill.
4, 3.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. They had those BRs early, which again is completely recoverable. Those are just your 2 safe points. But yeah, again, when we're talking about the intermissions, that does seem to be somewhat of a little bit of a sore point right there going into it. Again, and something that we talked about earlier is that all the healers they have, they heal by DPSing things. The disc technically can, DPS and get their atonements out in DPS, but it's a bit difficult with all the movement. Not all of them are instants as well. You know, you can move while casting penance and all that, but it makes it a lot more difficult. The Holy Paladins especially would struggle with that, so healing during the intermission is dangerous. We saw everybody going into it was pretty low, and then they were dropping down, so that was, if they didn't just wipe there, that was going to be a very, very difficult intermission.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, Jeef has been a throughput monster. He's such an incredible Holy Paladin. We're getting close. I know we keep saying it. I know we keep repeating ourselves, but we are there. We just need 1 or 2 more pulls similar to what we've already had. Guys, thank you so much for spending your evening with us. We can even see they're actually looking at BOEs right now to see if there's anything that could be an improvement. Roger having a cheeky little look like, what can I grab? You can see if there is a way to get an extra % of damage, they will grab it. One thing I have noticed is going into the intermissions, they start getting the boss closer to 67 and 37%, just getting that extra damage in so that the enrage is slightly lighter. We can still, the math has been done. They do not need splits. They know that they can kill it. They have worked it out. They do have a team of analysts, of course, working on it. They have outside the raid raiders. They know they can kill this. It is gonna happen.
Yep, you definitely have to keep in mind too with the splits, because sometimes you might want to do splits earlier because it'll at least, even if you know you can kill the boss, it will at least save you time. We got to keep in mind we are only on okay, my time zones are messing with me. Is it Wednesday EU right now?
Thursday,
right? It's Thursday. It's very early in it's okay. I'm sorry. It's very early in the week, right? They have so much time. They have so much time to do this that the actual wall where there would be like, I don't know if we can do this, would come later in the week. So you definitely don't need to make the decision for splits this early on. American brain, I know. I'll give you that one this once.
5, 4,
I'm like, oh, I lived in Australia for a portion of my life. I'm here. The time zones they're just all over. Oh, leave me alone.
No, we are in fact ahead of you. You are minus, I don't know, 6 probably ish. What time is it for you there?
1:30 p.m. for me.
Okay, so yeah, you are minus 6 from me. You're minus 7 from the roam town. There we go. And this is the classroom. We are teaching time to stake lines, the fully grown adult. Okay, we are into our next pool. This is pool number 106. And we're going to see if this is going to be the one to break the curse and take the boss down. We are our best still sitting at a 5 3/4 percentages. Speaking of maths, we're going to go over it that way. And we're just waiting. We just need to have a clean phase 1, a clean phase 2. If we get that, if we get everyone into phase 3 and the tanks don't die and we don't lose a healer, it can be a kill any pull now.
Yeah, right now we're just kind of sitting in the dangerous phase waiting room. Again, their phase 1 overall is just extremely clean. It is really, really rare that they get deaths here. We did see a portion of the stream, like maybe an hour earlier, where we did see kind of some repeat deaths, usually to things like spikes. But yeah, we're at the point now where it's like, we just get past this, we get past the first intermission, and after that, it's just eyes glued to the screen, watching to see if anybody dies. All their damage has been really consistent. The ads that are spawned at the end of the intermission have not been a problem at all. So right now, we're just waiting to get to the actual scary phases. Everything else here is just done like clockwork. It's done perfectly. A little bit of confusion on who's standing where, but they have plenty of time to figure it out. So, and we're getting close to the 70% mark, which is where we're going to see the first intermission. And yeah, we're almost getting to that point.
Take a deep breath. More copy pastas. If we get close, of course, we will bring up comms so everyone can hear what it sounds like when a world first is picked up. Right now, 5.75%, as I said, is the best. Everyone alive, start to hit the intermission. They do as much damage here as they can, as you can see. They can get an extra percent there, and they end at 68.1. That's damage that they don't need to find again at the very end of the fight. So they're really min-maxing every moment they can on the boss. We see here, this is a very, very important phase to not die. We've had a lot of early deaths here. It can really throw things off if you do lose someone early. Of course, battle reses are very important as the fight is very difficult in the final phase when there's everything going on and you cannot afford to lose someone. Line it up. Blinks all happen. It's looking pretty good so far here for phase 1. They all stack up to bait the embers. They move right. One more set of spikes after this. That will spawn the ads far left. They'll stack up. Oh no, sorry, 2 more sets. I apologize. One more set after this. They'll go far right, quite far back, stack all of the ads up in a place where they can get as much damage as they can. Ads will spawn in that circle. Blast, blast, blast. I-beam, wild spirits. Everyone doing what they can. They have 12 seconds before, as you can see, death, a good way to put it, but it's time to pump and see what we can do here if we can get into phase 3 again.
Yeah, again, like the damage on the ads is insane. I personally, on my UI, I turn off all damage numbers, but I gotta say, seeing how much damage that they're actually pumping out, that is so satisfying. All the numbers just taking up the screen of all the crits. It looks like, oh my god, I don't know if his health just dropped really low there. If you saw that, one of the Warlock's health just went super low.
Clicks is dead.
Oh, yeah, actually, I see it. The Warlock's in a pod as well.
Yeah.
I knew I didn't miss it.
Okay.
Yep.
It's not the end of the world. No, there's no Fs in the chat just yet. We have used 1 battle res, the second one coming up being 45 from when I am speaking, and everyone else is still up. The most important... Oh, okay, just kidding. Jimmy falls down. Again, still possible. You do want to have battle reses for the final phase in order to make it a little easier, but it will be coming up in time to okay, now we've lost 2. We're going to jump off the edge.
Yeah, we just had that final death there.
Damn.
Yeah, they're at the point now where they aren't going to like keep pulling just to practice. Like they definitely got it down. It's just if they have early wipes like that, they're probably just going to call wipes, get back in, pull right away. But yeah, this is another instance where we got to that point, right? We got the second phase, we got to the second intermission. We're generally just kind of seeing people picked off there. But again, if they could just get through that to that phase 3, and it, like you said, it would be really beneficial if they could go in with some of the battle reses.
Yeah. I mean, we are 3 hours and 41 minutes in. We here as casters probably have time for 2 or 3 more pulls. As we see Stakeline's cat in the background. Boots, just hanging out. I remembered the name. Being part of the cast here. Guys, again, 25,000 of you here right now. That is a lot of people. We love every single one of you for hanging out with us and choosing to spend your evening or day or night, wherever you are in the world, with me and Stakelines and the rest of the Echo team. Thank you so much. The only thing that I can hope for now is that we can get you that kill before we disappear. If we do not, there's 2 very capable casters that will be replacing us, and I'm sure they'll be able to bring the energy levels that we've tried to bring. Time for another pull. Time to get things happening. We are following
5,
Roger Brown.
4,
and hopefully we can see it.
Yep, so they're starting their pull. Same thing. This is literally just phase 2 waiting room. For the last few pulls we haven't seen them die at all like in the first phase. Everything here again is done like clockwork. You have the tank taking out the mechanic. We're gonna see a big burst of damage that the raid takes. Everyone survives. Again, super easy, especially with the amount of DR that these healers bring. They're gonna be damaging the spiked ball. Whole raid is gonna run through, and the people with the chains are gonna follow, unless they're able to teleport, which it looks like both of them were able to do, except the boomkin in the back. It looks like, I think they were convoking. I think I recognize that mechanic, or that that visual. But yeah, everything's looking so good. They're 13% away from the first intermission. They're having the second set of traps go out. We're going to see Roger soak them masterfully, making sure to wait 1.5 seconds between each one. You see the chains come out here. I've seen this overlap before. I have seen him sometimes pop the 4th one, but it looks like he's just going to let that one, or leave that one to pop by itself, or get a mechanic to pop it while standing out for the chains. And they're breaking that second wall, and we're going to be heading into the first intermission really soon here.
Yeah, every player playing their heart out right now, trying to make this happen. They know that me and Steakloins are leaving, and they want to give us this kill alongside every one of you that is with us today. The boss is 75%. They will wait for the next set of balls before phasing it in order to get as many cooldowns up as possible. We are on board with Roger Brown. This is also the point of view that Scrape, the raid leader, has. We can see already people moving into permission here. Roger actually moving, because there's no DPS, he moved just in case he got the chains. Just because he had nothing else to do, so he had a little bit of a run around here. Gives you a minute to just chill. You do not want to push the boss too early here, because there are sometimes they want to sort of exploit. I guess not exploit, wrong word. They want to make the most of. Boss will now get pushed as these balls roll off of the edge, and we move into the intermission, trying to get as much damage. Actually, another thing that they're trying to do, and we saw it happen there, is they're trying to boss below 70% as he does another mechanic, so the spell queuing takes effect and they can get that extra 1% damage.
Yeah, we've definitely had a somewhat of a negative relationship with Blizzard and the spell queuing. The most recent notorious example would be Stone Legion, but now we're turning the tides in our favor. We are trying to use that spell queuing to get a little bit of extra damage. Although this isn't necessarily spell queuing, you kind of saw the same sort of loosely similar thing with Soul Render, where you can just pull the boss back so it takes a while to walk in. But yeah, we're turning the tides in our favor, doing the first intermission. We don't have any deaths yet, which is looking really good. Then we're going into the second phase, and again, we're just hoping we can get through that without any of these like silly spike deaths. We're just about to see the last set of spikes, and then when the boss comes down, along with it are the ads that are spawning. Immediately, we're seeing him beam into them. AoE damage is absolutely absurd. The screams never get even close to casting, and now we are beginning the second phase.
Yeah, the boss now dropping below 66%, and we're hoping for an order 66 here on the Trap Maker of Torghast. Every player right now focused to the nth degree. I've just had a tweet from the casters that are taking over saying they can't wait to call the kill, so I'll be really happy if we can get it. Guys, once again, we need that energy. We even see the Lord Scripe's prayer in chat right now by Daisy, one of our mods. Thank you so much to every mod here. Get it spammed, get it copied, get it pasted. And we are hoping desperately that this could be the opportunity. Right now, one battle res up, second one available in 45 seconds. We're in a position we've seen many, many times. And as long as no one dies to these spikes, no unnecessary deaths, a good start here to phase 2.
Yep, we saw everything happen perfectly there. All the people with the chains got out. We saw Roger once again masterfully stepping on the spikes or stepping on the traps. Nobody getting hit by the spikes. He has a bit of a tight timer to do it because he has to detonate them before the spikes come through. However, if it's delayed, it's possible he could let the spike do the last one. But again, you have to make sure that there is that 1.5 second buffer between detonating all of them. We're seeing the same thing here. They popped a barrier just to help mitigate the damage of the new trap set. He's having plenty of time to do it. This overlap isn't necessarily too nasty, but you're starting to see the people with the chains move out. They got to make way for the rest of the raid, make sure to not run into them, and then they're starting to position themselves for the next spikes that spawn on their axes. The rest of the raid is going to be DPSing the spiked ball, going to make a hole to allow everybody to get through. You saw a really close call there with the spikes coming up, but they all stood in the right spot, made sure to not die. Sometimes we would see people die to those spikes there. They just got to step over this without anybody getting hit. And it's really, they do it. They're going to be going into the second intermission now. No deaths. All battle res is up. No DCs. Everybody's doing super, super good.
Do not say that word. Now, we still have a couple of spikes to dodge. It looks like every player is being successful. And now we have to dodge these flames. We have to dodge the spikes coming at us. In phase 2 here, we will be using the gateway at the very end in order to get all ads in the same place at the edge of the room. But this is where boys become men in the Echo Esports camp. This is where everything gets a little bit scary. Send your energy, cross your fingers, cross your toes. That everyone survives coming in. If we get through this phase clean with everyone alive, we're looking at what could potentially be a kill. We're going to see a blink here. So far, so good. Everyone is still alive here. Sakecoins, that's one of the hardest bits of the fight. Now they just need to be perfect. Narcos get so close. Oh my gosh, I think I need the bathroom after that. And now we're going to see them all go over to the gateway, click it at the exact same point or very similar times. So the swirlies will spawn underneath, the ads will spawn inside the wild spirits. We're into the final phase. Both battle reses are up. These ads will fall down, seeing as the DPS is good. Next will be popped. Painsmith Raznal. It's now or never for the Echo boys and me and Steakcoins. We're going to see if they're going to be able to take this down.
Yes, we see the lust rolling. Everybody is putting all they have in the bosses. Again, the chains are getting out. They're going to DPS these orbs. It'll be really easy with the hero overlap, or excuse me, lust overlap. Sorry about that one. But it's looking really, really good. All the people in the back moving around with the chains, giving each other a turn to walk through. They just have to dodge these spikes, which again will one-shot you. The traps are moving out. We're going to see a very, very dangerous damage overlap here. After the tank mechanic, they're going to start detonating the traps. The healer's keeping up the raid really well. He's just getting to 20% at about 10%. Again, if it's looking like a kill, we're going to bring in the comms. We have another set of chains coming in along with the spikes that everybody has to dodge. It looks like so far everybody...
Oh, two players died. We got battle reses. We have battle reses. We're going to see them brought up immediately as both of these players essential in order to hit that DPS check. We see them now coming up. They'll probably accept it pretty soon. Maybe going to wait for Spike Call. We see Turtle coming in here in order to get through. The battle res is accepted. 20 players on the field for now. The boss dropping to 15%. Oh, Ginger's dead. That's a big DPS loss. There is no battle res now. That's a lot of single target DPS. Here we can see, though, that the Warriors are still alive. The Warlocks are alive. A lot of the single target DPS is alive. Once we get to 10%, we will bring in comms. It's going to be a war. It's going to be a battle. Everyone focused right now. Is this going to be it? We cannot afford one more death. It is going to be so important. And here come the comms.
On the ball.
Good. Don't walk too far. Don't walk too far, clicks. Good.
He sack me.
Okay. Traps, you go near the middle. Don't blow the traps by mistake. Traps near the middle. Let Roger and do not touch the traps. One outside, Roger. One outside, Roger.
Darkness, personals, Rever's Rally. Healthstones, everything, live.
Let Roger handle it. Okay. Go to the middle. Watch the spikes creeping from the tank. That's fucking it.
Middle
Okay, let's push,
clear
push.
Blast.
Come on.
Narco, you will pop Revis, okay? Not yet.
Let's go!
Oh, nice.
Yes!
Let's go, boys.
Let's go, boys!
Let's fucking go!
I got a shot.
Let's go, dude.
Let's fucking go, dude. I got a shot with another.
Guys, we have some leggings. Let's go.
Guys, how about some splits? Oh, let's
Well played, boys.
Oh my god.
Oh, yes.
Clean kill, PogChamp.
Holy fuck, dude. I don't think I've ever 6 times in my life.
Oh my god.
That's like one person.
Well,
And gentlemen, everyone that is joining us, that was the world first Plainsmith Raznal. You were here, you saw it. Echo are taking the lead. I'm not allowed to say it, I'm going to say it anyway. Let's fucking go. Echo are sitting into first position.
Yes, that was so amazing. And again, this is where we see that the splits are going to pay off. They killed this boss world first without doing the splits. That was so impressive. They just had they had everybody going in there. Exactly. It's so jittery right now. The phase 3, they went in there with the battle reses. They had to res 2 people in there, but they had Gingy die at the end. The enrage basically hit. They were all just being like destroyed by the spikes, but they just pulled out that little DPS at the end and got the kill. It was so impressive.
That was a moment that I've hoped to be a part of my entire life. I'm going to bring up the leaderboard because there is a change at the top. The mountain has been climbed. The Plainsmith, he will fall. There we go. He is gone for Remain. And wow, what a way to finish off Mine and Stakecoin Shift. 110-ish pulls. I'm not sure of the exact number. Absolutely unbelievable. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations to Echo Esports. That was a monumental time. There are 30,000 of you joining us right now. And I can tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, that Plainsmith Raznal is dead.
Yes, he is, and he is there to stay dead until next week. Assuming that we don't see these bosses die on the first week. That difficulty was insane. I'm so glad that the boss was as difficult as it was. I think it was a great amount of pull count, especially for a center boss like that. And the other great thing is too is we're moving on to a next boss that people generally love, which is Guardian. So I love to see what they're gonna do. I think for a prediction, I think we can assume they're probably gonna attempt a few pulls, feel it out, see how hard it actually is. A lot of times bosses like that are where you might see BOEs brought in because this is truly a grit check. How much healing and how much damage can you do?
That I mean, I'm actually emotional. It was such a hill that they had to climb. One of the most difficult fights I've ever seen, and that was some of the best play I have ever seen. To lose a DPS and to still kill it during the enrage, everyone at Echo should be very, very, very proud. You saw their reactions. You saw our reactions. I may have said an F word, and I apologize for that. Sometimes, you know, it can be overwhelming when you're this emotionally invested, as I hope you all are too. It's time to take a deep breath.
Yeah, I remember there's a lot of comments being like, nah, they need everybody alive. They need everybody alive. Did you guys doubt Echo for a second? Okay, sure. They made it through most of the phase with their last DPS alive, but they still killed it with 1 dead. Their DPS was just absolutely off the charts. I just can't believe they did it. A lot of the immunities were down as well from the intermission, so it's not like too many of them could have really survived in the center, but they pulled it off. It was so amazing.
Yeah, guys, that was one of the greatest moments of my professional life. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as us. We wouldn't have got through, we wouldn't have kept these energy levels up without you. Thank you, every single one of you. For me and Stake Coins, that is going to be it. We are finished for the day. The last pull is going to be the kill, which is just amazing. As you can see, guys, there is a giveaway going, !Painsmith. Get it in and get involved with that if you want to win some sick prizes. I'm not sure exactly what they are. I'm kind of overwhelmed right now. Thank you for joining us. My name is Grant. You can find me at GrantSC2 on Twitch and Twitter. I'd appreciate a follow because I have to sell out. This is Stake Coins. She's absolutely one of the biggest talents in World of Warcraft and an incredible raider herself. It's been an honor to cast with you. I know we have a petty rivalry, but I'm very, very glad we got to do this. Thank you. Good night. I will return tomorrow. I don't know if I'm with you tomorrow. I know at one point I was, but at this point, I don't even know what's going on. It's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. We will see you soon. We'll be back very, very shortly with a brand new set of handsome casters. It's going to be Aphilus and Caxman taking you through the rest of the night. Be kind to one another. Be good. And keep cheering for Echo, and we'll be right back.
Why does everyone say Athalos? Athalos. Athalos. Well, that's it. I'm now going to call him Athalos now for the. I'm going to call him Athalos now for the rest of the cast. Thank you for that. There we go. Yeah, can do. Well, that certainly was an incredibly exciting last 10 minutes there. I don't know if you missed that, but Echo have just taken first place in the race to world first. They've taken Painsmith Rasnal down after an incredible set of attempts. That was absolutely fantastic. But my name is Kexman. I'm not alone here on the desk. I have Athalos with me, and we are also joined by Hula Hoops from Raider.io. Thank you for joining me here. We'll start with you, Athalos. That certainly was an exciting set of attempts leading up to that final kill there.
It was, and honestly, I'm going to take a little bit of credit for putting some pressure on Grant and Stakeloins. I sent a tweet out about 15 minutes ago, kind of gloating about the fact that you and I might actually get to cast a kill, and then they kind of brought it home. So that was definitely not unexpected. We knew they were super close, but it was kind of a last second, like, well, darn it.
Yeah, well, they managed to get it, but massive props to Echo on that one, and Hula Hoops, thank you for joining us here. I'm sure there's some really interesting little things that we can take a look at in regards to that kill.
In regards to that kill, yes, let me just bring that up real quickly here.
As we take a look, I just want to just early, obviously, fantastic shout out to Echo, but I just want to say, my guild's entering Mythic as well. Swagneros on Ragnaros EU, they're doing Mythic Taragru as we talk. I said to them that they would get it in 5 kills, or I would be incredibly disappointed. So to any of them listening to this, it still stands. If it's more than 5 kills, I will be disappointed.
That's right. While Hula's bringing the data up, we do see that we are lining up for Guardian of the first ones. We were talking with the team a little bit not too long ago. Our understanding is they're going to get a few attempts in here. If they like what they see, maybe they'll stay here. If they do some work on this, they may end up going for heroic splits at some point. But I understand they're going to be getting a look both at Guardian and potentially at Fate Scribe in pretty short order here. So looking forward to getting to cast a new boss with you here, Kexman and Hula.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, because obviously no one really knows anything about Guardian of the first ones. They've taken a look at the dungeon journal, they know the changes, but obviously the damage and the health value is something that is slightly unknown. So having a look at this is going to be having a look at this is going to be interesting for them. They'll garner a fair bit of information, and then that will give them more to go on when they head into those heroic slips. But Hula, what have you got for us in regards to Painsmith? Because obviously that was the first kill we've seen on that boss.
Yes. Now, interestingly enough, we saw a lot of people bringing in classes and races that had the mobility, the teleports, that kind of stuff. And, you know, we look at the composition, the Covenant composition for the Echo Kill. There's 4 Venthyr. So 4 people with that Door of Shadows skip. And we have 11, I believe, Night Fae. So quite a bit of extra mobility from the Covenants there. And I'm guessing that probably came in handy. We've got no Necrolords in the kill, not a single one. But we've got 5 Kyrian as well. So Necrolords not really making their way through to Painsmith just yet, but we might see some later on. But that was an incredible kill. That was just so exciting. You know, they went into they managed to get through that second intermission with, I believe, all their battle reses and no deaths. So they had 2 deaths right after the intermission, brought them up real quick. And then Gingy unfortunately did fall and got the kill from the floor POV. But that was so exciting. And so that is what was the final pull count?
107, 100. I think it was 107, 108. One of those. So
yeah, when I was on this morning, we were comparing Painsmith to Feta Devourer. So those of you that don't know, Feta Devourer was the 6th boss of Uldir, the first raid of Battle for Azeroth, and it was the last time we really saw a mid-tier boss put up such a fight. And we were wondering, is Painsmith going to be the new Fetid? Because it took 2 full days to die. Feta Devourer did. It took 2 full days, and the pull count was in the upper 170s for the world first kill. So happy to see Painsmith didn't quite get to that point, because that's a little extreme for a mid-tier boss. But now we're going to head into Guardian of the First Ones and Fate Scribe. You know, based on the heroic tuning, not looking to be overly difficult. I mean, we don't know, of course, we still haven't seen it yet, but you know, it's kind of an unknown at this point. But I don't think they're anticipating putting in over 100 pulls on these bosses. At least that's not what we've been anticipating. But then, of course, they're going to hit Kel'Thuzad, which we might see some triple digits on that one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So getting into this fight a bit, Caxman, should we go ahead and explain it to the audience here? So there's a number of things. Yeah. I think if you are already familiar with the fight, the first thing we'll just quickly talk about is what's different in Mythic. From what we understand, all we have to go off of right now is obviously the dungeon journal and, you know, if there's any testing done. But the main thing that kind of stands out in the journal, if you've done this fight before, you recall that there are these 3 pillars around the room periodically through the fight. And this is a fairly short fight. Typically, I want to say this fight's about 6 minutes long or so. But throughout the fight, you're going to be taking the boss to each of these at certain intervals when the boss runs out of energy. So that he stops casting essentially a raid killing AoE that he'll cast several times before they'll bring it into the pillar. The big difference, though, is that in Mythic, those energy corns, they begin the encounter drained. And so if you recall, if you've done this fight before, there's a big threat neutralization circle that's going to appear around several people in the raid. Typically, you just run that out, right? Or if you're all stacked inside the circle around one of these pillars, you want to take it to the other side. However, on Mythic difficulty, having that threat neutralization kind of overlap with an energy core actually restores energy to the core. So our understanding is they're going to have to power these cores up in some way in order for them to be available to use when they get to that AoE spam. So it'll be interesting to see how that actually plays out. Of course, this is the first time anyone's going to see this encounter on Mythic.
Yeah, and this has been effectively equated to Sludge Fist in Castle Nathria. It's the same sort of position. As you can see, this fight has a lot of damage going out. You've got to make sure that you are moving into those pools during the pure, I think it's the, I've completely forgot the first word. It's something protocol. I'm trying to remember what that first word. Purification protocol. There we go. That's the one. So here we go. Purging protocol. You can see the energy core. So you can let 1 or 2 of these purging protocols go off, and you actually want to let that happen because also throughout the fight there are little defenders that are spawned. They're almost like small balls. They will rotate around the arena. They will shoot out random bits of AoE, and if you're caught underneath them in a little circle, it will actually silence you, enabling you to cast any spells, which if you've got your healers accidentally caught out into that one, it's going to be pretty bad. And this purging protocol does break those defenders, so it gives you a little bit of freedom with those. This, however, as I've mentioned, has been equated to Sludge Fist. As we know, Sludge Fist was very, very tightly tuned. It was almost your DPS check. It was your patchwork. And Guardian of the First Ones could potentially be that fight. It's a DPS check because you have to make sure you're killing the boss on each pillar, and it is also a healing check. You are expecting to get the boss around 25% health on each of these protocols. So before this first purging protocol goes off, they want to have the boss around about the region of 80 to 75%. Then the next one, once again, another 25%. So it's going to be pretty tough. And we've spoken about sort of gear levels. We've spoken about how much damage these players are doing. Do we have any idea, Hula Hoops, of the average item level of the raid? Because we know that they have yet to go for heroic splits, which obviously is massively going to affect that.
Yeah, on that kill, actually, on Painsmith, their average item level was 235.5 for the raid. So pretty good, actually, because I believe pre-splits complexity limit was sitting at around the same. After a good chunk of their splits. So they did their KT Sylvanas splits and a normal, and they were sitting about the same. So Echo's sitting at around the same item level before they've done any heroic splits. So they seem to have a bit of a leg up. Of course, with domination sockets and shards, item level is, take that with a grain of salt. But because we could be having people wearing lower item level because they have the sockets in that gear. But yeah, so we've got some great potential out of their heroic splits, and it's really impressive that they managed to get this far without having stepped into heroic yet. So
yeah,
it's
huge. It really is huge. And just to put that into perspective as well for people in chat that are kind of wondering about item levels, 235 across the board for these players actually puts them lower than what they would be if they had full heroic gear. Heroic gear is 239. So they are doing this boss effectively under the heroic gear line, if you were fully geared in heroic. So there's still a couple of items there that are obviously, a couple of 226s, maybe a 229, and again, under geared for what is effectively some of these mythic fights. And it just goes to show that they had a huge kill on Painsmith, and I think it was yourself, Athalas, that just previously before, you said the math was correct, which I believe is in reference to the optimum DPS that each of these players could do versus the health that the boss had and the time they had to kill it.
Yeah, it absolutely was. We were kind of looking at it. I was discussing with some of the Warcraft Radio folks, like, do we feel like there's enough here for them to be able to accomplish this without leaving? And we saw in several of those pulls towards the end there that they were getting around 5-6% with a couple of people actually down. So we knew it was more than likely possible, but it came down to the wire kicks, and you saw how close those enrage spikes were to closing in around the end there. It's a fantastic clip, and I love that shot we got of the gaming lounge, the Erupt Gaming Lounge right at the end. That was pretty fantastic.
They were excited for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, taking first place in the race is huge, especially when you're looking at where everybody else is, because this boss has kind of stopped a fair few teams. We've obviously seen Limit that have been stuck on this boss. I know that Method recently got to the boss within the past couple of hours, so they're making attempts on that one. We've got Instant Dollars, BDGG, Pieces also there, and I don't think, it's going to be long until we see our next kill. I have that feeling, but, now we're looking at Guardians, now we're looking at Fate Scribe. I imagine splits aren't going to be far away. They're going to take a look at some of the bosses. They're going to see what they've got information-wise, see how much they need to do and whether or not it is worth it. But we can obviously see here they're taking a look. The boss does have 40 million health, which is a little bit more than Painsmith. And if I remember rightly... if I remember rightly, please excuse me if I'm if I'm wrong here, but Guardian of the First Ones actually has a shorter enrage timer than Painsmith does, so they're gonna have to do more damage in a shorter amount of time. Now, obviously, there's not as many mechanics that it makes them. They're not having to move as much. About. Yeah, there's less moving about, so obviously that does play a part, but still, this is going to be a really interesting, I'd probably say hour, because they'll have a couple of attempts on Guardian, they'll probably take a look at Fate Scribe, see where everything is, see how it all looks, and from there, it'll be a case of, right, what do we need class-wise? Who are we going to be looking at gearing up? Let's get some splits done.
That's right. Honestly, the team strategy is such a huge component here, right? They're not expecting to be able necessarily. Now, who knows? You know, something could happen and it changes their plans, but I don't think they're expecting at this point to be able to down either one of these bosses right at the moment. But what they want to do is they want to come in and gather some of that log data. And then ultimately, while they're out doing some of their other work that needs to be done in terms of splits, maybe, you know, a little bit of Mythic Plus, whatever they need to do to go get a little bit more gear getting ready for this, they'll have analysts that are going to go pour through that data, look it over, and kind of figure out, you know, what's the optimal level that we need to be at, what are some different strategies that we can put together now that we've actually seen this on the ground, right? They've kind of got some ideas of what they want to do coming in here, but nothing beats the reality on the ground once you get in there and get a feel for everything that's happening. So definitely think we'll see a few attempts here on both of these bosses, and then we'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, and you can take a look at the raid composition. There have been a couple of changes. I don't know if you can notice that. We do have Gingy dropping out, so there's not as many balanced druids as we saw there. I believe we don't have as many warlocks as well, so that's, you know, that's pretty big for them. The first pull of guardians is going to be coming in shortly, but again, these compositions, don't look too much into them. This is a composition that they have decided on for their first couple of pulls together, gather some information. This isn't necessarily the composition they will use for the kill, but it's one of those situations where, because there is so much unknown here, and, you know, with Raider.io, they can obviously take a look at all their compositions, they can take a look at what's going on with different groups. This now is, you know, Raider.io is now kind of, everyone's going to be looking at Echo on Raider.io, seeing what are they doing, what's happening, let's take a look at all this information. So, you know, very much an unknown, not only for, you know, the 20 people that are stood in front of Guardian in the first ones, but for everybody else that is looking up the world first data throughout Raider.io.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of traffic on the Echo page, that's for sure. And you know, everyone's trying to check out what they're doing. Unfortunately, like, you know, we don't have the raid composition data for attempts available to the public. The Echo team can see that themselves, but they can get that data and check all that out. But we don't release that, just, you know, for the integrity of the competition. If they want to find out what they're doing, they gotta check out, you know, twitch.tv/Echo Esports, so, and see what they're doing themselves. But some interesting stuff. You know, you were talking earlier about how they're actually technically under geared for the raid, and that's basically, you know, standard par for the course in the race to world first, where they're actually you know, coming in and killing things when they are under the, you know, required item level. So I was taking a look earlier at about 45 minutes ago, I kind of refreshed and took a look at the numbers of just the class and spec representation we're seeing so far. And so far, so I looked at characters that have killed at least 3 bosses on Mythic, just to take a look at that. And so what do you think the percentage breakdown is of Holy Paladins, of all the healers?
75.
I'm going to say, so percentage of Paladins as healers?
No, percentage of all healers, how many of them are Paladins?
Oh, I would probably, I'm going to go closer to, I'm probably going to say about 83%.
It's actually about 53%.
Okay.
Of the healers that have killed at least 3 bosses on Mythic. I mean, if we looked at just 4, 5, 6, I mean, it's definitely a higher percentage. But so about half of the healers that have killed at least 3 bosses on Mythic are Paladins. So we're bringing that big DR. We're bringing that big damage as well. We've got about 23% Disc Priests. So
can't wait to hear where Mistweaver is in this stuff.
Mistweaver, I gotta go down to the 4% to get to our Mistweavers. There are 4% of the healers. There's about 500 healers total that have killed at least 3 bosses on Mythic, and 4% of them are it's sub 20. We're under 20 characters have been monks.
That is unfortunate. I mean, I can't understand why there would be so many paladins brought as healers. Hello. We're stood. They've done a ready check. Guardian of the first ones is about to be pulled here in Mythic Sanctum of Domination for the first time. Let's get some hype in chat, please. let's get ready for it, and we're going to be discovering this together as a group because nobody has seen this boss yet. Nobody knows what to expect on Mythic. We can take a look at the dungeon journal all we want. We can expect various different things, but until you have actually pulled a boss, until you have seen how the abilities are all going to work, you never truly are prepared. I think Illidan was right when he says we are not prepared, and as many splits as you can do, as many splits as you want, you can theory craft as much as you want, but sometimes that all goes out the window when the boss is pulled and you go, oh, actually, yeah, this hurts. This really hurts. We're going to have to change down our cooldown rotation. So we will find out within the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, excited to see them get this first pull in. Yeah, it'll definitely happen. We'll be getting some data collected. The thing they're doing right now, they're laying out assignments. You can see they've put symbols all over the place. We're probably going to end up seeing a little bit of different symbology from what you might expect from a lower difficulty on Guardians. So I'll be curious to kind of see how they play it out. We see right now putting symbols on either side of each pillar. Often that can just simply be, hey, we want the raid to stack here, and then we want our 3 folks with the circle, the big yellow circles you see in a moment, go wander to the other side. So I know we've got some of these mechanics. Okay.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Looks as though there was a there we go. Are we going to be getting into it? There we go. There it is. Guardian of the first one. So let's take a look. They appear to be just popping Bloodlust, seeing what is going to be happening with the timings here. And you can see it's not too bad. The tank damage is okay. They're doing well. They've popped the Bloodlust. They're looking at around about 85%. Getting in those. They're charging up these stones as quickly as possible. There's the Obliterate. That's the big tank hit. There's a couple of those. And as you can see, the damage is really quite tasty on the raid. But it's not too bad. We're looking at the important thing is how they go into this on the first purging protocol. Once again, looking at charging this up. There we go. Once again, a lot of damage on the raid. There's the first purging protocol, and oh my, it chunks. They're getting everyone topped off. They're doing as much as they can. That's the second one. We're seeing people dropping down to 10%. Is this going to be enough? Will we see people dying? No, they managed to survive that one as well. Are they going to be going for 4? The absolute mad lads are going for 4. Ooh, they only had one die. They only I say that they had 2 die. Yep, there we go. So obviously they're maximizing as much time as they can with that purging protocol, because you have to make sure that you have as much uptime on the boss. We saw there with Lust, and looking at the DPS meters, we can see people above 10k, most people above 8k. That is some big damage coming from them on this single target burst. They're fully flask, fully fed. The Guardian was around about, if I can see that correct, 78%, which is actually not good enough for the enrage timer of this boss.
Wow.
Even with Lust.
Yeah.
That is huge.
That's right. There's a couple things just to quickly note there.
Oh, 70. Apparently it was 70%. 70%.
Okay.
I couldn't quite see.
Better.
So 70% is better. 70.9%. It looked as though, from what I could see on the screen, it looked about 78%. Wasn't 100% clear on that one. But yeah, 70.9. That is good enough. But the problem you then have is, can you still keep that up? Yeah, can you sustain that? You need to get 20 to 25% of the boss's health per pillar, effectively. And everyone's got to stay alive. So that is technically enough with Bloodlust. We're going to have to wait and see how they do after they've got out of that purging protocol, because if they're able to keep that up without Lust, then yeah, they're going to be looking pretty close, and they may even be able to kill this without doing splits. And I don't want to say it's possible.
We'll see.
But it's definitely possible.
We'll see. Yeah, one of the things that's really important about this fight is extending it as long as possible. And a big part of that is obviously dragging the boss to each of the pillars. So one of the things that we saw is that they were able to take 3 of those purging protocols prior to actually going in and starting to drain that pillar. But also what I thought was interesting is it's 3 elimination patterns to charge the pillar as much as possible. And I believe that the more you charge it, the longer it lasts. So that's why you want to get as many of those in as you can.
Okay.
If there's anything you can even do to get a 4th one, you can extend it that much longer. We actually saw that during the purification protocol, they were able to get another charge on it, which I don't know if that actually extends the pillar while it's already being drained or not. But I think that's interesting to kind of look into. If there's anything they can do to extend it to get another charge on it, then that would further extend the amount of time that the pillar would be up.
It looked like they were testing the waters to see, can we get through 4. They popped barrier and a bunch of other cooldowns on that 4th one, and they got their answer. The answer was no, but for now at least, because it did look like they, it looked like everyone was topped off going into that 4th one, but even with the barrier, it just wasn't enough. So I don't know if they're maybe going to change the allocation of some cooldowns, put a little more DR on there, maybe pop a Devo as well. I don't know if they did on that 4th one, but see what they can do. I'd be really interested to see if they try to do 4 again here with moving some stuff around, or if they stop at 3.
Well, they did go to. I think they weren't going to take that 4th. I believe that was effectively just a. It was they just weren't quick enough getting it to the tower, to that pillar that they wanted to. See, taking so much damage on that 2nd one, trying to get everyone topped off. What do we have cooldown wise? We are seeing. That was the 3rd one. That was the 3rd one. So we are seeing one player go down. But here we go. 74%. They need to get these out, so they're looking to try and get as much damage. You can see there is a mark on the boss's health bar there, which will probably be the 70% mark, which is where they need to get down. But that protocol, even inside there, is just doing so much damage. And, you take a look at just how much healing is being done. Scarus is pumping 17.2k. You've got Zap put 15.8, G 13.2, and it's still not enough to keep everybody alive. We're seeing even more people drop now. This boss is a DPS check, but my word, it looks as though this is more of a healing check.
And they have brought in 6 healers. Looks like 3 Holy Paladins and 3 Disc Priests. So that's, and we're still seeing those health bars get chunked quite a bit, even with 6 healers putting out that much throughput. So this is going to be a test. This is going to be a test for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they do decide to go do some splits just to get a little bit more, even just stamina on their gear, right? Every little bit's going to help them survive those protocols.
Yeah, the thing that stands out to me here is that we're looking at 6 healers, as you said, and if you go and you get more gear, can you effectively then get away with 5, perhaps?
I think that would be the play.
I do think so, because I don't know if getting to 70% on that first pillar, like we said before, if they're going to be able to sustain that amount of damage. 6 healers is a lot for a Mythic encounter. So being able to drop down to 5, I think, is going to be something they're going to be looking at. And right now, I think they're just thinking the data doesn't support it. I also think right now having an extra healer allows them to get further in the fight to establish some additional timings. So which may be that they're only doing this right now as an experiment and not something that they're actually planning on doing to get the kill later down, hopefully later tonight.
Yeah,
fingers crossed.
It's hilarious. We were talking earlier about, of all the healers that are, doing Mythic, how many are Paladins? And we're seeing, a 3-3 Pally disc split. We're just not seeing much of the other healers. There's been a decent amount of Shamans. I think we've seen about over 200 Shamans kill at least 3 bosses on Mythic, but Holy Paladins definitely seem to be winning the day. Ashen Hollow, Devotion Aura, they're just so strong, especially when you're at the world first level where you're going in and DR really wins the game.
Yeah. They are looking at Guardian in the first ones. We do have access to another boss as well. Fate Scribe is available for Echo to go and take a look at. And once they've gathered information on Guardians, I wouldn't be surprised to see them move over to Fate Scribe. Fate Scribe doesn't seem to be quite as rough when it comes to the DPS or healing check, but it does seem to be more of a mechanic-based fight like we saw with Painsmith. So they may look at getting information on that fight as well, seeing if that is doable with their current gear level. 6 healers and not being able to out-heal one of the main mechanics of the fight is going to be pretty nasty.
4,
However, the more information they get on the timings, the more information they get on how much average damage it does, means that they get more information on which cooldowns will be used when, which cooldowns are better to use in certain situations. So it looks as though they're kind of banging their head against a wall. It's only been a couple of tries, but there are some people that are saying, yeah, they need to go do splits. This isn't being killed. Necessarily doesn't mean, their attempts don't mean that they feel confident in a kill.
That's right.
It's more a case of getting the information available and being able to then properly judge how their splits are going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now they're getting data not only on the boss's health, timings of mechanics, they're also seeing just effectively in the conditions that we see right now, how much DPS are each of our folks able to put out. And then based on some sims and things I'll do later, they'll know like what do we need to get our people up to in order for this thing to be possible from a mathematical standpoint. I believe that this boss is very doable this week. We don't have the power level increase of really any heroic splits at all at this point. There were some normal splits done at one point, but especially last week. But we haven't done much in the way of heroic this week, so definitely a lot more gear available to the team, and we expect to see them go before the end of the night, probably tackle some of that.
That is absolutely disgusting, looking at the sheer amount of damage that comes through the barrier, plus all the other cooldowns that we used as well. That was super, super nasty. Guardian of the First Ones has been called, I think before I've heard it called the Sludge Fist but better boss. This is also dangerous. The pillar explodes as well. This will do a lot of damage. There's more damage coming in, but they're staying alive slightly longer here, so we'll start to get a little bit of a clue on the DPS. We do have a couple of people stepping up. We've obviously seen Deep Shade's Gingy stepping up. We saw them in Torghast, so that could potentially mean that they are looking at getting some more legendaries, potentially some new Covenant legendaries if they didn't already have them. So once again, looking at the composition, looking how the boss is going, this doesn't necessarily mean that this is what Echo is set on. This can change at any moment, but once again, there's very, very little in the way of changes on this boss in a mythic sense. We've spoken about it before. Very, very few like big mythic changes, just little tweaks here and there. And so far, they've actually been really, really solid changes.
Yeah, the big thing is really just the positioning of where you're dropping the AoE, making sure that you kind of create a little Venn diagram around that that centerpiece of the pedestal. There's not much you can do, even in heroic mode, for example. If you're a melee, you really do need to get out, most of the time, pretty much get out of range. It's not like it, because that circle is so big. So there's not a lot of drop off here necessarily in terms of DPS that we wouldn't have seen in heroic. But I do wonder if you start looking at bringing potentially more range just so that they can continue to DPS. This is one of those fights where every second of additional DPS is going to matter. That's the entire point of the fight, is to see if you can make the check or not. So at that point, do you bring a bunch of DPS knowing that they could get selected and that they're going to be out of range for a significant amount of time?
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing a wipe here. They did manage to get the boss to 50% health, and I have a feeling that while they're attempting these attempts, this is what we're going to be seeing is these 50%, potentially 49, 48%, and then slowly but surely, depending on if they continue with this boss in this state, or if we see them go and do splits, it will start to slowly but surely whittle away. Very similar to what we saw in Sludge Fist in Nathria, and again, Sludge Fist was considered a fairly big wall. I believe the first kill was after 200 odd pulls, which, and because it was such a simple encounter, it was very, very tightly tuned. And once again, this is effectively what we're going to be seeing from Guardian here.
Yeah, mechanically, this is not, this is not Painsmith, this is not FaceGribe, this is not a tough boss mechanically. It really is just, can you min-max the DPS and the HPS that you're putting through while going through the mechanics of the boss.
Well, we've just that was interesting. That was interesting. We just had a little note there from production, and we just heard a couple of words, and all we heard was they think they've got this. Now, that's huge. I don't know about you, chat, and I don't know about you, Athelis and Hula, but when you've got somebody with the knowledge and skill like Scripe who believes that they have this, I've got to say I'm inclined to believe them.
I am as well. And, we just saw there that with 3 dead, they were just shy of that 50% on that attempt. You keep everyone alive. Somehow with 6 healers, they think they can make this damage check. That just tells you how on top of the world these people are. It's just insane to think that with 6 healers they'll be able to take it down, but they seem really confident.
Yeah, and you also take a look. Look at their first pull. Their first pull was 70%, and it very, very quickly, it was over really quickly. Their second pull, 48.96%. Now,
yes, with deaths.
With deaths. So all I'm saying is if we continue on this trend, the next pull is going to be at about 18%. I'm calling it.
Okay, next pull.
At our current rate of trajectory.
Okay.
Yeah, at our current rate of trajectory, if we stay, our next pull is going to be 18%. And if I am right, I don't know what's gone on in the world, because once again, everyone expected Guardians to be a tight DPS check, and it still looks to be the same. But, you know, looking at that Painsmith kill, Echo are feeling confident, and they definitely have the players to do this here and now. And once again, if they are saying they are confident, who am I to say different?
Certainly you and I don't know nearly as well as they do, that's for sure. But goodness, with the amount of progress they're making on each pull, they feel really good about it. The big thing you want to do before you go to splits is establish that it's absolutely impossible and get as much data as you can. So if they were to go to splits, it would probably only be because they had exhausted the enrage mechanic and they didn't have the damage or healing that they needed to progress. So we'll continue to see them pull on this fight. They seem really confident. The only thing I could see that getting them to move on at this point with that level of confidence is if they get through the fight with reses available and they're still not able to somehow make that DPS check. But at this point, I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're going to be able to handle it.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look, and it is one of those discussions. Anytime you have a boss like this in a race to world first, these guilds just somehow manage to find that extra 5%, and it works out for them. I mean, important, take a look at the bloodlust, take a look at the first sort of 30 seconds of this fight. Let's see where we are coming out of the first pillar phase, because normally we're at about 70%. That's what we've seen over the last couple of attempts. If we are lower than 70%, it once again means that they have found that extra little bit of damage. And going with 6 healers is really nice. Those Ventthea are obviously going. Those healing paladins are obviously going to be pumping damage more so than most healers, and they've got disc priests in as well, which are also going to be doing that extra bit of damage. So whilst they are there with 6 healers, I can imagine those 6 healers are probably making up 1 DPS.
Yes, that's more than likely. Obviously, in terms of being able to,
at least one.
but also at least one, and especially with holy paladins, right? They've always been pretty strong in this expansion, so even more so than some other healer types. So definitely, and with the best in the world, they're definitely going to be pulling their weight.
Yeah, there's the first purging protocol going out. We do see, unfortunately, we see Fraggy going down, but they're going to get Fraggy back up, I believe. Look at that damage, but being healed up so quickly. Second purging protocol coming up. There we go. They're feeling good. They're looking a lot healthier than last time. Here comes the 4th. Are they going to be taking a 4th? They are. They do lose Fraggy again, but that is progression. Once again, being able to take that 4th one, which they haven't been able to do so far, is really solid work. Once again, remember, 70% was the number we were coming out of this phase on. Outside of this first pillar, can we potentially see them coming out at 68%? No, it is slightly lower. So that damage being missed from Fraggy there is slightly unfortunate, but again, this is all information for Echo.
Absolutely true. And I'm sorry, go ahead, Hula.
I'm just looking at the composition, and you know, this is a single target DPS check really, so I was a little surprised to see a drop in Moonkins, because their single target damage is so strong. But they brought in a rogue. We didn't see a rogue. We didn't see a rogue on Painsmith. So I'm just, you know, I'm not a rogue connoisseur, so I'm just kind of curious if either of you know what the rogue might be bringing to this fight in particular that would have them bring in close on the rogue.
Yeah, so there's certainly the immunity that they bring to the table is going to help a lot, but also it kind of runs counterintuitive to what I was talking about a minute ago, right? Where I was saying, oh, well, you know, you probably aren't going to be bringing as much melee just because they're going to lose that time when they have to run out with the yellow circles. So I'm not sure. It also we do know just that generally they're very strong DPS right now. It is a very close quarters fight, so I would say even with having to run out, the fact that, you know, they're able to get back very quickly and that kind of thing is definitely going to be a help here as well.
Yeah, in comes the purging protocol. Let's see if they can survive through that. The majority of them do.
Here comes number 5. Nope.
Okay,
nope. Not taking 5. No.
Let's not go to 5.
Let's not. That's the first rule. You don't take 5 on Guardian of the first ones.
That's right.
No, definitely not.
Still running with 6 healers, as you said, 3 disc priests. We've got 3 holy paladins, and they are doing a pretty good job with healing. They've got several folks down, so even with 6 healers, very difficult to get everybody topped off and to survive each of these mechanics.
Yeah.
I am wondering if they're going to drop one though.
You think so?
Once they get a feel for it, maybe some better allocation of the cooldowns. I wonder if they're going to drop. I mean, right now the damage they're taking is significant, so it feels like all 6 healers are necessary to keep the raid even alive. But I'm just wondering if maybe, you know, in a few more pulls they might try to drop one and just see what happens.
Yeah, possibly. We do see a new best attempt though from Echo, 45% on Guardian of the first one. So once again, just slowly but surely, wasn't quite the 18% that I predicted, but
little off.
Yeah, just a little off. I was a little off on my prediction there, but you know, hey, you've just got to look at what's going to happen. Linear progression, it's a potentially a thing, and unfortunately, you know, those 6 healers, they are pretty, they're pumping hard. And once again, you then have to bring in the question of, okay, so if we drop a healer and bring in a DPS, does that give us room to maybe take less purging protocols? We're spending less time, you know, in those purging protocols, taking all that damage, which does obviously reduce the amount of time we have on the boss. It does, you know, reduce effectively our enrage time. We're almost reducing the enrage time ourselves, but because we have that extra bit of damage, we might be able to sneak into it. These are all the questions that they're going to be asking, and I imagine, you know, Scripe is sat there just looking at all of the data, that's checking it over, making sure that it is how they want it to be. And if they're looking over it and they're confident, once again, it's, you know, as you said earlier, Athelos, you know, if the math is correct, then it is feasibly possible.
Yeah, they're crunching those numbers.
That's right. I definitely think this fight is possible with the composition that they have right now. Again, it's just getting everybody recovered up. We've seen them not have a ton of problem with the first purification protocol. Of course, they're doing that with Bloodlust coming up, able to get those heals out a lot quicker. They still got a lot of their personals available in that case. By the time they get to that second purification protocol, they're starting to lose a few people. So I think the real progress, I think the next time we'll be able to say we've really got some progress, is less to do with percentages at this point and more to do with, can we get out of that second purification protocol with a res still available?
Yeah, that is very true.
I think the kind of the really important part of this fight is going to be the 50 to 25, or 50 to 30 rather, because they do have a really strong execute composition right now. So, you know, we saw them get all the way to 70 with Bloodlust, and then, you know, to 50/48 before the next pillar without, but losing a couple people. If they're able to get 50 to 30, 50 to 25, with, you know, everyone alive, they have a really strong execute comp. So once they hit that you know, last quarter of the boss, they're going to be able to ramp up the damage. So I think that's going to be like their focus, is getting through that kind of third 25% of the boss.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was somebody that mentioned in chat, looking at the amount of health that the boss has and looking at what is the best time. I think somebody said that it requires effectively all of the group to do 8.2k damage, 8.2k DPS. So that's the average the raid needs to effectively have to be able to take Guardian of the first ones down. Now, that doesn't take into account the amount of healing that needs to be done as well. Right. So all of a sudden you lose somebody, and that's just that extra bit of damage that you're going to have to do. And unfortunately, it's one of those situations where in trying to step forward, in trying to do more damage, you just push yourself a little bit too far. You don't quite make it into the priest's bubble. You don't quite make it into the little rings. You don't quite make it to the pillars. And again, it starts to fall apart. So taking a look at what we do see here on Guardian of the First Ones, again, I think it's going to be a really solid fight. And I'd like to get your predictions, Hula Hoops and Athelos, as well as chat's predictions as well. So, I do want to know. So, Athelos and Hula Hoops and chat, how many pulls is Guardian of the First Ones going to take? Hula Hoops, will go to yourself first.
I'm thinking 22.
Okay, 22. And Athelos?
That's such a good number. Let's see. At the current rate of
you can't pick 22.
Go at about 3.2% per pull. I'm gonna have to say probably. I think we're going for about 30 to 35.
30 to 35. Okay, let's have a look in chat. We got 52, 35, Mr. GM 69, nice. 101,
of course.
57. So I mean, actually,
okay. So I'm the optimist here. I'm the optimist.
looking across it, taking out all of the memes, the majority it's between, I think on average it's about 30. I think it's about 30 pulls. On average, it seems to be about 30 pulls.
Can I move mine up one? after that.
Sorry, too late.
have a poll.
First answer only. I do apologize.
Oh,
First
man.
answer only.
There is a
on
poll
average.
up in Twitch chat. There is an official poll up in Twitch chat. We've got
there
several
we go.
categories: less than 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, over 100, or this is it. What do you guys think? Let's see your votes.
Or
This is the poll. I was here.
Right here.
I was here.
Question mark.
So actually, on the poll count, I'm making a segue here. I actually got some information earlier, just a bit ago. Surprising information, actually. You know, everyone always wants to know what's happening in the guilds in China, because we don't get the API, we don't get a lot of the data. We have to update a lot of it manually. So I don't know if you guys saw, but JTH did kill Remnant of Ner'zhul. So they beat Aster to it. Aster wiped at 3% at the last pull of the night and called it a night. But guess how many pulls it took JTH to kill it?
I'm gonna say less than 10.
200? I don't know.
How long do you think they've been raiding?
104 pulls.
Oh,
to
okay.
kill
Well,
Remnant of Ner'zhul. Yeah, that's the surprising part. We were expecting way lower, and Skyline and Aster are right around the same pull count. They're at around 100 before they finish for the night. So seeing, you know, we saw way less pull counts in from North American and European guilds, obviously. So seeing these, you know, powerhouse Chinese guilds that we're always expecting these crazy things from, really struggle on that boss. I'm wondering if maybe they're going to make some big changes to their compositions or their strats going forward, but I guess we'll see how they do on the next couple bosses. But I was actually really surprised to see those numbers.
Yeah, that does surprise me. And Team Aster was one of the guilds that people were talking about leading up to this race. Is this is a powerhouse Asian guild. We've seen just how good they have. You know, these Asian guilds have been in the past, and seeing that high of a count is honestly surprising. And we'll just see how high the healing goes here, because we're about to see our first set of purging protocols in just a second. And once again, 30 pulls. I think 30 to 40 pulls definitely seems to be a decent number. So there's the first one. We've got the second one coming in now. So this is the third one. Once again, topping them all off. You can see Velo hitting 20k HPS. Absolute pumpers on the healing side. I know we normally talk about DPS. There was the fourth one. They're not going to take a fifth one, surely. No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Once again, Guardian, you don't take 5. That is the rule.
Yeah.
Guardian, you do not take 5. But if they get through this with all the healers and everybody alive, this will once again be progression. Maybe not necessarily health-based, but as you mentioned, Athalas, progression in regards to having, you know, stability through these phases.
It's exactly right. It's so important in this fight. Knowing that coming out of each of these, you know, you're going to lose somebody at some point in this fight. I doubt we see a kill without deaths, honestly. So you're going to need those reses going into that final phase, going into that final pillar. We do. God, every time that happens, all right, they have to take another one, and we saw how close they came. That barrier making it very easy for them to take that fourth one. No, here comes the fourth one. Managed to get through that with everybody alive, and now as we get very close to the end of that fifth cast, we do see that they will drag it into the pillar. That's what we want to see every time. Right now we have everybody up, which is a big advantage coming out of this, and we should see them get under 70% before this ends.
Yeah, I think you're slightly behind where we are.
Yeah,
you are slightly behind where we are.
Definitely not everybody up.
Yeah, definitely not everybody up.
Looking at the stream, my bad.
I was looking, he was like, oh, everybody's looking really healthy. 75% of the raid is just strewn across the battlefield.
It's my mistake. I'm sitting over here looking at Twitch chat like an idiot.
Yeah, that's behind. No, it's interesting watching Zalia's point of view here, and because, you know, we're talking about the purging protocols being this huge damage, raid-wide damage taken, and all the cooldowns that they're allocating to that, and they're obviously allocating all, if not, you know, almost all of their cooldowns to that. But then you're watching the damage profile outside of the protocols, and people are just taking large amounts of damage all over the place. Like, you're watching Zalia, his mouse is just hyperspeed over his raid frames because he's in triage mode, right? So, you know, he's moving over to heal someone, casts a heal, and suddenly someone else over here is almost dead. And, you know, it's panic mode basically. But watching these healers like Zalia of this caliber just manage that hectic, fast-paced incoming damage that's all over the board, like it's really unpredictable damage. And that's when you see the players of this caliber, of this skill level, really shine, where, yeah, you know, everyone can get through a raid-wide giant, scripted part of damage. You just, okay, we're gonna use a cooldown here, use a cooldown here, use a health stone here. But it's that hectic triage, fast-paced, unpredictable incoming damage that that is really fun to watch these guys. I'm a healer main, so just watching these guys get through that and just the poise with which they do it, and they're calm. Zalia's not freaking out. I would be freaking out. I admittedly
of course.
be panicking a little bit in my chair, going, "Oh god, oh god, oh god."
I need to heal everybody, and we've spoken.
basically.
I've spoken about this a number of times across a couple of different casts, but there's always that one person when the entire raid is at 10%. Everybody's taking ticking damage, and then you've got that one person that just says over Discord, "Heal me." Like, yeah, you're not the only one that needs a heal, please.
Just one heal, please.
Just one heal.
Just
Everybody
one heal.
suddenly turns into Genji from Overwatch. Yeah. I need healing.
One heal.
That's what everybody needs. I know you need healing. And you mentioned the damage that comes into these phases. They've seemed to got the purging protocol down pretty solidly. Once again, it's still a huge amount. It's still a huge task for the healers. But that second phase, you can see now the defender, the small sphere that is rolling around just at the top of your screen,
Sentry.
and now it's coming down. The sentry, those will constantly bombard the players with damage, and it is not a small amount of damage either. And that first purging protocol does get rid of them, so you want them to die, you want them gone, and you can see just the damage that comes through here. Are we going to be seeing any cooldowns used, potentially a bubble? No, we do see Lorgar going down, Zat's going down as well. Unfortunate for those, but expected in a boss fight such as this.
It's so intense
rough.
watching this. As
It's
like
rough.
you, Hula, as a healer, I look at this and I just want to take a I need
Part of
I need
me-
something.
Part of me just wants to heal it because it looks like a lot of fun.
Right. It does.
But the other part of me wants to take a Xanax and just
It is.
try to avoid the stress of watching that kind of damage. It's it looks like a lot of fun to heal, but also very fast paced, hectic,
true.
stressful.
As much as this is a DPS check, this fight, the healing check on this fight right now is feeling like the real challenge for these folks.
Yeah. I was just about to say, I honestly feel as though people are talking about the DPS check, which Sludge Fist was. I mean, don't get me wrong. There was a lot of damage coming in through Sludge Fist on pretty much every single difficulty, but at its heart, it was a DPS check. You could use cooldowns for the pillars and the roars. This, however, it's not just those big purging protocol casts, it's the damage that comes in from the defenders, from those sentries. And also, let's not ignore the tank smash. That is, you take a look at Mirrors and Nawa on those tanks, and when it comes in, oh, do they get slapped by this boss. And I would love to take a look and see what happens over the next couple of days as more guilds reach this boss, because I don't know whether I want to say it or not, but honestly, with a boss that is doing this much physical damage, warrior tank? Question mark?
Don't get my hopes up, Kex man.
Question mark? Question mark?
Don't get my hopes up.
Get some Shieldbark action.
On that note, do you want to hear some of the numbers of how many warrior tanks we've seen so far?
Oh, please.
Oh, yes. I'd love to know just how underrepresented we are.
Just like my mistakes.
So I'll give you the percentages. So the warrior tanks are about, and again, this is characters who have killed at least 3 bosses on Mythic. That's kind of where I did my cutoff. I'm not looking at everyone that's gone in and gotten Terra Grew down, because you could probably plug that already. But 17% is the warriors, the protection warriors.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that's actually not bad. So it's actually fairly even across the board.
Yes.
So brewmasters are sitting at around 34%. GK's around 30, Paladin around 26 to 28 sort of thing. And then we get the DH and the warrior around 17, 16, and the druids around 20. But it's a fairly actually even representation of the various tank classes that are killing, at least 3 bosses on Mythic. So I'm actually very surprised to see that. So it means to me that means it's a good raid.
Agreed.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the common talking points, is that this seems to be a tier where there's actually relative parity in terms of the effectiveness of tanks.
So there is a good chance that we'll see all of them represented at some point. Of course, once you get out of the top 10 or 20, you start to see a lot more representation across the board. But even on the healing side, while we do have some clear favorites from a Disc Priest and Holy Paladin, it's actually, for outside of that top 20 or so, you actually do see a decent spread with the exception of Mistweaver.
Exception of Mistweaver.
Yeah, but in terms of the actual output that they're capable of, it seems like they're simming pretty well across the board. We don't have any healers that are absolutely trash this tier like we have in past by comparison. So
yeah,
that is true.
Yeah, I think monks really aren't bad right now. It's just that they were last year, so no one worked on their monks. Some people swapped over, and you've got the diehards, Mistweavers. Yeah, you've got the diehards that will never change. Monks will rise again, but it seemed like a lot of people who are the types that are like, I will just play whatever's the best healer, or I'll just fit the raid. They drop their monks, so it's unfortunate because when you get into the next tier and monks aren't bad. They're not the Holy Paladin or the Disc Priest for the world first progression type guild, but beyond the top 10, again, play whatever you want. It doesn't matter at that point. So, but unfortunately, a lot of people dropped their monks. So, hoping to see some people pick them back up. Monk is a lot of fun. It's not my bread and butter, but it is a lot of fun. I did play it at the end of BFA briefly. MDI. I played it in the MDI because it was monk or bust in season 4 of BFA. My team basically told me, you have about 4 days to learn how to play Mistweaver monk. So I tried to get that done. Managed to figure it out eventually, but it's a lot of fun. We had an interesting run.
Yeah, great mobility, great ability to react to pressure. Really a good combination of just raw healing output and an ability to deal with things. I'm a huge fan of it, and just obviously love the aesthetic of it as well. Hopefully one day the entire Peak of Serenity community wants to see Mistweaver get into the Race to World first meta, so hopefully one of these days we'll see some moves made.
One day.
Fingers crossed. I mean, for those of you that we're watching currently Echo on Guardian of the First Ones. For those of you that were here at the start, I did mention that my guild was starting in Mythic, Sanctum of Domination. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to join them, but I get the better evening because I'm here casting. And I said that they should get Taragu down in 5 pulls or less. I can confirm they're currently on their 6th pull, so shame.
That's really unfortunate, Kex. Sorry to hear that. Did get a question in chat. Do we feel as casters that it's more advantageous to have killed Payne Smith before doing splits? Do we feel like this is going to give them a strategic advantage over their competition?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we did. I mean, I think it was we spoke very, very briefly about this before we came on air, Athalas, in that, doing your splits before Payne Smith is really nice because you get that extra juice of gear before you head into what is effectively a very, very difficult boss. The downside of that is after you've killed Payne Smith, you're then looking at Fate Scribe and Guardians, and you have to then decide, okay, we can't do any more heroic splits. Is what we have good enough? Whereas now they can turn around and say, right, we know what we need to target for Fate Scribe. We know what we need to target for Guardian of the First Ones, and they can do that very, very effectively. Yeah. They still have those heroic splits open, and we see the damage once again in this sort of this. It's not the second phase, but it is the second pillar coming up to the second pillar, and that sentry is just. Oh, it's just chipping away at the raid, and as a healer, it's terrifying.
Yeah, yep,
it really is.
Watch those health bars just go from 100 to 20, and there's like 4 of them happening at a time, and then it's just that is incredibly stressful. And on the note of the splits, I remember last night I was watching the Complexity Limit stream, and Max made a comment that is actually a concern. He might have been memeing at the time, but there is a real concern that. When you do your splits early in the week, it's Mythic week. There's hot fixes coming out still. There's tuning, and he made a comment of, "Wouldn't it be awesome?" And by awesome, he meant horrible. If they increase the acquisition rate of shards, maybe they added it so it's not just a 1 boss lockout. You can get it normal and heroic, and they're all saved.
Yeah,
You know, wouldn't that
every
be
single one
a
of them.
kick in the pants? Yeah, if
I don't think.
no, I
think
don't think they would either.
But
I don't think that would happen. But it's always there's always a possibility that something could change. You know, after a couple days, if Blizzard decides, oh, that we didn't like how that happened, and by doing their splits early, they could potentially be.
I don't mean to cut you off here, Hula. But they're coming out of that second phase with only one dead, and we do have a second phase. And as far as I remember, there's no actual increase in the damage. It's not as if when you come out of the Purging Protocol, you suddenly have to deal with, 10% extra damage from the boss.
Right.
It's the same again. The only thing that is different here is we will see a second sentry. So a second sentry will come out. So this damage that you can see ping-ponging the health bars of the raid is going to double within the next couple of seconds. However,
and they are down a healer.
They are down a healer, but damage-wise, they are on track currently. We did just see a bunch of people go down there, unfortunately. But damage-wise, they are 100% on track right now to get this boss before the enrage happens. And there comes the second sentry. And this is where those extra bits of damage come out. You see it, now you have two of them, and oh boy. Oh no, we did have another Purging Protocol come out. I don't think that actually... No, that was a different ability. I do apologize. So they only have the one sentry. They are running 6 healers. So the healing requirements are incredibly high for this boss. But that is a new best attempt, 35%. And they weren't into that third pillar phase. So they are on track damage-wise. Now they just need to get the HPS really, really high. I mean, that's huge.
So since my guess was 22 pulls and I was the lowest, is this like the Price is Right, where if they get 22 or under, I win?
And if
is that what this is?
I think it is.
Nah, it's
so.
No, I'm sorry. You've got to call
Roger's
it.
excited about something.
You've got to call it exactly. You have to call it exactly.
Okay.
That's
so,
them's the rules.
I did a quick.
We did not discuss these rules.
I had a quick comment to kind of follow on the advantage of taking down the boss before heroic splits. A lot of times, this has happened before. There's a boss that gates you, and after that, the bosses actually become not easier necessarily, but in some cases they actually can be a bit easier, right? We've seen that in a couple different tiers, and Ashvane is one that comes to mind. For some guilds, kind of walling them off, and then afterwards being able to make a little bit quicker progress. And so if you do your splits before you take down that core boss, it's not just the gear and everything from that boss that you're now potentially going to be getting from heroic splits and then replacing. There's actually multiple bosses now that Echo has the potential to down without having done splits. It's not just Painsmith, but it's also going to potentially be Guardian. We don't know anything about Fatescribe yet in terms of whether they're going to be able to do that with splits or without splits or not. So it's a cascading effect at this point. It's not just Painsmith that they were able to down without splits. Now they're going to have potentially 2 bosses or possibly even 3 without splits, and that could be a huge power boost for them going into the rest of this week.
And it also helps in the sense that during your splits, obviously you're getting as much gear as you can, but sometimes you have to pick and choose which characters, which classes you're funneling your gear to over others. And so getting to the later bosses, you get a better sense of, okay, this is the class that we really want to focus on gearing up. This is the character, this person already has their 3 shards. Let's get them as much gear as we can, vice versa. Or, even I don't think we're going to see much in the terms of like ridiculous class stacking in this raid. It doesn't feel like that's going to happen. I was, thinking of, back to Fetid being that horrible wall that took 2 days to die. And then the next boss was 8 rogues on Zool?
Something along, yeah.
So, something crazy like that. So, if you had held off on your splits and then you went to Zool and realized this is the tech, we're going to use all these rogues, you're going to be doing some big rogue splits. You're going to get all your rogues into splits, including the alts. So, and getting them some gear to make sure. So, the later you can push those splits, the better you can min-max, the better you can make efficient use of the splits themselves. Because, during this week, you've only got the one shot at doing your splits. So, make the best of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's also another point to this. We've spoken, how great it is. Echo are probably going to feel on top of the world now. They've managed to clear Painsmith. They're now on Guardian of the first ones. But there is also one thing to consider, which is when you are the first raid group to get to a boss such as this, you are going to have nothing to go on. You'll have read the dungeon journal, but you don't really expect, just quite what the fight has in store. So all this ground is pretty new. They're treading new ground. They're using obviously their cooldowns in a very, very efficient way. They're doing a really good job here. But all of the guilds that are just behind them, you can guarantee they have one eye on this, just taking a look and seeing what's going, and they will technically be more prepared going in. And if they haven't done their heroic splits, I'm pretty sure, I think Echo are the last team to do heroic splits. I believe everybody has done their heroic splits, and that will, that won't be as advantageous for them. They're not going to be able to funnel gear to certain classes or characters, whereas Echo are now saying, okay, let's do let's do X, Y, and Z, and let's just keep plugging at this boss, because we've only done 10 pulls and they're already at 35.3%. Once again, they're on top of the world, and we could even see a kill tonight. Imagine if we went to bed this evening with Echo on a 2-kill lead.
That would be big. What time is it over there right now?
So it would be just gone 10 p.m. So
okay, so they're getting to the end of the night. I think they've got like another hour of raiding planned. So yeah, if they could finish off the night with a Guardian kill, that'd be
insane.
That would be big. Although we did just see Roger head on to the heart of the forest, so
maybe possibly.
What's interesting is you get Guardian down, and then you go and you get some of that Fate Scribe data, and that's actually a great time to get some rest, because your analyst can stay up a little bit later, kind of crunch that a bit, and then by the time you wake up in the morning, have a little dossier prepared for you and say, here's what we were able to come up with last night, right? And then you kind of get a head start on the next day being able to go into that. The other thing that we've talked about a bunch in the past is the timing of when to do heroic splits, right? We find a lot of times that teams like to do it first thing in the morning. So if everything lines up, right? Of course, if you're really at a wall and you can't progress any further, you just do it when you've got to do it. But if you can line that up with the beginning of the day, a lot of times it's nice to get that out of the way, kind of consider that your warm-up period, and then jump back into the raid. So I wouldn't be surprised if we started off tomorrow seeing them take care of those splits, if they don't end up going to do any of those tonight.
Yeah. I just saw somebody in the chat saying any boiled sweets in the chat, and I think that's I was on a different cast earlier and we were talking about your favorite sort of like snacks.
Boiled sweets.
What is a boiled sweet?
Okay, so this came up earlier as well. So
okay,
we were talking about what is your favorite, and I actually, now we're here, I suppose I'll ask the question again. So for those folks in chat, what is your favorite snack when you're playing WoW? What is your favorite snack to have just to snack on? But I said mine was boiled sweets. So boiled sweets is hard candy. So like mint humbugs or
Jolly Ranchers.
Yeah, whatever they are, and something along those. Jolly but yeah, like rhubarb and custard. Rhubarb and custard boiled sweets are the best. It's rhubarb and custard boiled sweets. It's one of the best things ever.
Have you ever had Werther's butterscotch hard candy?
Yeah, we've got Werther's over here. Yeah. I'm not 75, so I'm not going to be having it Werther's. It's fine. But let's
wow.
go on.
I grew up on that. You go hang out at your grandparents' house. You have a ton of them.
Yeah, I'm not a boiled sweets fan. Typically, because I just chew on them, and that's not good for your teeth. So
that's true. I mean, looking at chat, we've got a real nice selection. People saying strawberries. A couple of people saying cookies, of course. Taking a look, milk and cookies. That's one of the big ones. Doritos, Maltesers is a fantastic shout.
Yes.
We did say snack. We didn't just say talk about that, but for me it would be beef jerky. I just want to say. So, but we have more important things to talk about right now than our favorite snacks. Want to go ahead and just plug our charity a little bit. We're currently this tier supporting Rise Against the Disorder, RAD. If you're not familiar with RAD, they are a charity that deals primarily with mental health and with in some cases the stigma around it. And we're really proud to be supporting RAD this time around.
Yeah, they do a phenomenal job helping people because it has been a rough time, but also we are joining with Limit. There is some very specific gear that you can get. It's obviously it's exclusive to this Race to World First, but we also have some brilliant goals to hit here. Obviously the Echo goals there. I would love to see the Echo Raider karaoke. I don't know about you, but I need to see Roger Brown singing Suspicious Minds before this raid is over. That has to happen. But again, also, Gingy on the Labor Simulator. So for those of you that don't know
what I want to see.
I want to see that. For those of you that don't know what a Labor Simulator is, it's effectively a machine that is kind of attached to sort of around your stomach, and it effectively simulates labor pains. Yeah, we're going to electrocute Gingy. That's exactly what's going to happen. However, the biggest prize, the one that I really want to talk about, is that top donator. So if you are the top donator for this, you and a +1 will be flown out to the next Race to World First event. And
that would be cool.
I don't want to say that, I don't kind of want to predict the future or anything like that, but not only will you be going to Echo's next RWF event, but you'll also get to meet me and Athalas. Won't that be great?
Ooh,
that would be fantastic. That is if Echo invite us back. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Of course they will. Here's the thing I'm most excited for, though, Kex. Brew mentioned this in chat, that fishing stream. As someone who's done a fishing stream or two, I feel like that's what I want to be in for. And frankly, I would love to go on that stream with them. I think that would be some good continuity.
You on your fishing stream.
Absolutely.
What kind of fishing are we talking? That's because my experience with fishing. I live on the west coast of Canada, and when we go fishing, we take the boat out and we just trawl.
Yeah.
Like my experience with fishing is just sitting on the boat. Like you don't even touch the fishing rods. You're just chilling on the boat, eating, drinking. Like that's my fishing experience.
Yeah. Fishing not for me. I think the closest I ever came to fishing was probably walking past somebody that was fishing. I think that's the closest I've ever been. I've never actually done fishing. For me, I'm a rugby boy through and through. Fishing unfortunately doesn't involve enough physical contact for me. So
I mean, depends on the fish.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
What fish are you catching?
we go salmon fishing, so no, you get a big enough salmon, you're fighting that thing. But typically in that situation, I ask my dad or husband to step in because we do not want to lose that fish, and that's probably what'll happen if I take charge.
You do a lot of ice fishing up there, Hula? I've actually got a buddy in Idaho that's been trying to get me out there to carve.
I'm in Vancouver.
Yeah.
I'm in Vancouver, where we don't really get ice. It's a little warm here for that. I'm actually in that area. I don't know if you guys heard about that giant heat wave that hit the Pacific Northwest. That hit us. So we do not get it frozen enough to go ice fishing. I have lived in a couple provinces where it did get cold enough. I've never been. I've always wanted to. I hear it's a lot of fun, but basically it's just an excuse to get drunk.
Fair enough.
That sounds fair. Oh no, that sounds terrible.
I
don't know how you go.
I did actually, just real quick, I saw something in chat a little bit ago. So, we were talking about the percentages that we've seen of different classes and specs. And someone asked, how many survival hunters have we seen? So I really quickly went and checked the data. And so I went to look for, again, 3+ mythic boss kills. I went to survival hunters and I got no matches found. Please check your filters.
Oh no! Oh no!
I had a
that's what we got out of that one. Year of the Spear.
It is the year of the
Maybe
Spear.
not. Maybe not so much. Yeah, 0. Wait, let me check feral druids real quick.
You'll make Cybear cry.
14.
14 total.
14 failed. Yeah, one of them at 200 item level. Is it 310 mythic?
What? I'm sorry, that can't be right, surely.
Maybe they're getting carried? Are people already selling mythic? I don't know. But
yeah. So one of the things I'm noticing, we've got Roger, Deep Shades, and Gingy are all currently out of the raid. What do we think might be going on there?
Well, there's a couple of things it could be. I think you could look at them doing, you know, we saw them doing Torghast a little bit ago as they were doing the first pull here on Guardian in the first one. So maybe they're getting an extra legendary that they think might help them. Could be that they are preparing for Fate Scribe. We don't know exactly what the plans are for Fate Scribe. I'm surprised that we don't actually see a couple more Balance Druids here, but once again, just keep in mind, this is their first couple of attempts on the boss here, so there's obviously some checking they need to do with timers, and it could be that we've got people in, they're just doing it as, you know, so that they can get some pulls in, so that they can get some information, and then they swap in people like Gingy, Deep Shades, as and when it is needed. There's a couple of different, options that they have available to them, but once again, if they feel confident in killing this boss before they do heroic splits, then again, you know, who are we to question? They know what's best from their raiders, and they've been, you know, they were the ones that killed Painsmith.
Is that?
Yep.
Is that an enhancement shaman? I'm sorry, was that an enhancement shaman on the damage meters there?
Probably.
I don't believe so. I don't think it was. Oh, it is. Wow.
So
yeah, we've been seeing complexity limit play enhance on a lot of fights as well.
We have, and I think it's no surprise that we're seeing at the top of these damage meters a melee. We did see them bring in a second rogue, actually. We were talking about rogues a little bit earlier, and we see that now they do actually have 2 of them towards the top of the meters there. So obviously pairing that up with Wind Fury is paying pretty good dividends in terms of getting these numbers up.
Yeah, so we're looking. We've actually seen.
Stick.
I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to bring you some upsetting news. Roger Brown is out of the raid.
Yes.
Roger Brown is currently out of the raid. So maybe, unfortunately, the hunter journey is over for Roger Brown in Mythic Sanctum of Domination, at least for the foreseeable future. I imagine we may see that come back, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, the team has gone completely against what I thought and has decided that this fight is extremely favorable to melee, so they've decided to sit several of their our favorite ranged folks. So we'll definitely see how that pays off for them, but it looks like the guys get a little break.
Yeah, I mean, you say a little break, but obviously in the race to world first,
doing something else.
If you are benched, you are doing something else. You're doing Torghast, you're running.
You're not
Mythic
chilling
Plus. Yeah,
That's
you
right.
don't have your feet up. Roger's not there in the gaming center, feet up, just kind of going, "Meh, you guys got it. You'll be fine.
Someone bring me a drink. Yeah, that's not
exactly.
He's going fishing. He's practicing.
That's what he's practicing for the fishing stream.
Yeah,
there we go.
That's what it is. He's out fishing.
Someone actually brings a really good. Someone just mentioned something there. Is this the first fight we have seen for a long time that is actually a melee-friendly fight?
Oh no! How amazing is that? Yeah, after last year where we had so many fights that were not melee friendly, and frankly that's been I think 2 tiers worth now that we've had that issue. It doesn't surprise me that Blizzard may have tried to tilt that a little bit in the opposite directions, and frankly coming all the way up to this encounter, we've seen a pretty even balance between ranged and melee. That's been nice to see.
Yeah, it's not been too bad actually, and I think, you know, speaking to some of the raiders on Twitter, speaking to some of the people that, you know, are involved in this race to world first, I think the one thing that, you know, was mentioned is we've seen a couple of mythic mechanics that in the past have been quite tasty, but then the actual boss itself hasn't been tuned that well, which, you know, it just means that the mythic mechanic falls short. One thing I will say, and in Blizzard's, you know, I've got to give credit to Blizzard for this, the tuning on this raid so far, both in heroic, normal, and mythic that we have seen, has actually been top notch. There have been a couple of bugs, we won't lie, there have been some bugs, but they've, you know, if there's anything that they do need to change, they've changed it relatively quickly. But also on top of that, they've also put themselves into a position where there's not that much that has needed to be changed so far.
So far. We'll see when we get to Sylvanas. If they my hope is that Sylvanas is just barely killable.
This week?
Yeah. No, not this week. I do like when the raid lasts a full reset, but to me like when I think of the race first, like to me the good progression kind of length is that they get to the last boss in the first reset, but it doesn't die. And then the following reset is more about they take the time to do the splits, just to optimize that final boss.
Yeah.
So everything they do on the reset morning is like, all right, what do we need to do to kill Sylvanas? And I want her to take 4 to 5 days. I don't want it to be a week like Ashara or Jaina. That was just, you know, actually we were on the Warcraft radio show this morning talking about how Jaina and Ashara were kind of they both took a week. Jaina felt really good. It felt like every time they got a little bit of progression, it felt good. Like it felt efficient. It felt effective. It felt like they were actually making strides. Ashara is a fight where you could tell the players themselves didn't like it. The line of sight mechanics drive me nuts. I will admit they just drive me insane. Cannot stand them, especially as a healer. But you could feel that frustration from the players. So on Jaina, you could tell that the players were like, you know, this is such a great fight, really enjoying it, really enjoying the different phasing. And then Ashara was more like, oh, can it just end? Can this be over with? And so, you know, that kind of comes through, and we feel that as, you know, spectators watching it. But I'm really hoping Sylvanas is that fight where like every bit of progression you make just feels awesome. Like, yes, we're getting it. Yes, we're getting there. You get to the next phase. It's a big moment. So I'm really hoping it takes about 5-ish days and that it does feel like that.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
that's what I want out of this.
I actually I did the math earlier. And
did you look
on
at the numbers,
average,
Grom?
I did look at the numbers. I've crunched them, and on average, we see most of these end bosses, especially in tiers such as this, looking at around about 300 pulls. On average, you know, we'll talk high-end 300 pulls. I think that's fair to say. Could potentially be less. Sylvanas is also set at around about a 15-minute fight, from what we can gather. We've seen that on Heroic.
Right.
If it takes 300 pulls at 15 minutes per pull, which obviously every pull won't be 15 minutes.
Right.
But you're going to be
Average
looking
of
at average of 10, but 15 minutes. You're going to be looking at around about 70 to 65 hours of just Sylvanas herself, which puts it, which if you take that into 16 hours of raiding a day, you're looking at about 3 to 4.5 days alone of raiding. That obviously doesn't take into account sleeping, so you could probably look at about a week for Sylvanas if we get to that stage.
I don't think it'll take that long. I think we'll see some quick pulls on phase 1 and phase 2. Those will obviously take a little bit less time. Once we get into phase 3, you're absolutely right. Then we're starting to look at 10 minutes plus per pull, and it could get to be pretty intense for the team at that point. But you know, I've been thinking a lot about it, and you know, I've always enjoyed a race that goes past the reset and things of that nature. But in terms of competitiveness and everything else, like I've actually started to get to the point where if you have enough bosses in the middle of the raid that present a challenge that can extend the race out by a couple extra days, I actually wouldn't be opposed to a tier that ends in, say, 6 days or so. And the point being, if we can have the race be extremely challenging but go all the way up to about the time of the reset, like then you don't have to deal with like that whole, oh, there was a reset and more like all that junk. Like I'd love to see a tier take like 6 to 7 days max, because then I feel like it's a pretty even playing field for everybody, and I think that'll be exciting to see at some point. I kind of don't like it when it goes through a reset and that kind of thing anymore like I used to, but it only when you have incredibly challenging bosses like Painsmith to kind of put a wall up and make things take an extra day or two.
I really like this comment on Twitch, Zinrock. Now, they were directly asked as to whether or not there was a mythic phase on Sylvanas, and they said, no, there is no mythic phase on Sylvanas. Now, my theory is that that is actually, you know, that isn't necessarily true. It's just a play on words, and it's actually going to be a secret phase involving Anduin rather than Sylvanas. So Sylvanas technically doesn't have a secret phase, but Anduin does. However, Zinrock there just put a very, very nice little thing that just mentioned, you know, what if the secret phase is on Kel'Thuzad? What if the secret phase is on Kel'Thuzad? We don't know. That would be a very
specific statement.
Yeah, that would just saying that. I mean, obviously, as a developer for the raid, you would say, "Oh, there's no secret phase." Yeah, because it's secret. That's why you would say there's no secret phase. So we will wait. We will wait and see. But honestly, I would love to see a secret phase at the end of Sylvanas.
Something to spice up Kel'Thuzad, though.
Yeah, or something to spice up Kel'Thuzad. I don't know if that's going to be. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I would love to see it.
We'll see. We'll see. We've been wrong the last couple times. We thought there was going to be something. In fact, I think you still owe Corey Mistledine after Garrosh didn't make an appearance in Nathria.
That's true, but
what was the last boss that had a secret mythic phase?
Last boss that had a secret mythic phase?
Was it? Yeah, I was gonna say Gul'dan and Nighthold, right?
Gul'dan's the last one I'm thinking. Has there been anything since then that's actually had?
Well, no.
N'Zoth.
I mean, technically,
N'Zoth.
you had N'Zoth. Yeah, but
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as epic as Nighthold. Right?
No, yeah, that wasn't quite as epic as Illidan showing up at the end on Gul'dan. That was definitely
Argus. It's Argus.
Yeah.
Argus had a mythic phase.
It did, but N'Zoth definitely coming after that. So yeah.
That wasn't a phase. That wasn't. No, it wasn't a phase. It wasn't. No, because this is the reason why it wasn't a phase. It didn't actually. You know, the fight was still going on at the same time. It was an extra. It was almost like an extra ability. That wasn't a phase. It wasn't.
Semantics.
It wasn't a phase.
I just want to point out that I'm literally jinxing the stream right now.
Wow.
My
Black
cat
Cat?
is named
Cat Jam.
Jinx. Yeah, this is
Oh, wow.
Jinx.
What
she
is-
is a unit. She's a large cat.
That is a
but she
in
decided to come
awe
say
of the size. Good. Lord, that is a-
She's only 15 pounds. She looks bigger on the camera.
I was gonna say.
Look at that.
Is that a cat or a panther? Good Lord.
Yeah, no, that's Jinx. Her sister Ash is half the size, but she's decided to come say hello. I can't stop
Hello.
this. I'm sorry.
That's awesome.
It's just like a shark
something I
going
can do.
across the screen. Just this tail. Dun. That's exactly
My favorite thing about the green screen is it kind of makes the cat look out of phase. Like they're
Yeah,
kinda, like,
little bit.
blinking in and out of
Camouflage
existence a
cat.
little bit.
Camouflage
That's right.
cat.
Yep.
I love it.
All right. Well, she's gone now. I think we're
That's too
gonna listen to comms for a pull, aren't we? See what they're talking about.
Yeah. See
Yeah, I
what they're
think
talking
that'd be
about.
great.
Let's take a listen to comms. Let's see what they're saying currently.
Cool.
Let's see how
Yeah.
they feel about the boss, and we will be right back.
All right.
Mios, you wanted to do the assignments?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alright, let's go.
No, Bello is still in Feeder's thicket.
Phil, can you put the energy core Vikara to the right of your raid frames, not to the bottom? Right, energy probably should be fine.
Guardians of the first one, DG.
DG, yeah, the whole group. Right to the right of the raid frames. Perfect. Oh, I'm so glad we have Phil. I'm so glad. I'm so smart that I picked a mage. I'm the smartest person alive. Let's go. Holy fuck! I got scared so much. Hello.
Wait, did you type to me?
Yeah. That's it, man. Come back now.
Now you can.
Well, you're really low, yeah, when you talk.
Yeah, Bello's in the fish tank again.
Yeah.
Did you get to someone or do you need to reload?
I did get it.
Let's go.
Yeah, pulling.
Dude, what the fuck is up with Klaus, man?
He's lacking insane, yeah.
Oh man.
Alright.
Okay.
What just happened?
And people
Oh,
pull
you
and then the
went
boss
into the energy
runs.
core.
No, people pull and then I'm
Yeah,
not
I
even
get
pulling
it.
from this side.
Yeah.
No, I thought you don't want to kick us anymore, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, stop precasting, please.
Yeah, I will.
Boys, listen. We're not playing to get the. Oh, I'm not gonna go into locks. Oh my god, Lord was doing like 0.1% higher than Klaus. I need to do something else. Like no, like this is not gonna happen. Yeah, this is not a thing. It's not even remotely close.
Doesn't happen.
I'm sorry, maybe I distracted Klaus. Klaus's DPS doesn't matter. Lol, useless. Play now.
Yeah, you hear that, Klaus? He doesn't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, fuck you, dude.
Unlucky.
It's okay, you can put me in win group if you don't care about DPS.
Put me
Okay.
Jimmy,
No one
you're
used
banned
cooldown
from
tower, right?
depressing, dude.
Pudding?
No, I
yeah.
use wings.
People
I
use
wings.
Wait, need 50.
Yeah, that's right.
50.
Yeah.
50. Okay. Chris? Chris?
Oh, I was muted. Yes, hello.
Am I like gonna read off of a script, or am I just? Do you want me to fully YOLO? I can do it, but I just want to know.
I give you a quick screenshot right now for the
Hi.
demon stuff. Hang on. Hope we can read it like this actually.
Read it, dude.
Only care about the devos and stuff in the screenshot, okay? Ignore the other stuff, like the wings and stuff. They're being fixed. Second set is not correct, yeah. The first set is correct. If you want to pull, you can just pull it.
Okay. Okay. I think I understand.
You understand the plan? Yeah.
Yeah, this is very interesting to read. I get it. Bob's coming, boys. Laser, dodge. Into new bombs.
Tank combo.
Yeah, tank combo people, do your thing. One more last bombs. Fellow Divo, no game set. Come in. Frago, no, Revis rallying. He did it early, I guess it's fine. And we apparently pop a parry to GT. This was
Going
fine.
in, yeah.
Okay, we're super safe then.
Okay.
Right. And on the laser, no, not on the laser. On the meltdown log with the roar.
Yeah.
Lork roar.
Oh, can you press field?
Yeah, just listen.
Yeah, I will do it.
I'm just gonna not look at the
I
sheet,
can't,
I'm sorry.
I have the debuff.
Fine, it's fine.
Okay, Robin, you can tag me here
One more
and tank combo.
bombs. Hey, let's just don't listen to reminders, let me just call it reset. Holy Paladin's going, yeah. This one you need to listen to them. Scars! Oh. Bombs coming, go. And watch the laser. Oh, it's coming already. Zazi Divor, Frag Rally, go. Come in. Into Rise and Barrier, fuck it. Into Scarisville Devo. I think we survived.
Going in,
Going
yeah.
in. The bomb's going out. A mini sprint totem. The laser. Stay alive. Go in. Stay alive with nothing. Bombs going out.
The weak core is back on this, by the way.
It's really Jimmy and the Rogues. Jimmy and the Rogues go. Bombs coming. Alright, damage. Nogi aims at Swag Rally. Personals. Good. Well, we don't have much left. On 2, we have to go in. Stay live. And drag it in on this one late. Drag it in. Pop the lay on hands on Phil and Noggy. Go.
Oh, well done.
Get out. Personals if you need. Watch the laser.
Bubble
You're
coming.
lying, dude. Alright, for now, bombs just going.
Can you fade me, Sol? Once? Actually, no. Sorry. Okay.
Long
I'm pretty sure we must have missed some bombs, boys. There's no way.
I can check the bot, but we definitely missed 2 times the tank soak. Yeah, I don't know what.
I did say 2 bombs missed in the beginning of the first one as well. I'm not sure if that was his UI or something. That's what Brun said.
I mean, if you miss it, I think you can notice, like, realize yourself if you did, before we investigate and waste time.
I just go again. I'll just fucking YOLO call it, dude, for now until Icarus fixes everything.
Guys, we
And welcome
Thank
back.
you. Oh,
I thought.
Wait,
I'm sorry. What? Who's going? I thought it was you.
What are you doing?
Me.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What's happening? It's the excitement of this. It's the excitement of these attempts, because that was a very, very good attempt. And I just want to apologize to everybody in chat. We were watching the pull behind the scenes. We went up, we stood, we got a drink and everything, and yeah, we were just sat here going, wow, this is really good. This is a really good attempt. And then they wiped. So we have technically been able to cast a curse without actually casting it, which I don't know about you, Athelos, but I think that might be a first.
I think you're absolutely right. Maybe just the fact that we were present. We were sitting here talking with production, who's obviously in the building with the guys. It was definitely an exciting moment just for us behind the scenes, getting to watch it like spectators and kind of see where it was going to go. But a couple things that kind of stood out to me, Kex, man. So am I correct that they had all 3 pillars down and then we had a purification protocol?
I believe that was. I don't think that was all 3 pillars down. I don't believe. I'll have to go back and double check that one, because they were well ahead of the damage. They had everybody alive. So if they were already got that 3rd pillar down, that I don't think that was the case. I think it was potentially the first protocol came off, or there's something else. We will have to double check that one. But what I will say is we've had a little update on the healer situation. So originally, before, we did have 3 holy paladins, 3 disc priests. That has changed though. Velo has switched over to the holy paladins. So now we have 4 holy paladins and 2 disc priests, which is that's a lot of healing.
Change, yeah, it is.
That's a lot of healing.
It is, absolutely. For those of you that missed it, Hula had to run. Unfortunately, she didn't get to see that last exciting pool before she took off. Turns out she remembered about an hour ago that today's her wedding anniversary, so she had to frantically go and handle that. So that's we loved having Hula on though, and I know we'll be getting to hear from her more during the race as the next few days go on. So. Getting into another pull, though, we do, as you mentioned, we've got 4 Holy Paladins now with 2 Disc Priests. We did cut a Disc Priest. Looks like we brought in, looks like Velo came in to be a 4th Paladin. And right now, I think they've gotten to the point where these initial phases are pretty solid. I am curious, though. I really thought they had taken 3 of these down, so I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see if they have the damage, or, is the fight somehow maybe truncated? Like, instead of having like an extended phase at the end of the 3, if I was right and they had all 3 down, then does that mean that there's some kind of extended phase at the end? But it looks like this pull is going to be scuffed, and they're not going to get nearly as far this time.
You could have just said, looks like this pull is over, but you went straight for the jugular with scuffed. I think that's a little bit harsh.
I think, what do you look at scuffed? Do you get past the first mechanics? No? All right, scuffed pull. Like, less than 2 minutes, you know what I mean? That's how I see it.
I mean, yeah, maybe, but once again, this is the absolute peak of what we're seeing here from the race to world first, and there is a lot of damage coming in. These holy paladins, they're doing an incredible job. The disc priest as well, but there's a reason I think why they've gone for disc priest holy paladins. I mean, obviously they're incredible healers, but at the same time, they also actually. They give a lot of, damage. They do help on the damage side when it comes to Guardian, which, obviously is something that does need to be taken into consideration. But I think you absolutely hit the nail on the head earlier when you said progression on this boss isn't necessarily being tracked by how much health the boss has at this stage. It's more about how many people are alive and how clean is it coming into the second pillar and the third pillar.
That's right. And just to address chat real quick, wasn't calling Hula out. She actually suggested she thought it'd be funny to let you all know that that had happened. So definitely had her permission to kind of call that out there. But anyway, like I said, we'll be getting, well, it is the truth. So you can clip it and verify it with her later if you want. But anyway,
clip it, ship it, it's done.
She'll be back later this week. In any case, we do have our Raider IO leaderboard updated over on the right side. We can see now Echo in the lead at 6 out of 10. And you know what, Kexman? I'm the only caster on the Echo stream at this point that hasn't cast a kill. So
well, I think that's going to change. I feel as though Guardian's going down. I feel as though Guardian's going down this evening. We can see they're currently at 79% on the boss, getting towards this first pillar. And here comes the Purging Protocol. Here comes all of the damage. You can see we've got so much coming through. You can see we've got, just all of the healers pretty much above 10k HPS, which is huge. And that Purging Protocol hurts, but this here also hurts. You're charging the boss up, but while you're doing this, he is also pulsing out that raid-wide AoE, and they actually managed to get through that quite cleanly. So moving into this next phase, you're going to see a repeat of what we have just saw. They're moving these debuffs out, making sure it's charging this pillar, which gives them more time during the charge-up phase. But you can see just in the top of your screen, that small circle, it's now going to go behind the raid frames. That is a sentry that will be pumping damage into the rest of the raid, and you can see the raid bars are just going to be going up and down and up and down. It is ping pong central, and again, the healing cannot be underestimated.
It absolutely can't, and we are looking. This pillar is going to explode. The big question now: can they get everybody topped off before that pillar goes off and safe? Omir is getting pretty low there. They are going to come out of that really safe, nice and healthy, and looking like we're going to move into the second pillar phase with a battle res still available.
Athalos?
Yes.
I think you're on the wrong stream again, buddy.
Damn it, I did it again.
Yep, yeah, you are. So we're already on the second pillar there, buddy. We're already at 57%.
By chat. I've got to stop watching Twitch chat. I got to stop watching
there it
Twitch
is.
chat.
Everybody in the chat, just tell Athalos. Just tell Athalos to go away. Yeah, I want everybody now in Twitch chat, just type the words Athalos go away, so we know he's watching the right footage.
That's nice. That's not nice. That's not nice. I just want chat to feel heard. Look, I just want chat to feel heard. That's all. That's all.
It's true, and I imagine they're going to hear the. I mean, to be honest, if we see Echo get this down within the next couple of attempts, which they're looking pretty good. I mean, there's still so much damage coming out of this, but I imagine they'll be able to hear the raid screams themselves, because we're looking at 47%. So they are currently on target damage-wise to kill this boss within the enrage timer. The question now is, do they have the HPS? Once again, the sentry just coming in behind. You can see it on the left-hand side of your screen there, that ball. It is important that nobody gets caught underneath it, because that does silence you. It isn't necessarily going to kill you, but a silence will drop your damage, or if it's a healer, it will drop your healing. Tank hits coming in are going to be chunking the tanks. Here, once again, the debuff going out onto this pillar. This third pillar is where you're realistically going to make or break the fight. We do have a healer going down there, but I do think they have the battle res coming up, which is really nice. I'm just seeing if there's a battle res tracker here. Yeah, so we're looking at 45 seconds for the next battle res. So this is it for them for the rest of this fight, Athalos.
That's right. This is a new best attempt. We're sitting at 34% with about 38 seconds left on that next res. Actually, kind of wondering if they're even going to have time to use it at this point. Oh, big chunk there, and they're able to get everybody healed back up. Here comes another. Oh my god, look at those health bars.
Only one death. Only one death. So they're moving in 30%. This is now the big burn phase. 30%. This is it until the enrage. This is the hard enrage. They have to kill it now. They do not have bloodlust available. That was used at the start of the fight. So this 30% is going to be huge for them. But once again, this is a new best for Echo here on Guardian of the First Ones. These can go wherever they want. They don't need to charge any pillars. These sentries are going to be doing a lot of raid-wide damage. But once again, keeping people healed up. You can see Lorgok taking so much damage. Now we're taking so much damage. 23%. We're getting very, very close. Let's switch over to raid comms and see exactly what is happening.
Scarce devoing this cast now. And I don't know, persons.
Yes, sir.
Why did you guys not do it?
Yeah, I don't know.
He's forwarded.
But this is
You can die. Like, I think,
Phil was gonna
guess.
ice block. You're gonna
Yes.
spell wording the Jimmy. Yeah, that's what I meant, bro.
But I got spell wording, so that's probably.
let me. I
Okay.
need to.
Well, as you can tell, a great timing to go to comms there as they all decide that it's time to die, because that is exactly what happened. That there, I'd like to point out as well, that there was the enrage. So we are currently about 18% off the enrage. You can probably survive, we've seen them survive 4 of them, of those purification protocols. So you could probably maybe squeeze out an extra 4-5% DPS during that time. But, you know, we're still looking effectively around about 12% off damage-wise, which is a fair chunk of damage. You know, 18% to go and the enrage is up, and that is 6 healing. And even 6 healing, they are so close to people dropping. I think we saw, you know, towards the end there, you saw one or two people going down, but they're still going to keep attempting this one. And you've got to imagine, taking a look at what we're seeing here, you know, they have yet to do their heroic splits. We've seen just how effective they can be. These domination sockets, these domination gems, they do end up giving, some people, we've seen people going up by like 1,000 DPS. We've seen people, I think it was Method that did their splits earlier, and according to what we've seen, it was a 10 item level increase across the raid, which is huge, because not only is that damage, but that's extra stamina, which then means that certain things like rallying cry are a little bit more effective. You're able to survive slightly longer. The healing isn't quite as intensive. So again, they feel confident in killing it. And we said, when we first took a look at what was happening on Painsmith, we were sat there going, yeah, it's going to take heroic splits. But once again, Echo doing what they do best, just managing to slowly walk the percentage backwards until the kill was, there. And this is happening slightly quicker on Guardian.
It definitely is. And, we're still within 4 pulls of Hula Hoop's prediction of 22. At the rate we're going, she could still absolutely be correct, which would be awesome, frankly, if they were able to take it down that quickly. I don't know, though. I'm starting to wonder, right? So, I was watching there was a timer for when the next purification protocol was going to come out. And I'm looking at the percentage and I'm thinking it's just not there, right? And we did have a couple of extra deaths that sort of put them off, but I don't know if that's enough to make up 18%. So I'm wondering if they're going to continue to rotate their composition around, or if they feel pretty strongly about what they have right now. I think what they have right now is probably the best path forward for them. But I am a little concerned. I don't know. Are the numbers there?
It's one of those situations where I imagine, again, it's looking at what is available for them damage wise. They know what their maximum sort of DPS is, or their simmed DPS, if you will. Now the big question becomes, is that something that they can pull off with all of the damage that's going off? Because, as silly as it sounds, using a defensive cooldown, that's a GCD. Using an extra off heal, that's a GCD. And it's these really fine margins, especially on a boss like Guardian of the First Ones, where fine margins are going to decide this, this encounter, especially this early on, because let's not forget, the average item level across the board is, I believe, 235, which technically puts them under what the average item level is, if you were fully heroic geared, which you've got to say a lot of these bosses are probably tuned for that. And a boss like Guardian of the First Ones is actually probably tuned for people having a couple of 252s, having a couple of the mythic loot as well. So once again, it's it's definitely a situation where they're going to have to, these fine margins are going to make all the difference.
So as a warrior, Kexman, how do you feel about having a raid with 3 warriors in it right now?
It looks good. Okay, I love it. Warriors represent. Where are my warrior mains in chat? Because warriors represent, especially if you're horde as well. Horde warriors represent. Let's talk about that. But at the same time, their arms Night Fae. Their arms Night Fae. Which
well, with Wind Fury, arms is very strong.
It is very strong, but Fury Venthyr, condemn.
I know people talk about, you know, Night Fae and Armor's Night Fae. You know, I'm not, if you are Armor's Night Fae, more power to you. It's a fantastic spec. It will do a lot of damage. But Condemn's just so nice. Just press Condemn and the animation and it's just a great ability. It's so good.
No, this is exciting to see. Just see this many melee in a raid is just exceptional for me. I absolutely love seeing it because it's not just the DPS that we're talking about either, but the fact that we're actually stacking up 4 Holy Paladins, all in melee, of course. This is just such a melee-heavy encounter, and it's the first time this expansion that we've really seen an encounter that favored melee this much. Now we're getting into another pull. Let's see if we can get a little bit further this time.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Someone's saying the rampage animation. Yeah, the rampage animation is beautiful, and you know, a lot of my guildies have said, "Why don't you just go Night Fae?" And I'm going to quote one of my friends here, who when we asked him if he was going Night Fae, his reply was, "Why would I want to go to the Weeb Forest?" So, you know, I don't think that's really going to be my option either. I'm not going to go Night Fae. I'm sticking Venthyr. There's a new legendary. It's going to be really, really tasty. And speaking of tasty, let's take a look at this damage coming in from Lorgok here. You're looking at 18.5k on the single target. That is huge damage from Lorgok. And unfortunately, they do have 3 Arms Warriors in there, but Arms Warriors aren't currently sat on the damage meters, which, to be honest, is an all too familiar
Give it till the
sight.
end. Give it till the end.
Oh,
That's
when we get to execute, it's a different story.
That's right, and we did have some execute towards the end there. We only got to 18%, so we barely got into execute phase, and they ended up towards the top of the meters. In fact, I was just looking at some of the log data, and we saw that our top 4 there, we had 2 rogues and 2 warriors at the very top of the meters on that last attempt. So, and that was without having a full execute phase. So I can't wait to see how they perform over the entire duration of the fight.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see, especially if there's any very specific soul binds that they've gone for as well. I imagine it will be what we expect from soul binds, but at the same time, it's this min-maxing in this race, especially with these mythic raiders, that means everything. And a couple of people asking why the tank is so high on the damage meters. I have one word for you, and that will be Ashen Hallow, however you say it, because it's really powerful and does a lot of damage. So that is probably why you're seeing the Paladin tank up there so high. And someone's saying kick everyone below tank. Well, that takes out about 10 of the DPS, so I don't think that's going to be happening at any point.
Unfortunately, we did have a death. We did lose one of our paladins, and they did immediately use that combat res. So they're going to be without that going into later in the fight. Of course, we know from experience so far they're probably going to need it. It's kind of unfortunate when you lose that res this early after only a single pillar. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them going in. We know that second res only becomes available when they're in that final execute phase. So they're not going to have another res until they're able to get towards the very end of the fight.
2 minutes.
And at that point. Yeah, it's going to be quite a while.
Yeah, they got 2 minutes, but once again, as we're seeing them progressing, they're dealing with these purification protocols a lot better. Looks as though they have reduced them though. So we only had 3 purification protocols there, where we normally have 4. So whether or not this is them trying to squeeze out as much damage as possible, looks as though we're still running with 6 healers. And again, it is very, very clutch. We're seeing the boss currently at around about the 46% mark. So they're going to have to do within the region of 15 to 20% on the boss once they get into that pillar phase, which is a huge, huge burn damage-wise. But the numbers are looking really solid. You can obviously see the 2 arms warriors up there. Klaus is doing a phenomenal job representing the rogues at the top of that damage meter. Now we're going down. That was a huge tank hit. They do not currently have a battle res for another minute. So the next time we see a tank hit going in, Miriz is either going to do what Miriz does and survive, or it's just going to be a one-shot.
Yeah, I don't know if they have another rotation here before the next purification. I think they might be okay for a little while, because what you have to worry about is you have that Sunder, Obliterate, Sunder, and I don't think they're going to get another one of those before we go to purification. Yeah, so they are going to go to Purging Protocol. So once you get past that in each of these phases, you're actually okay with a single tank for a little while. But of course, they need to get him back up, and they're not going to be able to do that after this Purging Protocol goes out. So we're probably going to see them get really close to where they got before, even on a single tank for now. Of course, they are going to be without Naoe's damage, which means it's going to be a little bit tougher.
Yeah, and we see people dropping left and right. I would really, really like... I'd love to be able to see the energy on the pillars. That's something we can't see, because it did say then that 2 bombs were missed. So does this mean that we're not going to get full energy on Guardian? You do see Zalian not quite able to move out. Again, fine margins on this boss. But we're now seeing them quite... I don't want to say comfortably, because there's so much damage going out on the rage.
Right.
But they're consistently starting to get towards these late stages now. Once again, these are still very, very early pulls. I mean, I think we're still sub 20 pulls, I think.
And speaking of 20, we're also sub 20 again. So I believe our best attempt before was 18%. Obviously, with several dead, we're probably not going to see them get too much further. But here's the thing. Even with all these folks dead, they're now pushing past 17% before Purging Protocol goes out. Right now, we're getting Disintegrate. This is kind of crazy how much further we're getting, Kexman, than we did previously. Now, here comes the Purging Protocol at 15%. We know they're going to be able to take 1 or 2 casts of these. Oh, even 1 cast managing to take down Swag. So not sure how much further they're going to be able to get here, but I'm thinking we're probably going to end up right at about 12.0 to 11.5.
Yeah, that is once again though, that is a new best attempt from Echo on Guardian of the first ones. And I would love to see what would happen if they go into this part of the fight, this Purging Protocol, with everybody alive. Yeah. Because that was almost close to 10%. Now, are they going to be able to do 10? Are they going to be able to get that extra 10% down with everyone alive? Unsure. But we won't know until it happens. And I don't know about you, but I am looking... I'm feeling positive about this. We've probably got another 2 hours left in the day if they do raid right up to the end. Obviously they may take a look at it and say we're better off coming back tomorrow, but you know, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But once again, Guardian of the First Ones is dying pretty quickly, and I want to get your thoughts on this one, Athalas. These type of bosses where it is a burn style boss, whether it's healing or whether it's a tight check, whether it's healing or DPS, generally this seems to favor these guilds that are at the top. Echo, Limit, Pieces, the guilds over in Asia, even BDGG, Aversion to an extent. These seem to favor them because once again, their skill level when it comes to their rotation and being able to keep that up is almost nobody can beat that. So fights like this, I generally think tend to, be much harder for your casual guild, quote unquote. And for guilds like this, it is just about those optimizations.
It is, and I think, we're going to see a predictable pattern. We always see it, right? Mythic is out for a little while, and then after the first month or so, you see a couple of nerfs, right? And so I think right now, everyone's pretty comfortable with the balance on the first probably 4, even 5 bosses. I think once you get to Painsmith and Guardian, those might be places where, in a month or month and a half, we start to see them kind of tune it down a little bit. But for now, I think the balance on the raid has been pretty exceptional, Kexman. We saw Maximum from Limit actually last night just kind of talking about how Painsmith is perfect. Please don't nerf it. Please don't nerf it. Yeah, it's going to be the thing that separates some of these world first guilds from the runner-ups for sure.
Oh, yeah. And again, any guild, I mean, obviously the Race to World First is fantastic, but any guild that realistically finishes in like the top, especially the top 50, the top 100 in the world, they are doing a phenomenal job. Why am I green? Why was I green for a very brief moment there? That was really strange. Why was I green?
I think the Guardian was established. He was evaluating you as a target.
That was really strange. I just got a little whisper in my ear from production there that said, "If I knew, I would tell you." Apparently, I was just green.
Pay no attention to the color. Well, you are a horde, so maybe you're an orc or something. We'll see. You've been fell touched.
Possible. Absolute zug.
Fell-touched Kexman. Fell-touched Kexman, I think, is what we're looking at right now.
Exactly, and we're seeing warriors absolutely blasting on this boss later on when it gets into the execute phase. And can we get some zugs in chat? Let's get some smorks. Let's get some zugs in chat for these melee that are just so happy that it's a case of, if I don't get this, I just sit here and blast. They are going to be loving this fight. And again, Echo doing a really great job getting to this stage. This is, I believe, this is the third or the second purging protocol. This is the first purging protocol, and they don't. Here we go. So interesting. Previously, they were taking that fourth purging protocol, and it was generally losing them 1 or 2 players. Here, they are taking only 3 of the purging protocols, but that does leave them with extra cooldowns available for later on in the fight. They're getting a little bit better at rotating these cooldowns. They're getting a little bit better at knowing exactly when they need to be used, when to hold off, when to use them, and it gives them, once again, even more information heading into this final phase.
You know, Kix, I'm confused a little bit, right? Because we've gone down to only 3 purging protocols, but yet they're getting further in the fight with each of these pillars. So I'm trying to figure out the math here, right? Like, you have more time spent here, but less damage going in, and now you have kind of less time, but more. Maybe that's just because the healers are able to put in that much more damage without having to heal everybody up so many times and focus on kind of getting everyone topped up. I don't know, but that's very interesting to me, and I think that certainly is going to change the calculation of other guilds that come in here, seeing that, you know, actually maybe it's not the best thing to extend it further to a 4th protocol.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those situations we mentioned at the start where you have to take a look and say it's so strange that you are in a position where you have a boss that has more health than the boss previously, but less. It's less time. The enrage time is shorter. The only difference is that once again on Painsmith, you're having to move from the balls, you're having to move from the spikes, you're having to deal with the chains, you're having to do the intermission. On this fight, if you don't get that threat neutralization debuff, all you have to do is stand there and just zug on the boss. It is just pure zug. I mean, you may have to move from the disintegration, but again, it isn't, you know, it is much more of a burn, and I think that's actually going to work in the favor of a team like Echo, because we've seen in the past these players, once again, are just incredible when it comes to squeezing out that little bit of extra damage.
Did get a request from chat to explain the fight a little bit, so we'll try to squeeze in some of that here. We're going to see in a moment here, you're going to have 3 circles come out on 3 different players. It's going to have what's called threat neutralization, and we're going to see that they're going to need to apply that to, they're going to create essentially a Venn diagram around these pillars. What we need to do is we need to charge these pillars. As you can see here, they're going to go over, they're going to try to create a little bit of a Venn diagram around it. They're going to charge the pillar. They need to get it charged with at least 3 of those, maybe 4, depending on what the guild decides to do, before the Guardian's energy gets to 0. When the Guardian's energy gets to 0, he's going to begin casting Purification Protocol, and unfortunately, this is going to be a wipe. We did see him go in there a little bit early. But once he starts casting that Purging Protocol, you're going to get 3 casts of that, drag it into the pillar, and at that point it's going to stop doing the Purging Protocol. You damage as much as you can, and the idea is you've only got 3 of these pillars to sort of reset the boss's energy, and then when you get to that 4th one, you got to bring him to 0 before the end at that point. So, all right, we're going to get a res here and get right back into it once everybody gets squared away. Unfortunately, not quite able to get back to their best on that attempt. We are sitting at about 20 pulls, and if Hula's 22 pull prediction is to be correct, that means we're going to have to take this down in one of the next 2.
Yes, exactly. And I just want to say we're seeing a prayer in chat. So Athalas, I don't know if you want to bow your head as we as I pray for Echo. So, our Father who art in Azeroth, scribe be thy name, the loot will come, Echo's work will be done. In EU as it was in NA, give us this day our daily shards, and forgive Roger Brown's inting, as we forgive those who bet against us. And lead us not into underachievement, but deliver us the title. For World First is coming home, the history and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. There we go. Amen. So this is going to be the kill now. This is going to be the kill. I
think so.
I'm calling it. This is going to be the kill because I've said the prayer.
You have, and so has everyone else. So
exactly.
I think this is going to be the one. You know, I think if this is the kill, that's going to establish a new tradition there, Kex.
What? Where I have to do the prayer before every pull. Every pull of every boss.
You may become the patron saint of Echo. I'm just saying. So if that happens, then you need to bring the costume and everything from here on out.
I now need to have somebody Photoshop my head onto a vicar's body with the Echo logo. Like just that's what needs to happen. That is what needs to happen. Someone do me a favor. Just make that image, clip that particular point of this stream, and just create a video of it. That's all that needs to be done. That is all that needs to be done. Guardian in the first ones has, people are saying that it's the Sludge Fist of this raid. Do you feel as though, taking a look at what Sludge Fist was, and, obviously you healed Sludge Fist, you had a lot of experience over on Sludge Fist, I tanked Sludge Fist, so, and I DPS'd it, so I know pretty much both sides of the story there. Do you think this is probably the better version of Sludge Fist, or do you prefer the other version? And a question as well for chat, so let us know, do you prefer Guardian of the first ones, or do you prefer Sludge Fist? Which one is your favourite, I suppose, check boss? Which one was your favourite?
Well, I'll let chat have a moment to kind of digest that and express their opinion as I stall here for a moment. But I'll say for me, I actually like Sludge Fist better, to be honest. I love, and it's not just, here's the thing, Kex, man, like when I evaluate a boss, I don't just evaluate the mechanics and how it feels to fight them. And I will say Sludge Fist is a lot of fun. You got this big brute and he's charging into a pillar, stunning himself because he's not the smartest tool in the shed, if you will. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be rude.
Can we agree, and I'm sure chat will agree with me on this, Sludge Fist is definitely the most handsome.
It's because he gets a lot of sleep, right?
Yes.
And we do get to see that. He's sleeping that's just one of the little things. He's sleeping all over Nathria, and he's mad at you because you've been disrupting his sleep. All he wants to do is take a nap. All he wants.
We've all been there. We have all been there, let's be honest.
When I got up this morning from 2 hours of sleep to start my Race to World first day, I certainly felt like Sludge Fist a little bit, so but we are getting into another poll here.
Well, you are not as handsome as Sludge Fist, but we're taking a look at Echo.
Rude.
Obviously, it's just facts, man. We're looking at Guardian of the first ones once again, and just to catch you up if you have just joined us, so Echo did take world first on Painsmith. We're seeing there it says 2 bombs missed. Is that because they're not charging on the pillar? Is that what that weak core says? Because that to me looked as though everything was on there. So let's take a look. Here's casting bombs. Everybody's on there. It does charge, but once again, it still says 2 bombs missed.
That's
so
interesting.
Is it that only 1 bomb can do it at a time? Question mark.
I don't. If that's. That's a good question, Kex, man.
Scripe just said that the bomb we core is broken, so it looks as though it is going off properly. So it does seem as though it is a bug. Thank you for thank you for Chatterpedia there giving me all the information.
I was gonna say, if that was the case that only one could apply at a time, then the idea would be to split your 3 bombs up across the 3 pillars completely, and then at that point. But you know what? Do you do that? You see what I'm saying? Like if you do all 3, then how many? By the time you get to the 3rd pillar, does it have that much longer that it can channel? You know what I mean?
Well, I suppose it depends. We don't have any information. We can't see any sort of like bars on the pillars. We don't know how much energy they're getting. So is all 3 of those charging it up to full, which means that each time they go across, it charges up to full, and that's the way you deal with it? Or is splitting them up potentially an option? I'm sure they will have crunched all the numbers. They will have checked everything. So, the way that they're doing it now does seem to be working. It does seem to be quite effective. So we will have to, we'll have to take a look at sort of the logs afterwards just to see, or even potentially get some information from the raiders themselves. But we're seeing now going down there, and we've spoken about the raid damage that is going out, but this tank damage is pretty disgusting as well.
It is pretty wild, and as a former tank myself, when you see these kind of mechanics, you're a little bit clinched. You're not sure exactly what's going to happen on each one of these. The way that mechanic works, for those of you that are still new to the fight, is, and this is on heroic difficulty and higher, heroic and mythic, there's essentially once, I believe it only happens once per pillar, but there's going to be a rotation where he does a frontal sunder, so anyone that's in the path of that will get hit, so that's going to be a tank typically. Then he's going to choose someone and do an obliterate, and that obliterate needs to be soaked. So what you typically are going to do, because there's going to be 2 obliterates, you want to have 2 separate groups within the raid. Soak one obliterate, soak the other, then he's going to go to the other, you're going to taunt and go to the other tank for another sunder. So it's a lot of damage that's coming out very quickly. In the meantime, you still have the sentry coming around, casting on everyone throughout the fight. Later in the fight, you have 2 of those sentries. So this entire fight is just constant damage that healers are having to top off.
Yeah, it is pretty insane. And I haven't reached this. I mean, obviously I haven't reached this fight on Mythic, and I've honestly myself I've yet to get there on heroic, but I can tell you on normal as a warrior tank, yeah, even on normal, it hurts. It really hurts. There is a lot of damage that comes out, and again, the fact that you're having to make sure that everybody's topped off, but also there's a huge chunk coming out of the tank on top of maybe, you know, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I believe the warriors can also get targeted by the sentries. So that is even more damage coming through.
Mm-hmm.
Which I would hate. Really, and yeah, we're getting, actually, if we could keep a Mirror's point of view here, not only because Mirror's hair is just, it's like candy floss. It's perfect. Beautiful. It is beautiful. I love it. It's fantastic. But we'll also be able to see the amount of damage. Candy floss. Cotton candy.
Candy floss. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, cotton candy. Sorry, I had to translate. I do apologize.
Sometimes Kexman and I get these terms that just have to be elaborated on a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, the tank damage, I mean, we're obviously, we're not seeing Mirror's tank, but in a minute you're going to see, so there's the disintegration beam, threat neutralization goes out, they're taking those over to the pillars, charging those ones up, and then we're going to see, so here's the Sunder. That's the tank mechanic. Obliterate on a raid member, so we're having to stack up on that one. There's another obliterate. Now we're on Mirrors, and then in comes the Sunder. Let's see how much damage this does. Luckily able to avoid all that, but the stagger just goes right up into the red, which is not what you want.
No, not at all. All right, we are getting our first set here of threat neutralization, which we're going to be bringing out onto the pillar. We need to get that energy topped off. They've been tweaking their weak aura throughout this in order to get that set up, and we knew that's going to be something. This is actually a position that Echo's been in many times before. The last couple tiers, right? This particular team is kind of been coming from behind throughout. But remember, this is a group of players that are used to being ahead of everyone else and sort of exploring things. So they know what to do in these circumstances. They have a whole flow. They have a whole system for making sure that they get these things figured out. And you've got the...
Sorry, I was just watching the amount of damage that's coming through that. It's
wild.
It is terrifying. How does that, when you look at that as a healer, are you excited or are you terrified?
A little bit of both, honestly. It's a little bit like a roller coaster ride, honestly, Kexman, where like you're about to like get thrown against the side of the car and all over, right? Yep, there's that roller coaster feeling. I love it actually as a healer, I really do. I dread it a little bit when it's clearly my fault that something happened. The worst thing I have as a healer is when I get threat neutralization on me in the middle of a big healing mechanic. Because not only am I now having to get that run out, but I'm also having to turn right around and keep everyone alive, especially myself. We did see one of the updates to their weak aura. They do have it now calling out for threat neutralization, which person should go left, right, and middle. You can see here you got Nagi going left, Revs going middle, for example. And I think that's going to be really helpful because then you don't have to think about, oh, let me make sure I'm not conflicting with someone else. Like, no, you've got the weak aura just telling you exactly where to go, and you don't have to think twice about it, which is really nice.
Yeah, and again, we did see one person drop down. I think it was Zats on the Paladin, and then we've seen Phil drop on that Mage, which is slightly unfortunate. It means that the damage isn't quite going to be there. But again, take a look at that healing down there. 4 of the 6 healers. Yes, that's right, you heard me. 6 healers are above 10k. Scarus doing 16 point. Scarus doing 14.5k. That is massive. And having a player down here isn't necessarily what you want to see. They're going to be able to get through this little phase on the pillar. We're moving over to the third one. Once again, Bloodlust is used at the start. Probably the best place to use it because there is no real push mechanic. There's no soft enrage like we saw on Painsmith. This is just pure damage in. And I don't believe we're going to have a battle res for quite a while. It looks like 1 minute 15 seconds. You can see it just above the damage meter there, above the in Mirror's UI. So Mirror's now taking that damage. It's now switched over to now on the Paladin, and once again now we're just taking like 95% of his health in one hit. This is nasty no matter which way you look at it.
Absolutely. And what was interesting there is actually it looks like there might have been a couple people in that threat neutralization when they shouldn't have been, so they're managing to recover pretty nicely. For those of you that haven't done this fight yet, regardless of the difficulty that you do it on, you need to plan on the idea that you're not going to have more than your starting battle res for that full 6 minutes pretty much. There's going to be one that's going to come available in the execute phase, but pretty much every time. This is such a short fight, Kexman. It's going to be a 6-minute fight or less probably for most guilds. Actually, I think that's really all you can do because by then you're probably on your 4th or 5th purging protocol in the final phase. there's just not enough time to get an additional more than that one additional res out at the very end.
There we go. Here comes the third purging protocol. Are they going to immediately move over, or are they going to take the fourth? We've seen them taking the third over. There it is. Yeah, Mirror's immediately rolling around into this little recharge phase where there's a lot of pulsing AoE. Got to make sure that everybody is nice and spread out. They're currently sub at 25% going to be coming out of this pillar. So once again, once we get out of here, this is going to be the big burn. So let's take a listen into the comms sponsored by Blue Yeti.
And combo coming up. Rising depends on me here.
Yeah, I need to save a sec on this combo.
This is easy for Paladins. Okay, we never need to risk it anymore. Paladins taking this with bubble. Or turbo.
Fine.
Pot again.
And bombs out soon.
Guys, those bombs don't die.
Laser, watch the laser.
Robin, you can tag me up.
Second pot is ready.
Yeah, I said.
You want to go for 4, Chris? Dragon's Rally late? Second one?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. No games already? Carry Steve already?
Don't spell warm me, by the way, later. I don't have combo. I'm
gonna give Rebels here, not gonna shit, bro.
First even now. Yes, dude.
User joined your channel.
Rising Barrier?
Dragon,
On the end, of course.
User
oh
joined
we're
your
going for
channel.
5, 6.
Yeah. Zotzi and Fraggy on this now?
Dragon,
Say it earlier, bro.
I mean, just use
Dude, it's killable.
Forwarding.
I'm taunting.
I died, but that was worth
Yeah, no, get taunt.
Keep on. Oh, we're dead.
3 more seconds.
Just use all at that point. Drago. Literally, like you.
Dude,
what is this?
What a joke fight.
Dude, it's gonna be free.
Come on.
Guys, what did I tell you?
Why you have to say you fixed
it?
You fixed it.
Wait, if we did 3 trans, we would have dead, dude.
Oh my god, Kexman. How many purging protocols was that? Holy shit. 300,000 HP left. You saw several members of the group able to kind of stick it out a little bit longer. Just imagine now. You know, what can you tweak a little bit earlier in the fight in order to just extend it that much further? That was amazing. We were hearing some of the background from those in the studio, actually through our producer. Oh my god. That was amazing.
Was huge. Honestly, if Zerwo stayed alive there, that's a kill.
Yep.
That small little bit of time went, and once again, not only is it the time they are not DPSing, it is the fact they're losing their food buff, they're losing their rune.
Listen, looking at.
Oh, Jimmy's taking his vault. What's he taking?
Jimmy's taking his vault. He's gonna go get his vault for that extra 300k. It's like, I'm doing this. I'm going. I'm looking at the logs right now, and this is an official 0% pull on the logs, Kexman. That's absolutely wild. Now, there's some information coming out of this, Kexman. That's good. We've got the full fight.
I'm about to hit damn near have a heart attack. Thank you. Good lord.
I'd love to see the stats on Kexman's heart rate right now. That was some Zug right there, my friend. That was some Zug. All right, let's look at some of these logs, knowing that we've got an entire fight worth of data to look at right now, and we did see those damage meters coming out of that. We had Iklaus coming in at the very top, Rogue. We had Revs coming in right underneath that. We had we had Wind Fury Enhancement Shaman just underneath that, and then actually Shadow Priest pulling back into that 4th place spot before the end.
Yeah, I just want to say, by the way, any of my North American friends, so this is a very, very specific thing. I've just seen this come out here. Any of my North American friends who are Horde, I mean, technically it's available to Alliance, but we don't care about them. Any of my North American friends who are Horde and you are a warrior, for today, all of the black market auction houses on the NA realms have the Tusks of Manaroth available for you to purchase.
What?
So if you have a lot of gold and you want to get your Tusks of Manaroth, head to the auction house, the black market auction house, because it is available on there.
Kexman, I might have to check out early. Do you think you can handle the rest of this cast for me?
Absolutely. Can only warriors mog tusks of Manaroth? No, but they should be.
Right on.
Warriors should only be the ones to do that. But that was I think that was 22. I mean,
that was the 22nd pull, Kex. That was the 22nd pull. It's gonna be 23.
Okay.
And those Price is Right rules are gonna mean that Hula was incorrect.
If it's the 23rd pull, I'll give it to you, Hula Hoopsy. If it's 23rd, I'll give it to you. Oh, that was so close.
Oh my god.
I cannot explain. If only you could hear what was being said behind the scenes. Like, me and Athalas in production, it was nothing but just us going, I was here.
Let's go!
Here. Were we here? That was huge. And once again, having that second world first, going, putting themselves 2 places ahead, obviously puts the pressure on the teams behind them. But again, these teams, 100%, every single one of them will be used to this level of pressure. They will kind of turn around and say, we know, okay, that's fine. They're ahead of us at this stage, but all that matters is who's going to take down Sylvanas first. Now, Echo does have this advantage. The fact they are ahead is fantastic. The problem you have is any boss they come up against now, if they stay ahead, is effectively a complete mystery in regards to the actual workings of the fight and how it feels as you're playing it. They will have taken a look at the abilities. They'll know what's coming in the Mythic phase, but there's a big difference between looking at abilities in theory crafting and actually doing the fight. Guardian of the First Ones is probably a slight exemption to that one because it is just almost a straight HPS and DPS check. But Fate Scribe, on the other hand, is going to be completely different.
That's right. There's actually not a lot of changes on this fight from one phase to the next, from Heroic to Mythic, I should say. So as you say, going in and really just establishing within the first couple of pulls, there's nothing special here. Our analysts say we've got the damage to make this happen. So you know what? Our plan was just to come explore it, but instead we're just going to stick around, and clearly that's going to pay off, giving them that lead going into the evening. Of course, once they do sign off for the night, their competition on NA will have some additional hours to kind of knock things out, and they'll be coming in having completed their heroic splits for their final stretch tonight. So I'll be very interested to see what the leaderboard looks like when Echo checks back in the morning.
Yeah, definitely. And we've also got to keep an eye, obviously, on, there's a lot of guilds that are climbing up, working on Painsmith, and they'll be in the same boat as what we have seen from Echo. They're going to slowly but surely take that percentage lower and lower and lower until they're eventually able to get the kill. And you saw by the end of that Painsmith kill just how united Echo were going through the intermission. It was incredible to watch them just moving as one unit. It was almost just like one raider. And that is the level of concentration and the level of skill we have come to expect from Echo.
Absolutely. Echo, right now, the leading guild in the world, and I'm really excited to be here for this Kexman. I don't know, casting Denathrius with you was really exciting last year, all right? I really loved that. Remember that energy. How many of you are in chat were here for that energy at the last Race to World First, where we had both guilds sub 5%, both streams up and active? I'm getting that kind of energy out of this cast right now, with Echo kind of pulling out ahead. Yesterday they were trading on Painsmith in terms of getting ahead. That was pretty fantastic as well. But this race is shaping out to be one of the more exciting ones that I've watched, Kexman.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing, when we were casting side Denathrius, there was that fantastic evening where both Limit and Echo were almost neck and neck on that final phase in Denathrius. Anybody could have got the kill at any time, and this is a different kind of energy. This is Echo were the first people to kill Painsmith Rasnal, and now all of a sudden they could be the first one to kill Guardian of the First Ones. 2 boss lead in the Race to World First. That is massive. Now, obviously, that does mean that guilds coming up, after Echo will have taken a look at this, and I imagine they're probably thinking the same, which is this is easily killable with the gear that we have. We do see Zats going down there, so that is unfortunately one of their healers, but the res will come out. The important thing, as long as the DPS don't die, that is what they want to avoid. The amount of damage that you do in these early phases is incredibly crucial so that you can have a shorter phase 3. If you go into phase 3 and you have one less purging protocol that you need to deal with, if we had have seen that in that previous attempt, it was a kill.
I think you're absolutely right, and so close. 300,000. Really, any one of a couple of things, of several different things, could have potentially gotten them that kill. I was looking at the log data a little bit earlier, just in terms of deaths, and the big thing that stood out on that fight, obviously, you had a couple of deaths early on. You had Zats going down, that obliterate, only about a minute and 45 into the fight. Then you had Phil Westside going down at about a minute 53. So if either one of those is up for an additional 30 to 45 seconds, then you've absolutely got what you need. And I think on this particular attempt, we did have another early death, so we'll have to see if they're able to keep anyone else from going down. If they are further in the fight than they were on the last attempt for when their second death may inevitably come. So already we should see that they're a little bit ahead on damage compared to where they were on their best attempt so far. So as long as nothing else goes wrong here, Kexman, I think, we're doing pretty well so far.
Yeah, can we talk about Klaus? 10k DPS single target.
Oh.
That is massive. They're going into this second pillar, and I think looking at the damage, they're actually slightly ahead of what their best pull was previously. So once again, this could be a big pull for the team. We do unfortunately see one of their players going down. They don't have a battle res available for the next minute and 20 seconds. That is really unfortunate. Let's see how they're able to deal with that. I'm feeling pretty confident in them. Once again, we did see them get to that best pull with more than one player down. So give it time.
We did.
Give it time. Let's see what happens into phase 3.
Yeah, and we're far enough in the fight that they've still already gotten enough damage out of Soul prior to that death that they're still going to be well ahead. On the last attempt, they spent most of the fight without Phil, who was a pretty good damage contributor on this particular encounter. So they still, but also losing one of their... Yeah, losing another Shadow Priest there. That's going to make this pretty difficult. Was that a healer? My mistake.
That was a healer, yeah, that was a healer. So they're going to have to really... This is going to be a real struggle now, because once again, this damage coming in from this sentry is pretty painful. They did miss one of the bombs there, and we also see dropping real low. I think this Purging Protocol is going to claim a couple of lives, and it absolutely does.
I think so.
So this will probably be a wipe here. I wouldn't be surprised if it is called. Yeah, there we go. There's the wipe. And honestly... This is what I can. This is what I imagine from the next couple of attempts. Is they seem to have a really good grasp on the first and the second pillar during that phase of this boss fight. The third phase is when maybe healing cooldowns aren't quite available. We're looking at a couple of those sentries coming out, dealing just increased raid damage, dropping people, ping-ponging the health bars. But if, once again, this is one of those stages, this is definitely one of those fights, you get into that final phase cleanly, and you have a really good shout at killing this boss.
You absolutely do. The mechanics, I don't want to say they slow down, but they really do slow down once you get into that final phase. At that point, you're not having to coordinate these Venn diagrams as much. It's really just get out. There's nowhere you have to go and line up.
Yeah.
And then you end up on that purification protocol. And even though that there's 6 or 7 casts of that purging, you've saved so many of your cooldowns at that point that you just get to stand there and kind of wail through that execute phase. So if I haven't seen a patchwork fight that was this patchworky in a while.
Yeah, and I think also going into the third pillar, they definitely have that last sort of like hard enrage, those purification protocols in mind. So they won't use everything. It won't be everything that is used. We do obviously move over to the Demon Hunter preview here, so get ready for a real cinematic ride as we take a look. This is fantastic to see. This is how Demon Hunter should be played. I do apologize to anybody in the chat that suffers from motion sickness. But once again, when you're playing to the level of this is great to see. And once again, Klaus at the top of those damage meters again, just representing rogues so well, just showing what they can do in Sanctum of Domination.
Oh goodness, I do enjoy watching a good Demon Hunter. It's kind of interesting, Kex. So I love playing. I know, weird segue. Love playing Fury Warrior. For a long time, I was talking with folks. What should I try? If I like Fury Warrior, like what other classes can I go for? What other specs can I go for that are this involved in terms of just like constantly doing something, right? They're not as slow as arms, just a lot going on. And there were 2 classes. They said, well, if you really want to speed things up, try out Demon Hunter. Yep. And I think we're seeing that that well represented here. kind of hard to follow.
That purging protocol was close. That purging protocol
was
was so close. But again, these are the fine margins that they play with here in the race to world first, and it's kind of one of those situations where you are playing to you know, pushing everything to such an nth degree with these abilities, moving the boss into position where if something like that doesn't quite pay off and it does go off, you don't actually, you know, you're not too worried. You're not turning around and saying, oh, what did you miss that for? Because again, if it comes off, and it is literally split-second decisions, if they come off, then it just makes life so much easier for everybody in the raid. This is where the damage does start to get quite high. We obviously see the sentry coming in. You can watch the health bars just ping-ponging. Again, looking at the healers, you can see at least 4 of the 6 healers are above 10k HPS. We're actually looking Klaus currently at 10.7k, Revs at 10k as well as the Arms Warrior. So the damage, they have managed to once again just find that extra bit, that extra 5%. I actually think it's closer to probably 10% damage for some of these people. And this is what they are known for. This is what Echo have been able to do time after time after time.
Yeah, we're not even into the second pillar yet. We're already sitting at about 57%. The next purging protocol is going to start in about 3 seconds, which means we've probably got about 10 seconds before we're going to be in that pillar. We've obviously got the first cast out. We're going to see 2 more of these purgings, and we're going to see them drag it in onto that purple diamond here. And we want to see them get as close to 50% as possible before dragging it in. I think we're going to see them get to about 50.5 before they cancel that cast by dropping it in. There it is, 50.2. Fantastic progress going into this. Of course, you want to see coming into 25 on the last pillar, so that way when you exit that final pillar, you just have your execute phase at 20%. They're usually going to get this down about 4 to 5% before exiting. Looks like, yep, 46.5 coming out of that. This is one of those fights, Kexman, where those small 0.1% margins are so important to follow as you progress through to get an idea of whether you're going to be able to take it down in that final phase.
Oh yeah, we did see Frag go to the vault to get the extra bit of gear. Maybe a couple of them have done the exact same thing. And once again, that extra gear, yes, it gives you a little bit of extra DPS, but it gives you just a little bit of extra stamina, enabling you to survive something that you didn't previously survive. And once again, look at those health bars just ping-ponging up and down. Once they get to the point where the pillar is activated, that is when the burn phase is, I mean, the whole fight is effectively a burn phase, but, you know, the damage that they are able to put through becomes even more important. Lorgon dropping super low, Mera's dropping incredibly low, obviously taking these massive tank hits. Got to get those, got to get that out of the raid. There we go. They're able to charge up the pillar. Everybody is alive going into this. I may have just jinxed them. We will have to wait and see. If I did, I apologize. But we're going into this sub 30%. Here comes the purging protocol. Once again, big cooldowns used. They're not going to be using all of their cooldowns. They want to save some of them for that final purging protocol that comes in as the hard enrage. 28%, 27%. Will we see 26? Yes, we're going to see 26 going in. Once again, everybody needs to get healed up super, super quick, because as soon as they transition in, even more raid-wide pulsing damage comes out. And again, every single one of the 6 healers is above 10k HPS, and you can still see how much damage the raid is taking. This is looking phenomenal. Let's quickly switch over to player comms and see how they feel going into this final phase, sponsored by Blue Microphones.
Bombs out. Sentry spawning, RNG damage incoming. Tank pattern coming, it's going to be the Paladins. 4 seconds.
Okay. Hands up.
Paladins go. I'll stay in.
Can you grip me, Zunkan?
Yeah.
Mini sprint totem now.
Grip me.
Hit.
Take me, Jeff.
Last bombs here. Into
because use
protocol.
all the at this point is dead.
User joined your channel.
Use the potions.
Doggy, you can aim
User
Z.
joined your channel. User joined your channel. User
Hot
joined your
and
channel.
stars with Diva.
It's a joke.
User joined your channel.
Let's go. Gonna get it higher. Where's my loot, dude?
Let's go.
Where's my loot, dude? Let's go.
0 meters, dude. I got that.
Boom.
Who do we love?
Honestly, they have the unboosted entire Mythic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Echo Esports taking world first on Guardians of the First One
what a phenomenal kill that was. They now have a 2-kill lead above everybody else that is stuck on Painsmith, and that was the attempt that we wanted to see. That was huge. That was incredible. As soon, like, how calm and collected they were going into that fight. I don't know how they were able to keep that calm. I'd have been like on my mouse, like you'd have heard my mouse shaking, everything. But
oh yeah,
they managed to absolutely nail it.
Crushed it, Kexman, absolutely crushed it. Going into that fight, we were having a debate over whether there had even been a death in that fight. I don't believe there was, meaning that was an absolutely flawless execution. You cannot get any better than that. I was incorrect. There was one death at about 2 minutes with Vila, but the fact is they had an extra res at the end there. They had a res available. If anyone had gone down, they just would have been able to get them up. When they were sub 5% before the first purging protocol even went off, you're looking at this like, wow, you've got the formula. This is it.
Yeah, that was huge. And obviously it feels very weird seeing the that boss compared to Painsmith. Painsmith was obviously very, very mechanically difficult. This was more of just an absolute race. And in all honesty, I think any guild that gets past Painsmith at this stage, an argument could be made that Guardian of the First Ones is almost a free kill. Looking at that performance from Echo, obviously not to take away from the skill to be able to pull that off, especially considering where they are. Where they are item level wise, and that's great to see. Scripe, GNG, Roger Brown, some of the cornerstones of this team, just taking a moment, laughing, joking, the smiles on their faces. They've done such an incredible job. Hats off to them, because everyone thought Painsmith was going to be a real wall, and the fact that Limit got there first gave them the advantage. But Echo has shown that once again they now have also that massive advantage.
They really do.
Not
they really
doing
do.
their splits yet as well.
That's
so
exactly
they can take
right.
a look at Fate Scribe and then decide what is going to happen. But let's take a look at this updated leaderboard here. Obviously, Painsmith down, and now Guardian is also dead. That leaves just 3 bosses: Fate Scribe, Kel, Thazad, and Sylvanas Windrunner. But make sure you use !Guardian in the chat so that you get entered into the giveaway. So do not miss that one. That is !Guardian. I honestly, watching that, I am speechless, because that was just,
I am too.
We mentioned before that if you're able to get into that third phase with everybody alive, with your cooldowns available, it's going to be a race. And Echo were just so far ahead of that damage, and we the first pull, we were looking at it going, they said did they just say that they got this?
They
did.
did.
You just see how much damage came out? And
production in their ear was like, they've got this. What?
Yeah,
wait, hold on.
They've got this. They say
Really?
they've got this. Are you sure? Are you positive? Because 6 healing a boss fight shouldn't really work out, but it did. And
it
honestly,
was necessary too.
Yeah, it was. I'd be interested to see what happens over the next 24 hours with this boss. I honestly would. I really would be interested. But again, massive props to the folks in Echo, because that was a hell of a ride after Painsmith, and now Fate Scribe is currently their next target. And this one's very, very different to Guardian of the First Ones. This one isn't a this one is not a burn boss. There's not a hard enrage, but this one is very, very similar in a way to Painsmith. It is more mechanically focused, and the mythic changes to this are scary, to say the least, especially considering what you have to do.
That's absolutely right. And I think we're gonna be going to a bit of a break here in a moment, Kexman, on the way to the next boss. I was just confirming with production that may be the case. I think once we get back, it's a lot easier to explain Fate Scribe, I think, once we're in the arena and we can kind of point around the room a little bit. So we'll definitely do that in a moment. But we are going to take a quick 5-minute break, folks. The team is not taking a break. This is just for Kexman and myself. And we come back in 5 minutes. We'll start explaining the Fate Scribe to you all.
Yeah, the stream isn't starting soon. The stream will continue to stay, but we will be back in 5 minutes.
And welcome back, everyone, to Echo's coverage of the Race to World First. Kexman, we just got to see an exciting kill. Finally, I am the last caster to cast a kill, and it was Guardian of the first ones, and I'm super excited about it. But Kexman, we were just talking with production a little bit about what the team's plans are for the rest of the night. Why don't you let folks know what the current situation is?
Yeah, so effectively, we've had the information from the team. They are going to be ending their streams. However, they will be doing 1 or 2 Fate Scribe pulls. So those will not be streamed. Obviously, they have a really, really nice advantage here. They want to get some information on these bosses. Again, this is a race to world first. You know, it is one of those moments where they they'll do 1 or 2 pulls off stream just to get some information. Scribe mentioned potentially heroic splits will be tomorrow morning, so that is when, you know, they'll get all their gear, they'll come back and see exactly what's happening. Makes sense, that is the perfect time for them to do those. And again, you know, pulling bosses off stream is not something that is, you know, that is unusual. We've seen it even during this race. There was a couple of pulls, I believe, Limit did of Painsmith off stream as well, just to get some data. So, you know, again, it does happen, and it does make sense considering the position that Echo are currently in. But before we head off, though, I just want to give one last shout out to the charity event that we are doing with Limit. Obviously, RAD is a fantastic charity. We're currently $10 away from $2,000, which gets us very, very close to our next unlocked bit of content, which is the behind the scenes of the Race to World First, which will be super interesting. And as I've mentioned, I want to see Roger Brown singing Suspicious Minds on karaoke, so get to that $7,500 donations. There are also global goals that also go in line with Limit as well. There is also merch available for this Race to World First. Both Echo and Limit have worked on that one. And what about the top donator, Atlas? Because that seems to be a little bit of a prize.
Yeah, the top donator, that's super interesting. So in that particular case, the top donator gets to come hang out with you and I, Kexman, at the next Race to World. That's obviously a stretch. But yes, the next Race to World First event that Echo hosts will, of course, be in person as pandemic is being relieved, if you will, assuming no complications happen. We should be getting an in-person event again. And at that point, you as the top donator, including a +1, will have an all-expenses-paid trip to join Echo at their next Race to World First event. And of course, Kexman and I hopefully will be there, and we'll definitely give you a pat on the back and a thank you for your support at that point. So it'd be good to see you out there. But honestly, Kexman, the one that I'm looking forward to the most, if we can get to that stretch goal, is the release of the week auras. That and the fishing stream, of course.
The fishing stream, naturally. I mean, that just goes without saying. But yeah, the week auras would be huge, having those available to the world. But for us here today on the Echo stream, that is it. We will be back. I think we're doing the same. We're doing the same one tomorrow. So if you want to see more of me, first off, why? Secondly, I'll be back with Athalas. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time, so make sure you check that out. But for now, that is everything. You can obviously, if you want to see more or hear more from me, you can find me on Twitter at Kexman. Athalas, where can they find you on Twitter?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter as well at Athalas, and then of course WCR. And in addition to that, we also want to tell you to check out some of our sponsors as well. Of course, our event sponsors at the Erupt Lounge with Esports Nutrition, keeping the guys all healthy and hydrated and energized. Big sponsors there. And then of course our sponsors, Catarix, protecting the gear that the team uses.
Yeah, you want to. You've just you're thinking about buying a new laptop as well, aren't you? So that would be perfect.
I actually did.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Ooh,
I bought the laptop.
Perfect.
Well, that's when I thought I was going to Switzerland. I had to buy a gaming laptop. So, Catarix, I'm actually legitimately thinking about getting it to protect my gear because I travel with a lot of film equipment and things too.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you've probably seen my setup where I pack everything into a hard shell suitcase. It's not going to be sufficient. So something like Catarix is going to be a big deal. But again, of course, we also have our sponsors Logitech and Blue Microphones and CurseForge, one of the best add-on managers out there. And of course, we've got our additional sponsor Zug Zug, who is currently working on some filters for Kexman.
Going green for some reason. That's very, very strange. But yeah, Logitech and Blue, you know, fantastic sponsors. These Logitech heads, this Logitech headset is incredible, and I also have a Blue Yeti mic as well. So my dulcet tones are sounding even better because of the microphone setup. But that is it for us today. Thank you to everybody in chat for joining us. What an exciting evening it has been, and I imagine tomorrow evening is probably going to reach the same heights. But for myself and Athalos, that is it. We will see you tomorrow.
Sunflower